Chapter 23-24. The snapping of the vines could be the result of Ma Nan's broken arm and longsword before he died. However, regardless of whether this happened or not, it would be extremely difficult to smoothly enter the small town today. It was only a matter of time before the battle began. The second wave of people attacked Zichen without hesitation for the sake of the moon wolf's fur and the countless amounts of sacred source fluid on the carriage. The crowd was now divided into two groups. The first group was the second wave, and they stood behind Ma Nan's dead body. The second group was the third wave. They had arrived late and did not advance. Instead, they stood outside the town, some distance away. What Zichen needed to deal with was the second wave of people. There were nearly 20 of them, and all of them were aptitude users. Several coordinated attacks arrived in front of Zichen in an instant, aiming for Zichen's vital points. Although these people were all level 1 hunters, they formed a powerful fighting force when they worked together. Faced with these attacks, even Zichen, who was a level 2 hunter, could only choose to dodge. If he faced them head-on, he would definitely die. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the first flash of lightning began. His figure was like a ghost as he dodged several attacks and arrived beside an aptitude user. Under the aptitude user's greedy and shocked gaze, the broken sword in his hand swept across the aptitude user's neck. Poof! This time, Zichen used a lot of strength to intimidate the aptitude user. The broken sword slashed across, and a head flew into the air as blood began to spurt out. Clang! 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 Several attacks crisscrossed, sealing off all of Zichen's escape routes. Zichen turned around and slashed horizontally with the broken sword in his hand. When the attacks collided, he used the momentum to retreat. As he retreated, his figure flashed a second time and arrived beside the second aptitude user. Die! The aptitude user's reaction was undoubtedly fast. He immediately raised his weapon and slashed at Zichen. Zichen's figure moved horizontally like a ghost, and the opponent's attack brushed past the corner of his clothes. Once again, the attack missed. The aptitude user's heart trembled, and then a black arc of light appeared in his eyes. Then, a poof sound was heard. Killing people was not the same as killing moon wolves. Their abilities were much stronger, and their combat strength was much higher than that of moon wolves. Therefore, Zichen, who could slaughter a pack of moon wolves in one strike, had a much harder time killing these people. Fortunately, there was a limit to their numbers, unlike the moon wolf's endless numbers. If Zichen had a choice, he would still choose to kill instead of fighting moon wolf. His figure began to flash for the third time, and the broken sword in his hand slashed out once more. The third ability user's head was cut off. This was the strength of a level 2 hunter, far surpassing a level 1 hunter. Furthermore, Zichen was a level 2 hunter with extreme speed. This speed would make him invincible in this battle. In fact, Zichen was confident that he would not be injured in the slightest when fighting against these people. The 6th flash, the 7th flash, the 6th and 7th ability users were killed. Encountering them, who were the fastest in the world, there was simply no way to avoid their pursuit and the annihilation of the powerful broken blade. Outside the town, many ability users were shocked as they watched the slaughter in front of them. At this moment, they no longer thought that this person was just a level 1 hunter that could be easily defeated. Obviously, with the strength displayed by this person, he had already stepped into the ranks of level 2 hunters, and he was one of the best among them. In this Su Hui town, there would be one more level 2 hunter among the 10 level 2 hunters. Level 2 hunter, it's actually a level 2 hunter. Next to Jiao Huangtu, Jiao Luo muttered, his face full of shock. In this wave of people, there were both shocked and indifferent. The shocked were level 1 hunters, while the indifferent were level 2 hunters. Is that Zichen? That's him. It seems that Longman died at his hands. I didn't expect him to grow to this level in just a few months. So what? He can only show off among level 1 hunters. His extreme speed is useless against level 2 hunters. Extreme speed can only be used to save one's life in battle. At this moment, 2 middle-aged men were whispering to each other. They were very indifferent towards the shocking battle in front of them. Zi Chen's seemingly terrifying method of killing the chicken to warn the monkey was a joke in their eyes. "Why don't I go and meet him?" one of them said. "Our goal is to kill him. It doesn't matter when we make a move." But this kid brought a cart of moonwolf skins. "This matter is a bit tricky. If we make a move now, we will be in a passive position later. Don't worry, let's see what the others think." On the battlefield, Zi Chen's 9th flash ended, and 9 ability users died. There were still nearly half of the ability users left on the battlefield. So many of them couldn't hurt him at all. Now that they only had a few people left, they couldn't do anything to him. Although greed can make people lose their minds, fear can also make people alert. At this moment, the fear of death in their hearts finally suppressed the greed in their hearts. They already had the intention to retreat. With the intention to retreat, they were no longer decisive in their attacks. They were even secretly looking for an opportunity to escape. Zi Chen, who clearly felt the change in the crowd, shook his head and said, "Compared to the Moonwolf, your will to fight is too weak." After saying this, Zi Chen used extreme speed again and started the second 9th flash. Since he was killing the chicken to warn the monkey, he naturally had to show his decisiveness and ruthlessness. So he attacked mercilessly, not leaving a single person alive. The remaining people didn't manage to escape in the end. They were all killed by Zi Chen, and their bodies fell into a pool of blood. As Xiu Qi and the others watched Zi Chen's battle, they were increasingly certain of Zi Chen's combat prowess. But as they were familiar with this town, they also knew that today's matter wouldn't be resolved so easily. Perhaps the level 1 hunters were already scared out of their wits, but there were still level 2 hunters. In this small town, there were less than 10 level 2 hunters. The number was pitifully small. It was rare to see even one level 2 hunter. However, on this day, a strange gust of wind had blown over, and all the level 2 hunters, who were rarely seen, seemed to have gathered here. Xiu Qi only took a cursory glance to see the traces of 5 level 2 hunters. Therefore, he knew very well that it would be very difficult to enter the city today. Unless Zi Chen advanced again and became a level 3 hunter, he would be able to kill all the level 2 hunters. However, this was obviously impossible. No one could advance from level 2 to level 3 in a short period of time. After all, these people had spent many years trying to advance from level 1 to level 2. As the last person fell, the people outside the town were now divided into 2 groups. One group was Zi Chen's team, while the other group was the people outside the town. Perhaps they had been shocked by Zi Chen's powerful battle strength, but they didn't come over to snatch the loot. Tang Pu left the puppet cow's side and walked towards the corpses. He rummaged through their clothes, and without looking, he knew that he was collecting the spoils of war. Very quickly, the corpses were all plundered. However, there were less than 20 drops of sacred source fluid. On average, each person got less than 1 drop. He handed the sacred source fluid to Zi Chen, who put it away and walked forward. Xiu Qi's team and the puppet cow followed behind him. No one else rushed out, but the people at the town's entrance didn't disperse because of Zi Chen's arrival. "Little friend, please stop. The loot this time is too valuable. You won't be able to enter if you don't give us an explanation." An aged voice was heard as an old man in long robes walked out. "You want to stop me?" Zi Chen asked the old man. "I'm not the one who wants to stop you. We are the ones who want to stop you. No matter how strong you are, you definitely won't be able to kill everyone here." The old man smiled at Zi Chen. As he spoke, several ability users walked out. Although they were all level 1 hunters, there was no fear in their eyes when they looked at Zi Chen. "That's right. Everyone is stopping you. Little friend, these resources are too valuable to Su Hui Town. We have no choice but to stop you." Another old man spoke up and walked out from the crowd. There were undoubtedly several level 1 hunters behind him. Zi Chen didn't speak. He wasn't afraid of the level 1 hunters. What he was really wary of were the level 2 hunters who hadn't stepped forward. The 2 seemingly powerless old men had dared to step forward not because they believed the level 1 hunters behind them could protect him, but because they believed in the level 2 hunters. After all, they were truly on the same side. "These are my things, not Su Hui Town's," Zi Chen said in a low voice. That's not wrong. Therefore, we thank you for bringing these resources back, said the old man in long robes. Just thanks. Zichen looked at the other party. He wasn't angry, and his expression was strangely calm. Of course it's not just thanks. You must have suffered a lot to bring these resources here. We can't let you come here for nothing. How about this? We'll give you 100 drops of sacred source liquid as compensation, and we'll keep these things. 100 drops? Are you kidding me? You can't even get these things with 1,000 drops. Behind Zichen, Tang Pu said angrily. You're not satisfied with this price? The old man looked at Tang Pu and narrowed his eyes. Not dissatisfied, very dissatisfied. We risked our lives to get these moon wolf pelts. Why should we be squeezed by you? Just because you're from the Hort family? Or do you think that the Hort family is the only family in Suhui town and can look down on everyone else? Tang Pu said angrily. Zichen glanced at the old man. At the same time, he looked behind the old man. Two middle-aged men stood there, staring at him coldly. Chapter 23-25. The cold-blooded, decisive, and bloodthirsty Zichen, who had previously slaughtered everyone in a frenzy, displayed a good temper at this moment. The old man in the long robe had offered Luo Yunyang only 100 drops of lunar wolf pelts, which were worth more than 1,000 drops of sacred source liquid. Surprisingly, Luo Yunyang wasn't angry. He just shook his head and said that he wouldn't trade. Although this was supposed to be an exchange, the words not exchanging still caused everyone to be stunned. You really won't trade? The old man in the long robe narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zichen. Zichen shook his head again and said slowly and seriously, I won't trade. Just as the old man in the long robe was about to say something, the old man next to him smiled and said, Young friend, I can feel how you are feeling right now. However, if you don't give us a reasonable allocation of these things today, you won't be able to enter Wisdom Town. He turned to look at the people behind him and said, I know that you are very strong, but you can't possibly be strong enough to slaughter everyone. As long as there are people alive, you won't be able to enter. If I don't agree, are you going to rob me next? Zichen asked the old man. We're not bandits. We're reasonable people. We won't rob you, the old man said to Zichen with a smile. They were indeed not bandits. They were all businessmen, but they were even more of a bandit than bandits. Zichen's gaze swept across these people and took in their expressions. It was obvious that the two old men before him represented the merchant faction in the town and were protected by level 2 hunters. Apart from them, there were a few people who didn't step forward, but their attitudes were very clear. If Zichen didn't give them an explanation today, they wouldn't be able to enter. The lunar wolf corpses won't rot for a while. They are in the mountain range with the violent bear. The lunar wolf pack has already retreated, so it's very safe there, Zichen suddenly said. When they heard Zichen's words, they were stunned. They didn't understand what he meant. It's 100 kilometers southwest, Xiu Qi, who was standing behind Zichen, added. Behind him, there was a small commotion. Those were all aptitude users who had nothing to do, and they understood what Zichen meant. After a bit of hesitation, some of them turned around and entered the town, some of them heading straight into the distance, looking at the direction Xiu Qi spoke of. These people were well aware of Zichen's strength. They couldn't afford to provoke him, or rather, they didn't dare to provoke him. At this moment, they were only standing here to watch the show. Now that Zichen had given them a way to make money, there was no need for them to stay here any longer. Hundreds of moon wolf corpses, even without their fur, was still a huge sum of money, enough to make many people jealous. Under normal circumstances, even the merchants of these powers would be moved by this. But today, with so many valuable moon wolf furs around, they couldn't care less about the corpses. Many people had left, but there were still some left. More than 90% of these people belonged to the Shong clan. Zichen glanced at them, then looked at the two old men and said, I can't agree to your previous conditions. If you insist on an explanation and want these things, then come and buy them. Buy them? The two old men were stunned, but soon, the old man from the Hort clan sneered. You're quite calculating. Then, what price are you going to sell these things to us? You can name the price, Zichen said again, his tone calm. Behind him, Xiu Qi and the others were stunned. They had not expected Zi Chen's words to be like this. I'll name the price. What if I exchange 1 drop of Saint Source fluid for 10 sheets? Or I exchange 1 drop for a whole car? The long-robed old man looked at Zi Chen and sneered again. However, unlike the long-robed old man, the old man's expression became slightly more solemn. This time, he didn't respond. Zi Chen said calmly, if you think this is reasonable and everyone is happy, then this price is fine too. Haha, of course it's reasonable and we're happy. This is a win-win situation. The long-robed old man laughed loudly. Zi Chen turned to look at Tang Pu and said, open the things. We'll start the trade now. Tang Pu did as he was told and opened the vines, revealing the moon wolf pelts inside. This time, they could clearly see the number of moon wolf pelts. Hundreds. There were hundreds of moon wolf pelts. This was definitely a huge fortune. The sound of people sucking in cold air continuously rang out. Haha, since there are so many, I'll give you 10 drops in exchange for all of them. The long-robed old man from the Hort clan laughed complacently. Zi Chen wasn't angered by this. Instead, he calmly said, let's see if anyone else wants to trade. If no one else wants to, then I'll give you the same price. The expression on the old man's face changed. He didn't understand what Zi Chen was trying to say. He guessed that Zi Chen was trying to use these things to drive a wedge between them. Thus, he said, all right, everyone can exchange as you wish. The old man beside him stepped forward and sized up the moon wolf pelts, his expression turning increasingly solemn. Looking at the corpses, he lifted his head to look at Zi Chen and said, 1 drop of sacred source fluid for 3 moon wolf pelts. Zi Chen chuckled and said, up to you. The old man breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand, indicating for the others to come forward and start picking out some of the better moon wolf pelts. Zi Chen stood to the side without any change in expression. On the other hand, the long-robed old man from the Hort clan had an unnatural expression because he had just said that 1 drop of sacred source fluid would be exchanged for an entire cart. After the old man, a few more elderly people walked forward. Even though Zi Chen hadn't toured the town before, he could tell that these people should be shopkeepers of some shops. They might be weak in battle, but their knowledge was extraordinary. While they were picking, one of the blue-robed old men said, the quality of these pelts isn't good. I'll give you 1 drop for 5 pelts. Zi Chen still had that calm smile on his face as he said, up to you. The blue-robed old man nodded and led the others to pick out the best moon wolf pelts, making Tang Pu and the others furious. They had risked their lives to obtain these pelts, but they were being ruthlessly squeezed by these people. Even the worst moon wolf pelts could be exchanged for 2 drops of sacred source fluid. The other party was actually shameless enough to trade 1 for 5 pelts. What was even more shameless was that they had given up on the bad ones and only picked out the good ones. Zi Chen didn't have any objections to this and only watched in silence. The quality of these moon wolf pelts is indeed not good. I can only trade 1 for 5, another person said to Zi Chen. Up to you. Zi Chen still said the same thing with a smile on his face. He didn't show any signs of anger. As a result, a few more people stepped forward to trade 1 for 5. This made the old man from before feel rather uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, he said, this old man's eyes were blurred. The quality of these pelts is indeed not good. 1 for 3 is indeed a loss. Zi Chen looked at the old man and asked, how do you want to trade? 1 for 6. The old man, who was staring at Zi Chen, said 6 instead of 5. He was taking a gamble. Zi Chen waved his hand and said, let's do it that way then. The others were dumbfounded when they heard this. It was obvious that they had suffered a loss again. Just as they were considering whether to lower the price again, Zi Chen said, I won't owe you anything. You have to pay the same amount of sacred source fluid as the items you take. Of course. The few of them smiled but didn't haggle any further. However, they were even more meticulous in their selection and only took away the best moon wolf pelts. Forget it. 1 for 6 it is. It was at that moment that the old man from the Huti family couldn't sit still any longer. If all the good stuff here was taken away by them, even if he exchanged a drop of sacred source fluid for a cart, what he got would be nothing but trash. Thus, He walked over and joined the line of people choosing. Under normal circumstances, every piece of moon wolf pelt was very valuable. However, there were hundreds of moon wolf pelts to choose from. Those that were not complete were thrown to the side. Some were even thrown off the cart and thrown away like garbage. Xiao, Qi, and the other three were fuming, but they couldn't change anything. Even Zichen couldn't do anything, let alone them. Zichen was still smiling, as if he hadn't exchanged his life for these things. Instead, he had picked them up by accident. Just as they were nitpicking and complaining, another old man walked over from behind the crowd. Compared to the others, this old man was much older and his face was full of wrinkles. He even needed a young man to support him as he walked forward. When the old man arrived in front of the cart, he didn't look at the items on the cart. Instead, he looked at the scattered moon wolf pelts on the ground and said, "It's a waste to throw these things on the ground." As he spoke, he bent down to pick up the items. The young man beside him was quick to react and picked up the moon wolf skins that were casually thrown on the ground one by one. Compared to the moon wolf pelts they had chosen, the quality of these moon wolf pelts was indeed not good. However, they would definitely be good stuff under normal circumstances. The young man picked up the nearby moon wolf pelts, folded them, and put them to the side. He was about to support the old man again when the old man waved his hand and said, "Go pick up those as well." The young man nodded. Then, he walked around the cart and picked up all the moon wolf skins that he didn't like and discarded. Then, he neatly stacked them together, forming a thick pile. Looking at the thick pile of moon wolf pelts, the old man nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at Zichen and said, "Kid, are these yours?" "Yes." Zichen nodded, still smiling. "Are these things for sale?" The old man pointed at the pile of moon wolf pelts. "Yes." "What price?" "Whatever price you say, as long as you're happy," said Zichen. On the other side, the old man from the Hort family heard the conversation and said disdainfully, "These lousy things aren't worth much. A drop of sacred source liquid can take them away." The old man looked at Zichen and feigned ignorance. "Can I?" Zichen smiled and replied, "As long as you're willing, you can take them away." The old man nodded and turned to look at the young man. "Yam. How many are there?" "A total of 86. 16 of them are incomplete," said the young man. "I'll give you 86 drops of sacred source liquid." Chapter 23-26. The moment the old man's words left his mouth, the surroundings fell silent. The shopkeepers who had been complaining about the poor quality of the moon wolf pelts and the price of 5 per pelt turned their heads one after another and stared at the old man in astonishment. Looks of disbelief surfaced on their faces as if they were hallucinating. Zichen stared at the old man in astonishment, clearly surprised by this scene. Although Xiao and the other three were furious, they were still stunned when they heard a reasonable price. The old man from the Hort clan was the first to ask, "Old man Ge, what did you say?" The old man called Old Ge pointed to the pile of moonwolf pelts beside him and said, "I took 86 moonwolf pelts and gave them 86 drops of Saint Genesis liquid. These lousy things aren't even worth a drop of Saint Genesis liquid, yet you're giving them 86 drops? Old man Ge, you've always been stingy. When did you become so generous?" Old man Ge chuckled. "To an old man like me, these things are worth a few drops of Saint Genesis liquid. Bu Sen, your appetite is too big." Old man Ge no longer paid any attention to the other party and instead turned to Zichen. "Kid, this old man will take advantage of you today." Under his gaze, the young man beside him took out a large jade bottle and poured out 14 drops of Saint Genesis liquid. He then sealed the bottle and gave the rest to Zichen. Zichen received the bottle with the same smile as before and said, "I already said that I'll take whatever price you give me. Haha, this old man feels that this price is worth it." After speaking, the old man turned around and the young man immediately supported him. At the same time, 2 burly men walked out from the crowd and left with the moonwolf pelts. This was only a small interlude. The others continued to pick when it was time to do so. Of course, when they reached the bottom, Tang Piyu quickly stepped forward and forcefully took away the moonwolf king pelts that had been rolled up. The others did not pay too much attention to this. After all, it was difficult to tell the quality of the rolled-up pelts. Soon, The selection process reached a climax. Among them, there were people from 6 shops who took all of Zi Chen's remaining moon wolf pelts. During this period, the old man from the Huati clan had taken 263 sheets, which should have been given to Zi Chen by 48 drops of sacred source fluid. In addition to the 3 sheets, the old man had said that Zhu Yuan was a big customer, so giving him 3 extra sheets shouldn't be a big deal. Thus, Hort Bussen from the Hort family gave Tang Pu 48 drops of sacred source liquid. Tang Pu received the jade bottle, opened it, and poured out a drop for a closer inspection. His expression instantly turned ugly as he angrily said, "This isn't sacred source liquid." The Hort family's Bu Sen said, "If this isn't sacred source fluid, then what is it?" "It's diluted sacred source liquid. It's not real sacred source liquid." Tang Pu's face turned red as he forcefully suppressed his anger. He looked at the confused Zi Chen and said, 10 drops of diluted sacred source fluid for 1 normal drop. The dozens of drops here are only equivalent to less than 5 drops of sacred source liquid. Zi Chen looked at Hort Bussen, who smiled faintly and said, "You didn't say clearly that you didn't want diluted sacred source liquid. I thought that 1 for 6 was a diluted sacred source liquid. If it was normal sacred source liquid, who would be willing to exchange with you at such a price?" Just as Bu Sen was speaking, 2 middle-aged men walked over. They stared at Zi Chen with cold eyes. It was obvious that they were threatening him. "Diluted sacred source liquid is fine," Zi Chen said again. Seeing that Tang Pu was about to say something, he waved his hand and signaled for the other party to keep quiet. Tang Pu shut his mouth and put away the items, his heart filled with anger and unwillingness. Xiu Qi and the others had already completely accepted their fate. What ability did they have to go against all the factions in a small town? With the previous example, the others also learned their lesson and gave out diluted sacred source liquid. Zi Chen had exchanged an entire cart of moon wolf pelts for less than 100 drops of sacred source liquid. It was a disastrous loss, and he might as well have agreed with the other party. Fortunately, old Ge, who had taken the worst but paid the highest price, had given Zhu Bao more than 80 drops. Otherwise, they would have really gotten nothing. The moon wolf pelts on the cart were divided up, leaving only the withered branches on the ground. Zi Chen turned to the 4 people and said, "You guys can take those. There's no need to give them to me. We'll go our separate ways in the future." With that, Zi Chen ignored the 4 people and walked towards the small town. Seeing that the main character had left just like that, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was clearly over. But was it really over? Old Ge returned to his shop with the help of the young man. He owned a grocery store, and although it wasn't big, it had all kinds of groceries. However, his business wasn't doing well because the items sold here were too expensive. It was considered one of the few unscrupulous shops in Sohui town, comparable to old Fart Wei's smithy in the corner. "Grandpa, why did you give out so much sacred source liquid? Isn't 1 drop enough?" the young man asked in puzzlement after returning to the grocery store. "These are moon wolf pelts. Even if we took defective ones, we could at least earn twice the price if we sold them," old Ge said with a grin. "But you could have earned a few 100 times more," the young man mumbled. "Silly child, have you heard of anyone who managed to survive the encirclement of moon wolf hunters? Have you seen anyone who could get so much moon wolf pelts?" Old Ge looked at the young yam and said, "You saw the previous battle. Those first-rank hunters couldn't even last a single exchange and were slaughtered. So what? He can't possibly make everyone in town his enemy. Didn't he compromise in the end?" Yam said. "That's right. That kid did compromise in the end, but it was only a temporary compromise, child. This doesn't mean anything. It only means that the kid knows how to endure and is a truly dangerous existence." Old Ge looked outside and said, "In this world, there are indeed experts who can tame tigers and force them to bow their heads. However, such experts definitely aren't in Sohui town. That kid isn't just a tiger, he's a tiger with extremely high intelligence." "What do you mean?" "Just wait and see. It won't be long before something big happens in this town. If you want to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, you need to at least have the strength to subdue the tiger. If you don't have this strength, you'll only end up dead. Zi Chen brought dozens of drops of sacred source liquid into the town. He didn't return to the smithy directly, but instead went to a small shop. Now that he was rich, it was time for him to change out of his blood-stained clothes. Wearing them made him feel very uncomfortable. After buying new clothes, Zi Chen found an inn and took a comfortable bath. After washing off all the bloodstains on his body, he walked out in a relaxed manner. After walking out, Zi Chen ordered a few dishes and a jug of wine. Just like that, he ate and drank alone. There were a few people around Zi Chen who kept looking at Zi Chen. These were people who had followed Zi Chen all the way. Clearly, not everyone was at ease with an existence that could slaughter a first-rank hunter. After drinking a jug of wine, Zi Chen stood up and was about to pay the bill and leave when he saw 4 people walk in. It was Xiu Qi and the other 3, who were dressed in blood-stained clothes. Zi Chen. The 4 people came to Zi Chen's side. "Why are you still here? Look at how dirty you are. Hurry up and wash up," said Zi Chen as he looked at the 4 of them. "We're not leaving. We'll always follow you. We'll go wherever you go," Xiu Qi said resolutely. He already had some guesses in his heart. "Forget it. You guys are too weak." Zi Chen waved his hand and turned to leave. In the town, Zi Chen randomly grabbed a person and asked him a few questions before heading to the shop that person had described. It was a general store. It was said that the goods inside were very comprehensive, but the prices were very expensive. Under normal circumstances, the price would be about 50% higher. Now that Zi Chen had over 100 drops of sacred source liquid on him, he could be considered rich and overbearing. He wasn't afraid of how expensive the goods were, as long as they were real. Zi Chen walked in when he saw that almost no one patronized the general store. He was stunned when he saw the old man he had traded with. "Welcome, kid." Old man Ge was all smiles as he looked at Zi Chen, as if he had already expected the latter to come. "Why are you here, old man? Is this your store?" Zi Chen asked in surprise. "Of course. Kid, what do you want? Just tell me. My store's prices are fair and honest. Does your store have tri-colored poison fog? It might take some effort to find 4-colored fog, but my store has plenty of tri-colored fog. Moreover, I can guarantee that the tri-colored poison fog in Sohui town is the most authentic and the most powerful. Of course, it's also the most expensive. How much do you want?" "I want as much as you have." This was a big deal for the general store, and it was usually very difficult to come across such a situation. Old man Ge was very happy today. It wasn't because his store finally had a big deal, but because his moon wolf pelts would truly become his after this transaction was completed. He personally sent Zi Chen out of the general store and watched as Zi Chen left in a black windbreaker and a gourd filled with tri-colored poison fog. Beside him, the young man, Yam, was so shocked that he was speechless. Seeing Zi Chen's figure gradually disappear, old man Ji sighed and said, "The tiger is about to counterattack. Something big is about to happen. Now, let's see if they have the strength to subdue the tiger." Grandpa, he bought the tri-colored poison fog, but he didn't buy the antidote. Some people don't need the antidote. He doesn't need the antidote. Then where is he going? He's probably going to the Hort family to find Hort Bussen. To the Hort family. There are 2 rank 2 hunters there, and many rank 1 hunters. Perhaps none will be left by tomorrow. Chapter 23-27. Zi Chen stood outside the Huiti family's shop. The people who had been following him also stopped and looked at this scene from afar with shock on their faces. They had naturally heard about Zi Chen's matter. Under great pressure, he had chosen to compromise. He had received thousands of sacred source liquid in exchange for less than 100 drops of sacred source liquid. Very few people could accept such a huge loss. As such, they followed Zi Chen and arrived outside the Huiti family's shop. "You're finally here." Before Zi Chen could enter the shop, a middle-aged man walked out. He was a member of the Huiti family and one of the 2 rank 2 hunters. He seemed to have guessed that Zi Chen would come here and had been waiting for him. "I seem to have miscalculated the bill just now, so I'm here to recalculate it." Zi Chen looked at the rank 2 hunter and said indifferently, "We do have some debts to settle, but it's not today's. It's the previous ones. Now, I'm waiting for you inside to settle the bill. Let's see if you dare to come." After speaking, the middle-aged man turned around and walked back into the shop. Without any hesitation, Zichen walked towards the shop in front of him. When Xiuqi and the other three arrived, they saw Zichen enter the Huoti family's shop. However, they did not continue to chase him, not because they were afraid of offending the Huoti family, but because they did not have the ability to. After Zichen entered, a three-colored poisonous mist began to spurt out. This poisonous mist should be a recognized poison in Sohui town. Even ability users would find it difficult to resist. The moment they saw the poisonous mist, the four people's expressions became indescribably complicated. As for the spectators in the distance, they were incomparably shocked. The news of a single person provoking the Huoti family quickly spread throughout the town. Many residents of the town rushed over to join in the fun. The first to learn of this news were, of course, the shopkeepers of the shops who had previously obtained great benefits from Zichen. The first person he went to look for is the Huoti family. It's a bit surprising. But this is also good. Once he's seriously injured, we can take the opportunity to kill him. Such a person will be a big threat to us if we leave him alive. The old man, whose harvest was second only to Huobiyu Sen, heard the news, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Today, Zichen went to the Huoti clan, so no one could guarantee that the next time he came to their home, this kind of potential threat had to be dealt with. Those who had paid a small amount of diluted sacred source fluid also did not want to give up on the resources they had obtained. Hence, they gave the order to kill Zichen. Soon, many ability users gathered outside the Huoti family's shop, including several rank 2 hunters. Their goal was very clear. As long as Zichen walked out of the Huoti family alive, they would use all of their strength to kill him. Gato Huangtu and Gato Kello arrived once more. Previously, the Gato family had not participated in the oppression of Zichen. Just as Gato Kello had said every time, they would not participate in Zichen's matters, nor did they want to have anything to do with Zichen. At this moment, Gato Kello's mood was very complicated as he looked at the thick tricolored poison fog. In just a few months, Zichen had grown to the point where he could challenge a rank 2 hunter. The entire interior of the shop was filled with the tricolored poison fog. No one dared to enter, so naturally, no one knew what was happening inside. He couldn't even hear the sounds of battle or screams that should have been heard. When Zichen entered the shop, a large cloud of tricolored poison fog appeared with him. When the three-colored poison fog appeared, several eerie and cold rays of light shot straight toward him. Someone was ambushing him. And it was someone who was not afraid of the tricolored poison fog. Knowing that Zichen was not afraid of the tricolored poison fog, they were naturally prepared and had already prepared the antidote for the tricolored poison fog. However, they only lasted a few breaths in the poison fog before they started to feel uncomfortable. This was because the tricolored poison fog came from Old Man Ji's shop, so it was more poisonous and powerful. Because they had taken the antidote, although they did not disappear in the poison fog, their speed and reaction speed were greatly limited. Puff, puff. Zichen unsheathed the broken sword in his hand and easily killed the 2 ambushers. After that, he continued to move forward. As he moved forward, the tricolored poison fog continued to spread and quickly filled every corner of the shop. Releasing so much tricolored poison fog in an instant was truly a big move. Damn it, this is a special tricolored poison fog. Hurry up and get out of here. As the 3-colored poison fog spread, one could hear such a voice coming from deep within. Soon after, chaotic footsteps could be heard. Within the tricolored poison fog, Zichen's lips curled into a cold smile. His figure was like a ghost as he disappeared from the spot. Puff. A few meters away, Zichen's figure appeared and cut down a rank 1 hunter. Swoosh. Swoosh. 2 attacks came from behind Zichen. Zichen lowered his head and dodged them. He turned around and slashed horizontally with his broken sword, easily cutting down the 2 men. Zichen was very experienced in killing people, and the pressure was far less than when he was fighting Moon Wolf. Zichen was not clear about the layout of the room, and the tricolored poison fog could not allow him to see further. However, he could clearly determine the position, direction, and attack of the crowd. This was not just a method of changing positions by listening. Most importantly, Zichen's awakened ability, perception, allowed him to clearly gather the surrounding scene into a three-dimensional image in his mind. The sound of footsteps could be heard continuously, and so could the sound of flesh being cut. The sound was so soft that the crowd outside could not hear it at all. However, if someone could see the entire scene, they would realize that the scene in the shop was like a game of cat and mouse. One after another, aptitude users were cut down by Zichen. Everyone, don't run around. Don't make any noise. Within the tricolored poison fog, the rank 2 hunter's voice could be heard again. Although the poison fog was a little special, it could not do anything to rank 2 hunters who had taken the antidote. However, the two of them could not pinpoint Zichen's exact direction, so they missed him several times. They did not know where Zichen was, but Zichen could accurately sense their position and even see their every move. As expected, after the rank 2 hunter's warning, the footsteps around them became much softer. However, Zichen could easily kill his enemies, not because of his ability to change positions by listening. Therefore, the rank 1 hunters died one after another. As the massacre continued, Zichen sensed that there were fewer and fewer hunters alive. After entering the main room, he sensed that there were only 7 people left alive. There was an old man named Bu Sen, 2 level 2 hunters, and 4 level 1 hunters guarding the side. This room was not filled with the tricolored poison fog. The 7 of them were looking at the door cautiously. Today's scene had caused them to miscalculate and suffer a great loss. The tricolored poison fog trembled slightly. Zichen walked out of the fog and into the main room. Up until now, there was not a single wound on his body, not even a trace of blood. His clothes were very clean, and the cloak behind him was also very clean. Under the cloak, one could see a few gourds tied to his waist. It was obvious that those gourds contained the tricolored poison fog. Walking into the main room, Zichen looked at the 7 people and said calmly, "I think there was a mistake in the transaction just now. I'm here today to clear the account." As he spoke, Zichen took off the cloak behind him and the gourds on his waist. He placed the remaining 3 gourds on the cloak. Holding the scabbard in his left hand, he stood up again and looked at the 7 people. The old man named Bu Sen sat at the head of the table. He pretended to be calm and said, "How do you plan to clear the account?" "That account was wrong. I suffered a great loss, but no matter how hard I try, it doesn't make sense. I've decided to end this transaction. The moonwolf pelts should be in the inner room. I'll take them away later. But you guys have gone too far. You'll have to pay the price. Cut the crap. Let's see what you can do," one of the level 2 hunters said. "Then I'll show you." After Zichen finished speaking, he took a step forward. As he stepped forward, his right hand landed on the hilt of his saber and he pulled it out of the scabbard. The 4 level 1 hunters shouted loudly and rushed towards Zichen. "Pu! Pu! Pu! Pu!" Zichen's body flashed 4 times. During this time, the broken saber struck out 4 times. The 4 level 1 hunters stopped attacking. Their bodies also stopped moving, and their expressions froze. Their eyes were wide open, filled with frozen horror. Around their necks, dark red blood flowed out, and their bodies fell backwards. In one move, the 4 of them were dead. "Your extreme speed can only bully them. It's useless against us," the level 2 hunter said. "Is that so?" Zichen smiled at him. His body began to flash, and he displayed the 9 lightning strikes. His figure began to flicker in an instant, constantly changing his position. The 2 level 2 hunters also held their weapons and attacked Zichen. In the 9 flashes, the sound of weapons colliding rang out 8 times. Zichen's 8 attacks were blocked, and one of them did not even hit the target. After the 9th flash, Zichen retreated to his original position. The level 2 hunter mocked him again. "Do you believe me now? Your extreme speed is useless against us." Zichen smiled mysteriously at him again, and then he charged forward again. But this time, his body suddenly emitted a strong light. After the light appeared, Zichen's body seemed to turn into a real light, wandering around the 2. The light changed rapidly 7 times. During this time, the sound of weapons colliding could be heard 5 times, and the other 2 were not heard. After flashing 7 times, Chen appeared in front of the 2. On his back, the 10 heavenly thunder wings slowly retracted into his body. The heavenly thunder wings were like an extension of his body, and he could retract them freely in this world. The 2 level 2 hunters' expressions froze, and they looked at Chen in disbelief. Among those of the same level, I have the fastest speed, Chen said as he looked at the 2 of them. Chapter 23-28. Huotibusen's biggest reliance was the 2 level 2 hunters. For a small town like this, the Hua family, which had 2 level 2 hunters, was already considered an outstanding force. This was also the reason why the family had always kept 2 level 2 hunters in this town. It was also because of the existence of these 2 that he dared to force Chen and exploit him like this. Anyway, both sides were already in a situation where only one of them could live, so there was nothing wrong with exploiting him like this. Moreover, if Chen did not come back with a huge amount of wealth, they would have killed Chen immediately. Huotibusen was very clear that both sides were in a situation where only one of them could live. That was why he arranged for Longman to kill the 2 level 2 hunters before they returned. However, what he did not expect was that Chen was actually so strong. Not only did he break through to become a level 2 hunter in a short time, but he also killed 2 level 2 hunters in an instant. All of his reliance had been destroyed. His combat power was not even comparable to an ordinary aptitude user, so he did not have the strength to face Chen at all. You. He stretched out his old finger and pointed at Chen with a trembling finger. Chen stepped forward and grabbed Huotibusen's neck, saying, "Old man, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why, are you scared now?" Of course, Huotibusen was scared and regretful. If he had known that Chen was so strong, he would have joined forces with others to kill him. He believed that under the cooperation of several level 2 hunters, Chen would be dead for sure. However, he underestimated Chen's strength and was blinded by the value of the moonwolf skin, which led to this scene. "Do you want to know why I didn't do anything when we were outside?" Chen, who was holding Huotibusen's neck, sneered and said, "Because there were others behind me, and I didn't want to get them involved. Besides, I didn't have the confidence to kill the others. Of course, I didn't want to kill everyone. My target was you, and I didn't expect you to take the initiative to come to me. Don't you feel like you've gotten a huge bargain? You got so many moon wolf pelts for less than 5 drops of Saint Origin liquid." Huotibusen couldn't say a word. He was terrified and wanted to beg for mercy, but looking at Chen's cold expression, he knew that the other party wouldn't let him go. I'm from the Huoti family. Kill me. Are you threatening me? The Huoti family and I have long been mortal enemies. If one day I can walk out of here, I will make the Hort family pay a price. Now, it's time for me to take my things, and of course, your things. After that, Chen broke the man's neck and walked back. He put on the cloak again and tied the gourd. He walked into the inner room and saw the moon wolf skin that Huotibusen had brought back. He wrapped up the moon wolf skin again, and then rummaged around for a while. Finally, he found Huotibusen's private collection and harvest over the years. It had to be said that this was also a considerable amount of wealth. Chen carried the moon wolf skin and the Saint Origin liquid he could carry with him as he walked out of the shop. As soon as he walked out, a commotion broke out among the people who were nervously watching this scene. Chen, Xiuqi and the other 3 shouted in pleasant surprise when they saw Chen come out. A smile appeared on the face of Jiao Tu Huangtu. Apart from them, the others were also shocked. They looked at Chen in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Chen nodded at Xiuqi and smiled. "You guys came at the right time. Tang Piyu, bring your cow over and help me carry some things. Don't worry, I will reward you." The crude handcart from before had already been chopped by the angry Tang Piyu. Fortunately, the Huotibusen clan had other handcarts, so it could be used by the puppet cow. Chen took almost everything that could be taken from the Huotibusen clan's shop, filling the cart to the brim. Looking at the goods, Chen nodded in satisfaction and walked towards the crowd. Xiuqi and the other 3, as well as the puppet cow, followed behind him. After walking to the front of the crowd, Chen stopped. He looked at the cautious crowd and said, "Go back and tell the person who sent you here that I have something good to sell. You can decide the price. As long as you think it's reasonable and happy, it's fine. Remember, I live in Old Fart Wei's smithy." After speaking, Zichen did not pay attention to the second-rank hunters, whose expressions were changing, and walked towards Old Fart Wei's residence. The second-rank hunters stared at Zichen's back. After hesitating for a while, they did not dare to make a move. The entire Hautbussen clan, including many hunters and 2 second-rank hunters, did not even last for a moment before they were wiped out. Even the clan was cleaned out. They did not know what methods Zichen had, but to be able to end the battle so easily without a single trace of blood, it was obvious that Zichen had an extraordinary and powerful method. They were not stupid enough to think that it was because of the tricolored poison fog. They did not dare to make a move and could only return to report. When the shopkeepers heard the news, their faces turned ugly. He wiped out the entire Hautbussen clan without a single injury. What about the 2 second-rank hunters? After the battle, we went in to take a look. Everyone was dead, and they were all killed in one hit. The 2 second-rank hunters were the same. Their wounds were on their necks, just like the rest. It seems that Zichen did not use much energy to kill the 2 of them. Did he say anything? Yes, he said that he obtained a lot of good things this time and was preparing to sell them. If there is a need, we can go there. He said that we can set the price as long as it is reasonable and we are happy. When these words came from Zichen's mouth, it meant that he had no choice but to compromise. Everyone was very satisfied with Zichen's understanding of the situation. However, when they heard these words again, it was filled with a threatening tone. The Hautbussen clan, who only cared about their own happiness and did not care about the happiness of others, had completely disappeared from this town. This was the result. And now, they had done the same thing. What should they do? It was obvious that Zichen gave them 2 choices. One was for them to gather everyone and kill him, and the other was to solve this matter. Of course, if they did not solve this matter, they might follow in the footsteps of the Hautbussen clan tomorrow. If they gathered other people who had obtained benefits and staked everything, the possibility of killing Zichen was still very high. But the premise was, would these people be willing to stake everything? The death of the 2 second-rank hunters of the Hautbussen clan made the other second-rank hunters feel a sense of crisis. Would they risk their lives because of this? There was a possibility, but it was very small. Go and deliver some sacred origin liquid to Zichen. Tell him that after we came back and went through everything, we realized that we had indeed miscalculated today's account. We will compensate him according to the price of 3 drops of sacred origin liquid per skin. This price might not be high, but it definitely wasn't low either. It might even be higher than the normal price. This time, they wouldn't make a profit, but they wouldn't lose too much either. Just as Zichen returned to the smithy with a cart full of items, the representatives of the various factions who had obtained benefits came over and expressed that they had miscalculated. As if they had discussed this beforehand, they all made up for the difference by paying 3 drops of sacred origin liquid per moonwolf skin. At this point, the amount of sacred origin liquid Zichen had on him instantly exceeded 1,000 drops. He had really obtained a huge sum of money. After a few setbacks outside the town, Zichen was the only one who had profited greatly. The wealth of the Hautbussen clan, as well as the moonwolf skin that had been sold for 3 drops of sacred origin liquid per moonwolf skin. One must know that Xiuqi had calculated the price of 1 drop of sacred origin liquid per moonwolf skin. Besides Zichen, Old Man Ge was the only one who had profited from this transaction. After hearing the news of the Hautbussen clan's destruction, a look of surprise appeared on Old Man Ge's face. Although he had expected this to happen, he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. As for the youth beside him, he was so shocked that he couldn't utter a single word. Very soon, new news arrived that other factions had made up for the difference. Moreover, it was at the price of 3 drops of sacred origin liquid per moonwolf skin. Old Man Ge laughed heartily as he stroked his beard. He looked at young Yam and proudly said, "Child, look at your grandfather's actions back then. Do you think I'm stupid or not?" Young Yam lowered his head, unable to utter a single word. At this moment, He recalled Zi Chen's smiling face. Back then, Zi Chen's expression had looked very cowardly. He had no choice but to compromise in the face of pressure, which had made him despise Zi Chen. Soon after, he recalled his grandfather's words. Zi Chen was a ferocious tiger, an intelligent and dangerous tiger. Perhaps someone could subdue this tiger, but that person would definitely not be in Shaohui town. Young Yam curiously asked, could it be that Zi Chen will be the strongest person in Shaohui town in the future? Foolish child, how could such an existence be willing to stay in a small town? This is only his starting point, and we can only be considered as witnesses. The actions of the various shops undoubtedly showed that they had acknowledged Zi Chen. As a result, many people came to visit the blacksmith shop that was rarely visited. Zi Chen didn't meet any of these people because he didn't plan on staying here for long. On this day, Jiutu Huangtu came to visit, and Zi Chen personally met him. Zi Chen, we have to leave. In fact, we should have left long ago, but unfortunately, we were surrounded by moon wolves, so we stayed here for a while. You should have noticed when you went to the Hort family. You didn't see those 4 people because they left earlier than us. I haven't awakened any abilities yet, but I've been building a foundation for them. To others, level 1 and 2 hunters might be the end, but we're different. That's only the beginning. Jiutu Huangtu told him everything he knew. Just like before, their route had already been arranged. In the early stages, they didn't need to work hard for sacred origin liquid. They just needed to follow the family's arrangements step by step. Their final goal was that city. This was the Jiutu family's arrangement. If everything went smoothly, they would bring the sacred weapon back to their family on the Star Road. Chapter 23-29. This time, Zi Chen's harvest was split between the 4 of them according to their agreement. Of course, Zi Chen didn't share the sacred origin liquid he got from the Hueti clan. It wasn't because he was too stingy, but because the 4 of them were determined not to accept it. Just the harvest from the battle with Moon Wolf this time was all Zi Chen's work alone. Not only did he not thank Zi Chen for saving his life, he even took away several hundred drops. This was already a huge advantage for him. How could he dare to take anything from Zi Chen? In the Hueti clan, Zi Chen had gotten more than 1,000 drops of sacred origin liquid alone. Other than that, the items that were used to pull the cart were also worth a lot. Old Fart Wei kept some that he could use, while he sold the rest to Old Fart Ge. After this incident, other than Zi Chen, Old Fart Ge was the one who benefited the most. After receiving so much sacred origin liquid, Xiu Qi and the other 3 went into seclusion, striving to break through to the 2nd rank in one go. Zi Chen prepared some things and headed to the small village he lived in when he first came to this world. After dark, the night wind whistled as the divine mosquitoes and divine ants appeared again. Seeing the black mass of divine ants rushing towards him with the wind, Zi Chen chuckled and moved forward at extreme speed. At this moment, his speed had already surpassed the speed of the wind. No matter how the divine mosquitoes and divine ants chased after him with the help of the wind, they couldn't catch up to Zi Chen. To him, the night was no longer a danger. Zi Chen saw the small village from afar and chuckled as he walked towards the stone house in the depths. Bang! 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 In the dark night, there was a knock on the door. In the stone house, the old man who was sleeping soundly was startled. He flipped over and looked out the window vigilantly. Bang! 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 There was another knock on the door. This time, it was clearer and more forceful. The old man was bewildered. He wasn't sure what was knocking on the door so late at night. He had no intention of opening the door. At this moment, Zi Chen's voice rang out, "Old man, open the door." "It's me, Zi Chen." The old man recognized Zi Chen's voice. His eyes flashed with surprise, but they were soon filled with worry. He immediately got off the bed to open the door. "Why are you back so late?" After opening the door, the old man looked Zi Chen up and down a few times. After seeing that he was unharmed, he was relieved and said with a slight reproach, "It's dangerous to walk in the dark. Come in quickly." Zi Chen walked into the room with his bag on his back. The old man looked at this scene and started to worry again. "Are you trying to convince Hui Town that you can't survive anymore?" Are you going to follow this old man and continue to mine? Zichen put the bundle on the table and looked back at the old man with a smile. How is that possible? I'm doing really well. I've been preparing to leave Sohui town recently, so I came to see you. Leave? Where to? The old man was startled. Mingfei town. You actually went there? Are you trying to stir up trouble in town? More or less. I am now a level 2 hunter. Let's not talk about me anymore. Today, I brought you some good wine and meat. Try it. Zichen opened the bundle. There were some beast meat and 2 jugs of wine. The old man was an alcoholic. When he saw the 2 jugs of wine, he grabbed one of them and opened it without hesitation. Suddenly, the fragrance of the wine filled his nose. The old man took a big gulp and smacked his lips. He grabbed a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The old man said with a lisp, "Not bad. You even know to bring something back for this old man. It seems like you are doing well in Sohui town. Kid, I didn't misjudge you. You have a conscience. Bringing you some food is called having a conscience. Back then, I gave you a house." Zichen laughed involuntarily. That's different. How is it different? To show that I have a conscience, how about I ask Hui town to give you a big house? Kid, it seems like you are doing well. Of course. How about it? Think about it. A big house. You can live in it or open a shop. You won't have to mine in the future. Zichen looked at the old man hopefully. Forget it. This old man is quite comfortable living here. I am too lazy to move. Kid, you really have a conscience. Don't die outside. Find some time to come back and visit this old man. Also, bring some meat. You should know that I can't eat this kind of meat here. The 2 of them chatted for half the night. The old man stubbornly insisted on staying here. This made Zichen feel very helpless. Early the next morning, Zichen left. Before he left about 100 drops of sacred source liquid for the old man. Of course, the old man refused. However, Zichen insisted on letting the old man awaken his ability. As a sage king, there was no need to mention the old man's potential. With the sacred source liquid, it was inevitable that he would awaken his ability. Even if he wanted to live a low-key life in the mountain village, he should be a low-key ability user and not an ordinary person. This way, he would be able to protect himself in the face of unexpected situations. When he returned to Sohui town, Xiuqi and the others still hadn't broken through. Zichen began to consume the sacred source liquid drop by drop to strengthen himself. As a second-rank hunter, there was nothing to be proud of. This was because the Jiatu Emperor had said that for people like them who had special missions, it was just the beginning. Even among the 3 great families, there were pitifully few saint-level bodies. Without the rainbow sacred tree, it was very difficult to nurture an existence with a saint-level body. The Jiatu family could only nurture 4 people at the same time. It was almost the limit. Giving Zichen a spot was more or less the reason why the Jiatu family hadn't been able to nurture a 5th saint-level body. A saint-level body had great potential in this world. However, Zichen didn't understand the significance of this potential. A few days later, Xiuqi came to the smithy to find Zichen and tell him that he had become a second-rank hunter. In fact, he had only been 1 step away from becoming a second-rank hunter. Now that he had so much sacred source liquid, he had smoothly taken that last step. He wasn't the only one. Xiong Xian and the others would also break through in the shortest time possible. Congratulations! Zichen was very happy about Xiuqi's breakthrough. This way, he would have 1 more assistant when he entered Mingfei town. The 2 of them had a private meeting before Xiuqi returned to her residence to wait for the 3 of them to break through. Zichen returned to the smithy and consumed the sacred source liquid drop by drop. When the sacred source liquid entered the body, it would automatically strengthen the body without the need for any technique to control it. Moreover, this strengthening method was very comprehensive. It could strengthen almost every part of the body. Everyone consumed the sacred source liquid to strengthen the body in the same way. The only difference was the speed at which the body absorbed the sacred source liquid. Take Zichen and Xiuqi for example. Zichen absorbed a drop of sacred source liquid 10 times faster than Xiuqi. If Zichen could refine 10 drops of sacred source liquid a day, then with Xiuqi speed, she could only refine 10 drops in 10 days. On average, she could only refine 1 drop a day. This was potential. There was no doubt that Zichen's potential was extremely high. During the refining process, Zichen's physical strength also increased in all aspects, causing Zichen's body to change again and again. One day, after refining a drop of sacred source liquid, Zichen suddenly heard a buzzing sound coming from his body. Then, an indescribable feeling filled his entire body. This feeling made Zichen feel refreshed and unprecedentedly comfortable. Did I break through? Feeling the changes in his body, Zichen stretched out his hand and carefully observed. The power in his body was rapidly increasing. The feeling of power spreading throughout his body made Zichen so comfortable that he wanted to tremble. He had really broken through. Zichen, who had only broken through to rank 2 not long ago, had broken through once again and become a rank 3 hunter. There wasn't a single rank 3 hunter in the entire Sohui town. Furthermore, after breaking through, Zichen felt that his strength and speed had greatly increased. If Xiuqi and the others were to know that Zichen had broken through at this time, their jaws would drop to the ground in shock. This was because Zichen's advancement speed was too fast, so fast that it was abnormal. After breaking through, Zichen did not go out, but continued to refine the sacred source liquid in his room. To him, this breakthrough was like a bucket that was filled with water being replaced with a bigger one. The water that was about to overflow could be refilled. Under such circumstances, Zichen's improvement was extremely fast. The entire Sohui town had limited resources and could not accommodate too many rank 2 hunters. If a rank 3 hunter wanted to break through, the resources here could not satisfy them. After waiting for half a month, Xiongxian and the other 2 broke through one after another. At this point, the 4 of them had all become rank 2 hunters and possessed extremely powerful battle strength. After staying in Sohui town for a day, the group of 5 embarked on their journey to Mingfei town. Old Fart Wei, who rarely went out, sent the 5 of them out of the town and waved his hand at them. Don't die outside, if you can't do well, come back. After that, he said to Zichen, I won't be long-winded about being careful, you should be very clear. If you have the chance to enter the town, send my regards to Master, and tell him that their arrangement back then was correct. If you really have the chance to go out, tell junior brother. After knowing that he is still alive, senior brother is very happy. Zichen nodded solemnly. Xiuqi and the others looked at Zichen with some surprise. Everyone knew that once they came here, they would not be able to leave, but old Fart Wei actually said that there was a chance to go out. At this moment, they were extremely curious about Zichen's identity. Old Fart Wei did not send them off with his eyes, but turned and returned to the town. After staying here for so many years, I really can't bear to leave so suddenly. Xiuqi said with some regret. So what, let's hurry up and go, I still want to go to Mingfei town to buy a powerful puppet. Tang Piyu said impatiently. Now that he had a lot of Saint Source liquid on him, he was still brooding about not being able to exchange for a puppet that he wanted. Mingfei town was quite a distance away from Sohui town, and required a few days to reach. On the way, they would occasionally encounter pseudo-divine beasts, and under normal circumstances, even rank 1 hunters would have to form a team to reach Mingfei town. The journey was peaceful, and everyone had some complaints about it. After breaking through to rank 2, they had not fought and tested their own battle strength. Chapter 2330. The path in the forest was often used as a walkway, and the 2 paths were flat and smooth enough for carts to pass through. At this moment, the group was sitting on a cart pulled by a puppet cow. When they saw the 2 pseudo-divine beasts blocking their way, they were startled. The 2 pseudo-divine beasts were lying in the middle of the road. When they saw the group, they immediately stood up and stared at them. The group looked at each other with strange expressions. The 2 pseudo-divine beasts were a black tiger and a leopard. They were clearly not of the same species, yet they were standing together. Roar! Roar! 2 beastly roars sounded one after another, but they were only meant to intimidate. They did not show any hostility, nor did they reveal any killing intent. Could it be that we've encountered a beastmaster? Xiuqi could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Beastmasters were existences that could control pseudo-divine beasts. They were existences that were much more advanced than puppeteers. In this world, only poison masters could compare to them. Just like poison masters, beastmasters were extremely rare existences that were very difficult to encounter. But if they weren't beastmasters, it would be impossible to understand why the two pseudo-divine beasts were blocking their way. That's right. You're lucky to have met a great beastmaster. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave some money behind. Otherwise, you'll become food in the stomachs of these pseudo-divine beasts. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind the pseudo-divine beasts, but there was no one to be seen. Evidently, they had encountered a robber blocking their way, and a beastmaster robber at that. Xiuqi and the other three revealed looks of disbelief on their faces. How could a beastmaster lack resources and rely on robbing to make a living? No need to be so shocked. This is just my side business. It's just for fun, not my main business. Everyone gets 100 drops of sacred source liquid. No bargaining. Take it out and leave. Otherwise, die. The voice sounded from behind the two pseudo-divine beasts. It was not far from the group, but they could not see anyone. This scene was very strange. Zichen released his perception and saw everything in front of him clearly. There was indeed no one behind the two pseudo-divine beasts. The source of the sound was only a white diamond-shaped stone. A beast tamer who wanted to rob them, a beast tamer who had gone into hiding, actually asked for 100 drops of saint source fluid. Interesting. The corners of Zichen's mouth curled into a cold smile. After all, they were still level 2 hunters. After a brief moment of shock, the four of them finally regained their senses. Those two pseudo-divine beasts were indeed very frightening, but their battle prowess was not strong. Through the perception of their auras, they were on par with the two-headed tiger they had encountered before. However, everyone's strength was no longer what it used to be. They didn't put these two pseudo-divine beasts in their eyes at all. Trying to rob them in such a way seemed laughable. Zichen withdrew his perception. The master of the pseudo-divine beast was not within the range of his perception. Interesting. He turned his head and looked around, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Xiuqi looked at the two pseudo-divine beasts and said, "Friend, 100 drops of sacred origin liquid per person is too much. Where would we find so much sacred origin liquid? Not a single drop less." That voice was extremely tyrannical. "Then let us see what tricks you have up your sleeves." Xiujin gripped his long sword tightly and said with a cold expression. Clearly, he wanted to compete. "Then die." Following this cold voice, the two pseudo-divine beasts roared and charged at the four of them. "Die." Xiuqi and Xiujin shouted at the same time and charged forward with their long swords in hand. Behind the two of them, Xiongxian's eyes flashed. She first glanced at the black tiger, only to see that the black tiger's movements slowed down slightly, and its speed slowed down. PFFF. The long sword instantly pierced through the black tiger's head. The black tiger's body froze in midair and its vitality dissipated. Then, Xiongxian glanced at the leopard. The leopard's body also froze. Xiujin quickly attacked and killed the leopard. These two pseudo-divine beasts, which weren't considered weak, were killed by the three of them just like that. Zichen stood at the back and quietly watched the two kill the pseudo-divine beasts. He didn't make a move, nor did he say anything. When Xiongxian and Tang Piyu saw the dead pseudo-divine beasts, they immediately went forward to check. The four of them stood beside the corpses at the same time. Swish, swish. At this time, a black light flew out from Zichen's sleeve. It flew around the ground and returned to his sleeve. The four of them couldn't see anything from the corpse of the pseudo-divine beasts. Then, they went forward again and saw a strange white stone at the place where the pseudo-divine beasts were standing before. The sound came from here? Tang Piyu looked at the stone and asked in puzzlement. This should be the sound transmission stone. The beast tamer is not here. Xiuqi picked up the stone. Zichen followed behind and slowly went forward. He released the perception that he had just retracted. He didn't go straight to the stone. Instead, He went in the direction where the flying knife had swept. There, he saw a small snake that died like weeds. It was only 7 inches long. It had fallen dead in the weeds with a fatal wound on its head. In another direction, there was a similar snake. Just when the 4 of them were sizing up the stone, they heard a cold voice from the stone, "I will remember you. We will meet again." This sentence was obviously wrong. It should be you, not just you. Because it was Xiu Qi and Xiu Jin who killed the 2 pseudo-divine beasts. Could it be that the other party felt that it was because of Xiong Shen's ability that he bore a grudge against her? But even without Xiong Shen's ability, they could still kill the 2 pseudo-divine beasts. After all, they were all second-rank hunters. Just when the 4 of them were guessing why the other party said such a wrong sentence, they saw Zi Chen walk to their side. He took the sound transmission stone from Xiu Qi's hand and said indifferently, "If you are an enemy, the next time we meet, the one who will die will be you. Then let's wait and see." After that, the sound transmission stone became silent. Its luster gradually dimmed, and it became like an ordinary stone. Zi Chen put the sound transmission stone into his bosom. He didn't throw it away. Xiu Qi asked doubtfully, "Zi Chen, what's going on? Maybe it has something to do with the Huoti family." Zi Chen said, "The Huoti family? Could it be that they have their eyes on us?" Xiu Qi's expression changed slightly. "It should be. Even if it isn't, this person isn't easy to deal with. You guys almost died just now." Seeing the 4 confused people, Zi Chen pointed in 2 directions behind him and said, "Let's go there and take a look." When the 4 of them saw the dead snake, their expressions became very ugly. "This is a blue dark snake. That damned guy is so cruel." The blue dark snake was a poisonous snake. Its skin could change color, and the poison in its body was even more intense than the tricolored poison mist. Although it was only a first-rank pseudo-divine beast, its poison was enough to kill a second-rank hunter. Previously, the 4 of them hadn't sensed that there were 2 of these snakes hiding in the dark. If Zi Chen hadn't acted in time, they would have been ambushed by the blue dark snakes while they were investigating the 2 pseudo-divine beast corpses. They would have died from the poison. They hadn't even reached Mingfei town, yet they had already encountered such a troublesome existence. This made their expressions even uglier. "Let's go," Zi Chen said as he looked at the 4 people's ugly expressions. His expression didn't change much. Even if this matter wasn't arranged by the Huoti family, it definitely had something to do with them. He had already mentally prepared himself for this. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have demanded an exorbitant price of 100 drops of sacred source liquid each. If they weren't a shopkeeper, who could take out so much sacred source liquid? "I'm not leaving. I'm going to eat them," Tang Pu said angrily as he stared at the 2 dead pseudo-divine beasts. Thus, the 5 of them stopped for a short while and ate a sumptuous meal of roasted meat. It could be considered as a way to get over the shock of surviving a calamity. After eating and drinking their fill, they continued on their way. Mingfei town was obviously larger than Sohui town. The surrounding walls were also higher, and the town had 2 main gates, one east and one west. At this moment, there was a young man in luxurious robes walking towards the east gate with anger. His expression was very ugly. "Lin Sai, why do you look so dejected?" A voice suddenly sounded as another young man walked out of the town. "I'm so pissed off. I had a bad day and lost 2 green dark serpents," Lin Sai said with dissatisfaction. "Oh, what happened?" "A guy in black robes discovered my green dark serpents and used some unknown method to kill them. If I'm not wrong, that guy should be your target," Lin Sai said somewhat angrily. "He's already here? Since that's the case, you don't have to worry about this. I'll handle it." A cold glint flashed across the young man's eyes. "Although we didn't fight head-on, I can see that guy's senses are very sharp. Tor, you need to be careful. Don't fail miserably. Don't worry. It's easy for a level 3 to kill a level 2. Tor walked out of the town while Lin Sai walked towards the center of the town. The 2 parted ways. A few hundred meters away from the town, 2 middle-aged men were watching the 2 young men talk. One of the middle-aged men said, Tor clearly intended to use Lin Sai to scout the situation. "What do you think of this? He's already joined us. His potential isn't bad. Plus, Lin Sai agreed to this himself. As long as it doesn't affect our interests, we'll let it go. Looking at Lin Sai's expression, he obviously suffered a small loss. What if Tor fights that guy and can't beat him? Lin Sai isn't stupid. He's just going for fun. It's just a level 2 hunter. Tor should be able to take care of it. If he can't even take care of a level 2 hunter and gets killed instead, then so be it. I'm sure even the Hort family won't say anything after this. That's good. Looks like we'll be able to see a big battle. Chapter 2331. Because of the previous beast tamer's robbery, they were much more careful as they moved forward. But reality proved that this caution was unnecessary. They didn't encounter any attacks until they reached Ming Fei Town. Seeing Ming Fei Town in the distance, Xiu Qi and the others breathed a sigh of relief. This place had more resources, greater opportunities, and more opportunities. Of course, it also had greater dangers. But dangers always came with rewards. More importantly, there were many things here that couldn't be bought in Sohui Town. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, they saw that outside the town, there were many people gathered. Most of these people were standing on both sides with excited expressions, as if waiting for something interesting to happen. Everyone who tried to enter the town deliberately took a detour. Outside the town's main entrance, there was a person standing there. From afar, one couldn't see the person's face clearly. One could only see the person's beautiful robes fluttering in the wind. A long blade that reflected cold light under the sunlight was stuck in the ground in front of the person. It seemed that the person was waiting for someone to arrive. As expected of Ming Fei Town. We just got here and we can already see a good show. Let's hurry up and get a good spot. Tang Piyu said excitedly after seeing this scene. Xiu Qi and the others frowned. They weren't as brainless as Tang Piyu. As expected, when they turned around, they saw Zichen's expression become serious. Zichen, this is. Xiu Qi looked at Zichen. You guys go into the town first to exchange for things. I'll go in later, Zichen said in a low voice. What could it be? Tang Piyu finally realized what was going on. Don't worry, I'm fine. You guys go first. Zichen walked forward, not taking a detour like the others. Instead, he walked in a straight line. According to the path he was taking, he would first meet the person outside the town before entering the town. Zichen's actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. For a moment, all kinds of mocking voices rang out. Among the mocking voices, words like idiot and idiot were the most common. Is it him? A middle-aged man in the crowd asked. It's him. I don't know what method he used to kill 2 of my dark serpents in an instant. Beside the middle-aged man, Lin Sai stared at Zichen angrily. Judging from his expression, he seems to be very confident in this battle. As expected of someone from a small town, he didn't even notice that Tor was a level 3 hunter. Another middle-aged man sneered. Xiu Qi and the other 3 followed Zichen's instructions and took a detour towards the center of the town. Perhaps it was because there were too many people around, everyone walked very quietly. Even Tang Piyu didn't want to show off. However, they were completely ignored like air. Their eyes were all fixed on Zichen. This idiot, doesn't he know that he can't pass through here? He even dares to walk on the path blocked by Lord Tor. He's simply courting death. Isn't that so? Master Tor is already a level 3 hunter. Killing him is as easy as flipping his hand. My lord has been waiting here for half a day. I really don't know who he is waiting for. Could it be that he's waiting for this person? Waiting for this fool who doesn't know his place? How is that possible? Xiu Qi and the other 3 were ignored. Everywhere they passed, they could hear the discussions. The faces of the 4 people in front became paler and paler. Since the other party was a level 3 hunter, could Zichen, who was only level 2, deal with him? The 4 people in front looked at each other and then stopped at the same time. They could see the worry in each other's eyes. There was almost no need for words to communicate. At this moment, they made the same choice. When they were close to Tor, the 4 of them stopped. If Zichen was in danger, the 4 of them would immediately rush out and save Zichen. Amidst the ridicule and disdain of the surrounding people, Chen, who hadn't reached Tor yet, already had a little understanding of him. Tor, level 3 hunter. This made him a little surprised, but it was also reasonable. The Hort family's counterattack would definitely be more fierce. It was normal for them to send a level 3 hunter. When he was 10 meters away from Hort Tor, Chen stopped. The ridicule of the surrounding people didn't lessen, but instead became noisier. There were even some disdainful jeers mixed in. "You're finally here." Hort Tor looked at Chen and said. When these words were said, the ridicule and disdain of the surrounding people suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at Chen in disbelief. They never thought that the person Hort Tor was waiting for was actually him. Hort Tor was known by almost everyone in Mingfei town. He was a battle maniac with many glorious achievements. When he first became a level 3 hunter, he had defeated many experienced level 3 hunters. Now, he had been a level 3 hunter for many years. There had always been rumors that he was infinitely close to becoming a level 4 hunter. He could cross the threshold at any time and reach another height. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between level 3 and level 4, the significance was very great. However, such an invincible expert, who they had been waiting for half a day, was actually such an unremarkable young man. Moreover, he seemed to be even younger than Sir Tor. Here, age was seniority. There were very few people who were as young and powerful as Tor. Mingfei town having Sir Tor was already very good. Therefore, Chen, who had come, was no longer a braggart in the eyes of the crowd, but a synonym for inexperience. Seeing that the crowd had quieted down because of the other person's words, Chen said indifferently, "You seem to be very popular here." "My name is Hort Tor." "I know. You should know my purpose very well." "Very well. The grudge between us will be settled here today." "No problem. But before that, don't you need to understand the cause and effect?" "No need. One of us is going to die today. For the dead, there is no need for karma." "Understood." The conversation between the two sides ended at this moment. Hort Tor took 2 steps forward and grabbed the long sword that was stabbed into the ground. His eyes were as sharp as the edge of a sword as he stared at Chen. In an instant, the quiet atmosphere in the surroundings boiled up. Uproars and exclamations rose and fell one after another. Clearly, this was a battle to the death that had not occurred in a long time. Moreover, it was a battle to the death by Hort Tor. For the entire Mingfei town, this was a must-see battle. Of course, while they were crying out in surprise, they hoped that this young man would be able to last a little longer and not be killed before the battle had even begun. Knowing Tor's background and yet still so calm, "This battle will be worth watching," the middle-aged man said. "I already said that this guy was difficult to deal with. Even now, I don't know how he killed my 2 azure dark snakes," Lin Sai said. Peng. Hort Tor gripped his long sword and stomped his left foot on the ground. His entire body leapt up, and using the recoil force, he charged at Chen. The air whistled as his opponent's speed tore through the air. Chen's black robe danced in the wind as he stared at his opponent, not moving at all. Die. In an instant, Hort Tor was in front of him. He held his sword with both hands and chopped down. An ear-piercing whistle sounded in the air. This attack was vicious, fast, and powerful. Chen grabbed the hilt of his sword with his right hand and blocked with the scabbard in front of him. Clang! The long sword hit the scabbard, and a strong force surged. Chen's body retreated in an instant, neutralizing the strong force from the scabbard. Similarly, Hort Tor's body flew backwards in the air. He did a 360-degree flip in the air and landed on his feet. He retreated a few steps before stabilizing his body. When the battle began, the surroundings were already quiet. Not a single sound could be heard. Everyone held their breaths as they watched the battle. After seeing Chen block Hoteta's attack without even using his saber, everyone was very surprised and happy in their hearts. This way, this battle would be able to last a little longer, and the spectators would be able to watch it a little better. After stabilizing his body, Hort Tor tapped his foot and rushed forward again. This time, he ran on the ground at an even faster speed. Swish! Chen did not show any signs of weakness and rushed forward to Hort Tor. Clang, clang, clang. All kinds of clashing sounds sounded in an instant. Every time the two exchanged blows, they would separate immediately and then adjust their direction again to kill each other. In the eyes of the spectators in the distance, at this moment, the two were circling in a siege. Hort Tor's every attack was full of power, and Chen's block was also full of power. The most important thing was that Chen had not taken out his weapon from the scabbard since the beginning of the battle. And Hort Tor's extraordinary weapon did not leave any mark on his opponent's scabbard. Looking at the two of them who were equally matched, the expressions of everyone present changed once again. They knew that this battle was really going to be interesting. Swish! The long sword slashed horizontally. Chen's body instantly retreated and avoided the attack. At the same time, the broken sword in his hand and the scabbard pointed at the opponent's forehead. The long sword in Hort Tor's hand instantly retracted and blocked in front of him. After that, the two quickly retreated, no longer giving each other a chance to attack. After dissolving the force while retreating and adjusting their bodies, the two rushed forward again, just like before. Clang, 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 clang. All kinds of collisions sounded one after another. The spectators were silent. From the beginning of the battle until now, the two had shown extremely strong fighting skills. Every time they attacked, they could protect themselves without the slightest flaw. It could be said that they were both offensive and defensive. This was an evenly matched battle. If the two of them did not take out any other means, then the battle would continue like this. What was more surprising was that Chen had not taken out his weapon from the scabbard until now. He had a slight upper hand. If you only have these means, then go to hell. With a roar, Hort Tor's momentum changed. His attack was faster, and the speed of his sword was twice as fast as before. Chapter 2332. This change was very shocking. His speed and attack power had doubled in an instant, and the sound of the explosion was rather ear-piercing. Gasps of surprise rang out in the quiet surroundings. This scene clearly showed that Hoteta had been holding back in the previous battle, or rather, he had not displayed the full strength of a third-rank hunter. He had been fighting like a cat toying with a mouse, and now, he was obviously tired of it, so he was really going all out. Could his opponent still block it? At this moment, such a guess appeared in everyone's hearts one after another. Faced with this attack, Chen did not dodge. Instead, he unsheathed the broken sword that had never been unsheathed before. With a speed that was not inferior to his opponent's, he placed the broken sword horizontally in front of him and blocked the attack. Clang! When the blades met, there was a loud clang and sparks flew everywhere. This time, neither of them retreated. They were competing with their own strength. Sensing that his strength was not inferior to his own, Hoteta stared at Chen with a hint of surprise. Chen's expression was as cold as before. Third rank, he's also a third-rank hunter. A cry of surprise rang out from the crowd. After that cry of surprise, another uproar rang out. Third rank, I didn't expect him to be a third-rank hunter. He looks so young, I didn't expect him to be a third-rank hunter. Following the uproar, Xiu-Qi and the other three, who had been extremely nervous, could finally heave a sigh of relief. Although they did not know when Chen had become a third-rank hunter, they were still happy for Chen. During this period of time, they had a certain understanding of Chen's combat strength. Perhaps Hoteta was very strong and had many glorious achievements, but Chen was definitely not weaker than him. We were wrong, he's actually a third-rank hunter, one of the two middle-aged men who had been with Lin Sai said. Looking at his age, his potential seems to be greater than Hoteta's, the other man said. Why, you want to invite him? Lin Sai looked at the two men and asked in surprise. There's only one spot, whoever lives gets it. The real battle had only begun at this moment. When the blades met, they split apart with a piercing sound. During this time, both of them had used their full strength. The moment the blades separated, a cold killing intent flashed in both of their eyes at the same time. Then, in an instant, they attacked with their blades. Shua, 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 shua. The two of them were like two beams of light, constantly chasing and attacking. They struck, swept, and chopped. All kinds of saber moves appeared. Aside from attacking, the two of them were also competing in terms of speed. The ultimate blade. A black saber arc appeared and swept past Hoteta's body, instantly chopping his body into pieces. However, that was only an afterimage left behind by the other party's rapid movement. Then, Zichen's figure flickered and appeared on the other side. The same blade arc swept past the place where he had been standing. Due to the extreme speed of the two people fighting in the field, no one could see where their real bodies were. What they saw were almost all afterimages. One by one, the images appeared and disappeared, constantly disappearing. In the eyes of the crowd, the two people fighting had already disappeared. Only afterimages and saber arcs were left. However, the saber arcs were both short and long. Relying on this, the two of them could see whose afterimage it was. Those people who had been disdainful of Zichen gradually put away their contempt. To be able to fight with Hoteta for so long was enough to prove the other party's strength. Pu. 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 The slightly longer saber arcs flashed quickly. The shorter ones seemed to slow down, and the frequency of flashing gradually decreased. Several sounds rang out. Strips of cloth fell from the sky and were then cut into several pieces by the two saber arcs. The sharp-eyed people had already seen that the robe was black. It belonged to the person who had fought with Hoteta. It belonged to a latecomer. Shua. Without waiting for them to guess what had happened on the battlefield, they saw the two figures of light separate, creating a distance of 10 meters. Hoteta stood there unscathed. His breathing had become hurried. Sweat dripped from his forehead, wetting his clothes. There were no obvious wounds on his body. Only a section of his sleeve was torn. Across from him, Zichen's body clearly had several more wounds. His clothes were also incomplete. Dark red bloodstains could be seen in the torn areas. In the quiet surroundings, cheers rang out once more. It was clear that in this battle, Hoteta clearly held the upper hand. In this regard, Xiuqi and the others were not worried. They even felt a bit of disdain in their hearts. They understood Zichen. They knew that Zichen's true speed had yet to be completely revealed. At this moment, he was only slightly slower than Hoteta. Once he used his true speed, Hoteta would inevitably be at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, I am also very good at speed. Even more unfortunately, your speed is slower than mine. Hoteta looked at Zichen and sneered. Oh, there is one more point where I have the advantage. My endurance is greater than yours. You should have consumed quite a bit of it. That's nothing. Zichen lowered his head to look at the wounds on his body. They were all superficial wounds. Not a single one was fatal. Hoteta's speed was actually not as fast as his, but he was at a disadvantage because his cultivation base was lower. Zichen took out a jade bottle and immediately swallowed a drop of sacred origin liquid. Using something like this to awaken an ability to recover energy at this moment was undoubtedly a waste of a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The smile on Hoteta's face did not fade. He also swallowed a drop of sacred origin liquid. His advantage was not too obvious for the time being, so he could not be too careless. If you don't have any other tricks up your sleeve, this battle will end in a very short time. Hoteta gripped his blade with both hands as his expression gradually turned ice-cold. This is what I was prepared to say to you. Zichen gripped the broken blade with one hand and charged forward, his figure like a ray of light. Righteous blade net. With a low shout, Hoteta's figure disappeared. Instead, a dense net of blades appeared, bringing with it an unstoppable might as it flew towards Zichen. Zichen was like a fish or a bird that had encountered a large net falling from the sky. There was no way out. Cross-blade art. Zichen swung the broken blade in his hand, forming a cross-blade arc in front of him. This was not a casual strike, but the second move of the 9 extreme blade art. It was even more powerful than the pinnacle blade art. Space seemed to be sliced open by this strike. The cross-blade art instantly expanded and met the blade net. With a series of cracking sounds, the net of blades spread out from the middle and split into 4 parts, moving to the sides. At the same time, the cross-blade arc continued to advance in a straight line, its target being Hoteta. Whoosh! The split blade net disappeared, and the long blade appeared once again, blocking the cross-blade arc. A clanging sound rang out as Hoteta's figure retreated. But as he retreated, his eyes were fixed on Zichen, a sinister smile on his face. Pa! Zichen's robe split open, revealing a web-like wound on his chest. Blood flowed out from the wound. This injury was not fatal, but it was shocking. If he had been faster and more ruthless, Zichen's body would have been torn apart by this strike. On the ground, Hoteta, who had retreated close to the ground, left behind 2 deep ravines. He stood at the end of the ravine, looking at Zichen and saying, 3 moves. In 3 moves, your body will be completely separated by the blade net. The battle will be over in 3 moves. Such confident words caused cheers to ring out from the crowd. This guy is really strong. He even forced Tor to use the heavenly blade net. This should be his strongest move so far. If he can block it, Tor will not be able to do anything to him. His cross-blade art can easily break the blade net. It should be a very strong blade art. Unfortunately, his speed is still his weakness. If he meets other 3rd-level hunters, he may be able to win. But against Tor, who is good at speed, he has almost no chance of winning. Unless his speed is faster than Tor's. No one thought that Zichen could be faster than Hoteta, because he was good at speed. This was also the main reason why their forces invited him to join. This battle seemed to be over now. Hoteta also said that he only needed 3 moves to kill Zichen. 3 moves. Zichen looked at Hoteta and smiled coldly. Then he stretched out a finger and said, 1 move. This battle will be over in 1 move. Although it's a little difficult, maybe I can really kill you after 1 move. Hoteta sneered. After that, he rushed forward with his blade, faster than before. Heavenly blade net. The saber net, which was denser and stronger than before, appeared once again, wanting to envelop Zichen within it. Buzz. Zichen's body suddenly burst with a strong light. His speed, which was already very fast, more than doubled at this moment. His speed was like a real stream of light. Before the blade net could envelop him, he went around it from the other side and arrived in front of Hoteta. This scene happened so fast that it was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the eyes could not catch the changes. Cross-blade art. Zichen's cold voice sounded. The cross-blade arc appeared outside the blade net and went toward Hoteta, who was close at hand. Under such circumstances, Hoteta showed extraordinary adaptability. He dodged to the side, and the blade net in front of him disappeared in an instant. Then he blocked in front of him with his long blade. These movements were almost done in 1 breath. His reaction could be said to be very timely. However, compared to Zichen, he was much slower this time. When he used his long blade to block in front of him, the cross-blade arc had already reached the back of the long blade in his hand and swept past his forehead. Puff! The blade arc cut through Hoteta's body, leaving a cross mark between his eyebrows. Blood flowed from the wound. Chapter 23:33. Originally, Hoteta said that the battle would end in 3 moves, but it ended in just 1 move. This proved Zichen's words, and the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The whole place became dead silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and horror, and they felt that it was unbelievable. On the battlefield, Hoteta, who was full of confidence, stood there motionless. The long saber in his right hand was in front of his chest, and his movements and expression were frozen. Zichen appeared behind him with his back facing Hoteta. He held the broken saber in his hand tightly and stood there motionless. The 2 of them seemed to be frozen, and the expressions of the people around them were also completely frozen. It was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could not be heard. After an unknown amount of time, there were heavy breathing sounds, followed by exclamations, an uproar, and all kinds of disbelief. After the silence, the surroundings were noisy. Dead, Hoteta is dead. The opponent's final speed was simply too fast. The 2 middle-aged men and Lin Sai's expressions changed drastically. They had invited Hoteta to join the team because he was fast and strong. He had made a name for himself in Mingfei town, and he had great potential. But they did not expect that he would be killed by a level 2 brat this time. Of course, this also proved that their information was wrong. Hoteta had advanced to level 3. The discussion around them became more intense, and no one could accept what they had seen. Some people naively thought that the battle was not over. Peng! Hoteta's body fell, and the last hope of the crowd was extinguished. Fart! Zi Chen, who was standing still, could not hold it in any longer. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and half knelt on the ground, using the broken saber to support himself. It seemed that he had suffered a serious injury. 1 dead and 1 injured. This result was still acceptable to the crowd. After all, Hoteta was an extremely powerful existence. I knew that Zi Chen would not lose. Tang Piyu clenched his fist and said excitedly. Xiu Qi and the rest nodded. At this moment, they were even more excited than Zi Chen. He should have just advanced to level 3, but he killed Tur. He is stronger than Tur. What? You want to invite him? Of course, such an expert should join us. After he finished speaking, he prepared to step forward and explain his purpose in coming to invite the other party. At the same time, Xiu Qi and the others prepared to go to Zi Chen's place. After all, Zi Chen was injured and needed to be taken care of. However, there was someone who was even faster than them. It was not just one person, but a group of people. There were more than 10 of them. They appeared from all directions and went straight for Zi Chen. This scene caused the crowd to cry out in surprise. Needless to say, these people were all from the Hort family. It was impossible for them to let Hort Tull die, and it was also impossible for them to let the seriously injured enemy leave. Zi Chen knelt on the ground and didn't make any further movements. It seemed that his injuries were too severe and he couldn't move. The others rushed over from all directions, each holding a weapon in their hands. Then, they charged towards Zi Chen. The change happened so quickly that no one could react in time. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Zi Chen. Their weapons were about to pierce Zi Chen's body. At this moment, they had surrounded Zi Chen. No one outside could see what had happened, and of course, no one saw what happened next. Buzz! A light trembling sound came from Zi Chen's arm. A black light rushed out from it and spread out in all directions at an indescribable speed. At this moment, everyone had already attacked. They had already determined that Zi Chen had no chance to fight back and that he would be killed in the next moment. It was inevitable that they would let their guard down. Therefore, at this moment, the black light suddenly appeared. They didn't have time to block it, nor did they have the ability to block it. The black light circled around everyone and then returned to Zi Chen's side. It then circled around him and returned to his sleeve. At this moment, many of the attacks had arrived in front of him. They were very close, but they had all stopped. Zi Chen, with his sharp senses, could clearly sense who had the intention to kill him. After killing Hoteta, he had already anticipated that such a scene would occur. No matter how many level 2 hunters there were among these people, Zi Chen could easily kill all of them. The commotion was still ringing out. No one knew what the situation on the battlefield was like. When these people fell to the ground and Zi Chen stood up, the surroundings were in an uproar. Dead. So many aptitude users had died in an instant. Zi Chen, who was heavily injured and shouldn't have been able to dodge these attacks, had miraculously stood up without any injuries on his body. No one knew what had just happened, or how these people had died. The scene was too strange. This is it. This is what happened. Lindsay saw this scene and cried out, "My green dark serpent was killed like this. It was killed in an instant." Beside him, the 2 middle-aged men were frowning. Even with their eyesight, they couldn't see what had just happened. They only felt that something had flashed past. The upheaval had happened too quickly, and the scene had changed too quickly, making it difficult for the crowd to adapt. However, those who felt sorry for Hoteta's death no longer thought that Zi Chen was weaker than Hoteta after seeing the corpses on the ground. Moreover, what was supposed to be a fair competition was no longer fair because of the appearance of these people. For a moment, the crowd was quite critical of the Huoti family's actions. What a ruthless kid. A cold voice sounded out from the crowd. A middle-aged man with a gloomy face walked out and stared at Zi Chen. His eyes were filled with undisguised murderous intent. At first glance, Zi Chen only had one feeling in his heart, and that was danger. It was a feeling that was 10 times more dangerous than Hoteta. The killing intent in his eyes was clearly directed at him. It was also clear that he was from the Hueti family. You obviously weren't seriously injured, but you deliberately pretended to be so that you could take the opportunity to kill these people. You're too scheming, I can't let you live, the middle-aged man said coldly. He walked towards Zichen step by step, giving Zichen great pressure. He clenched the broken sword in his right hand and took a deep breath. He forcibly dispelled the fear in his heart and prepared to use the heavenly thunder wings again. The crowd quieted down again. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the middle-aged man. This person's reputation was even greater than Hoteta's. He also had a glorious battle record. Now, he was the representative of the Hueti family in Mingfei town. Hoteta Bowen, a rank 4 hunter, a true powerhouse. Who would have thought that a fair duel would turn out like this? Looking at Bowen's expression, it was obvious that he wanted to kill Zichen. Those who didn't think highly of Zichen before now sympathized with him. After all, his potential was greater than Hoteta's, but he was going to die at the hands of a rank 4 hunter. Zichen's expression quickly calmed down. He wasn't afraid of battle. He had never been afraid. Even if he was facing a rank 4 hunter, he still wouldn't be afraid. Just when everyone thought that there would be another battle, a low voice suddenly sounded. "Bowen, what are you doing?" A low voice sounded out, and a person walked out from another direction, heading towards them. Behind this person, there were 2 people. One of them was a young man. This young man stared at Zichen with an unfriendly gaze. "Dun Li, you want to stop me?" Bowen looked at this person, frowned, and said coldly, "This is a fair duel. It's a pity that Hoteta died, but as a rank 4 hunter, you can't interfere." The middle-aged man named Dun Li said. To be able to speak to a rank 4 hunter in such a tone, it was obvious that the other party was at least a rank 4 hunter. He's an enemy of the Hueti family. He's our target. Today's duel isn't fair. He must die. Bowen emphasized, "This is the rule of the Hueti family. I don't care what kind of grudge you have with him, but he's a member of Annihilation Dragon. This duel must be fair." Dun Li didn't back down. Zichen didn't know what Annihilation Dragon was, but he could guess that it was a force that wasn't weaker than the Hueti family. When the spectators heard the 2 words Annihilation Dragon, their expressions changed again. "He's a member of Annihilation Dragon? Are you kidding? You don't even know his name, right? His name isn't important. What's important is whether or not he's a member of Annihilation Dragon." Dun Li turned to Zichen and said, "Little guy, Hoteta joined Annihilation Dragon earlier. He's a member of Annihilation Dragon. But he was killed by you, so there's a spot left. Do you want to join Annihilation Dragon?" The people around all looked at Zichen with envy and jealousy. It seemed that Zichen had gotten a great deal. "I'm willing." Zichen didn't think too much and nodded decisively. If he didn't agree, the other party obviously wouldn't help him. Today's duel must go on. Even if he could kill this level 4 hunter named Hort Bowen, no one could be sure that there would be others who would appear. Dun Li's appearance was an opportunity that Zichen must seize. "Very good, you're a member of Annihilation Dragon." Nodding at Zichen, Dun Li looked back at Hueti Bowen and said, "Annihilation Dragon's rule is that all grudges must be settled one-on-one. He's a level 3 hunter, so you can send a level 3 hunter. If you don't think a level 3 hunter is enough and want a level 4 hunter, then Annihilation Dragon will send a level 4 hunter." Looking at Bowen's ugly face, Zichen was full of curiosity about this Annihilation Dragon force. This was a good rule, very humane. The deadlock didn't last long. Bowen turned and left, followed by the other members of the Hueti family and the corpses on the ground. Chapter 2334. The battle was over, and there was no more good show to watch. The spectators gradually dispersed. In today's battle, they had witnessed the rise of Zichen, the fall of the brilliant Hotechua, and the shameless behavior of the Hotechua family. Their hearts were filled with regret. Xiuqi and the other 3 also left with the crowd. Zichen was with those people, so his life was definitely not in danger. Next, they would have to exchange the moonwolf pelts for sacred source fluid. They couldn't compare to Zichen. Chen had broken through to level 3 in a short time, but they had spent many years to reach level 2. The gap between them and Chen would only grow larger. Moreover, the organization Chen had joined was clearly a powerful one. They didn't need to worry about Chen at all. My name is Dun Li, level 4 hunter. After the crowd dispersed, the middle-aged man who stood up for Chen introduced himself. Chen. Very good. Chen, you made the right choice today. Annihilation Dragon will not disappoint you. Let me introduce you. This is Yuan Hong, a level 4 hunter like me. This is Lin Sai, a level 3 hunter. Chen looked at the two and nodded. He was shocked at how powerful Annihilation Dragon was. They actually had 2 level 4 hunters. Yuan Hong looked at Chen and said with a smile, Chen, welcome to the team. As for Lin Sai, he snorted at Chen. Seeing the obvious hostility in his eyes, Chen said, do we know each other? Compensate me with 2 dark serpents, or we fight again. Lin Sai said indifferently. Chen's eyes flashed, and his expression turned cold. You're that treacherous beast master. What do you mean by treacherous? Lin Sai said unhappily. All right, whatever happened between the two of you was just a misunderstanding caused by Hoteta. We're all on the same side from now on. Annihilation Dragon has a rule that we can't fight among ourselves. Dun Li waved his hand and said, now that we're in town, Chen, you should change your outfit. In the previous battle, Chen's body had been swept by the saber net. The wounds on his body were shocking, and his robe had been torn in many places. He looked very miserable. Chen nodded, and the group walked towards the small town. Lindsay did not continue to show any hostility, but neither did he exchange pleasantries with Chen. It was as if they were strangers. What kind of force is Annihilation Dragon? What do I need to do after joining? Chen asked as he entered the town. It's a mercenary organization, and I'm the leader of one of the teams. We usually look for escort missions to earn some income. Moreover, everyone is doing the mission together. There's no need for anyone to act alone, Yuan Hong explained. If a mercenary group could make the Hort family feel apprehensive, it was obvious that this mercenary group was not small. The missions we take are all big ones, and the rewards are great. The risk is relatively low. Dun Li patted Chen's shoulder and said, you're in luck. We've only taken 1 mission this time, and I'm sure we'll leave in a few days. The rewards will be amazing, so this is the exciting battle. It's so boring. That guy named Tor can't even take a hit. A few hundred meters away from the battle, when the crowd dispersed, a clear voice filled with dissatisfaction sounded. The speaker was a girl of about 15 or 16 years old. Her long hair was loose, and she was wearing tight clothes that outlined her beautiful figure. Her beautiful face was filled with obvious dissatisfaction. Beside the girl stood an old man. He was wearing a long white robe, and his face was old. He stood a step behind the girl like a butler. For a level 3 hunter, this battle is already very exciting. Every single one of them has displayed an extremely strong combat talent. The girl said hopefully, you call that great talent in battle? It looked like 2 kittens were fighting. No, it's not as interesting as kittens fighting. Their talent is much worse than yours, miss. It's not even 1,000th of yours. But it's rare to see such a battle in a small place like this. In a place like this battle is indeed exciting. The old man in white robe said again. He knew what his miss liked to hear, so he deliberately chose to say something nice. If he really had to give an evaluation of the battle just now, it was not as simple as exciting. The skills displayed by the young man who won moved him. Among those of the same level, there were very few who could be stronger than him. He was a true genius. It's not bad. Let's go. We'll go back and eat something good and have fun for a few days before we leave. The girl did not dwell on the battle just now. She immediately walked towards the town, looking lively and active. The old man in white robe smiled helplessly and followed her. Chen's potential was much higher than Hoteta's. Since he agreed to join the Dragon Slayer organization, they certainly could not let Chen run around Mingfei town like a fly. Dun Li directly brought Chen to a shop and picked a few good quality black robes. Why did you pick so many? Chen expressed his doubts. Dun Li explained that there might be a battle, and it was not suitable for his clothes to be torn. Also, Chen was good at speed, so he could not wear those heavy armors, so he had to prepare a few more. When they first came, Chen asked Old Fart Wei if he had any acquaintances to rely on, just like how Old Fart Zhonwu asked him to find Old Fart Wei, so that they could take care of each other. Obviously, Chen's expectations were too high. In this small town, Old Fart Wei did not have any acquaintances. Although the lifestyle was huge, it could not be compared to the three forces working for the God Clan. They were unable to develop and arrange everything. Most of the people who came to the lifestyle did things their own way. Coming out of the shop, according to Chen's request, the few of them brought Chen to a large general store. Here, they had almost everything. Chen did not pick anything useful from the store, so he directly walked into a private room. That was the place to buy some secret things. After entering, there was naturally a service staff who came to receive him. Looking at Chen, he asked, "Do you have the 5-colored poison fog here?" The poison fog was divided into 9 colors, and the 9 colors were the strongest. It was said that it could kill all living things, and belonged to the category of poison that did not appear in the world. Chen had resistance towards the poison fog. He had seen the 4-colored poison fog at Old Fart Ge's place. Old Fart Ge only had a little of it, and Chen had personally experienced it. He could resist it. At that time, Old Fart Ge had said that if he wanted something stronger, he had to come to Mingfei Town. The service staff hesitated for a moment, then nodded and left the room. After a moment, he took 2 jade bottles and walked in. One of the jade bottles contained the poison fog, while the other contained the antidote. Chen looked at the service staff and said, "Don't come in without my order." The service staff left and closed the door. The 5-colored poison fog was something that could kill a level 4 hunter. If Chen was able to withstand it, then he would have another trump card to play. In fact, he could buy the 4-colored poison fog, and he could resist it 100%. However, he had encountered 3 level 4 hunters when he had just arrived in this town. This made Chen have no choice but to be cautious. He picked up the jade bottle that contained the antidote and rubbed it gently. His expression became hesitant. After a few breaths, he finally made up his mind. He put down the antidote in his hand, picked up the jade bottle that contained the poison fog, and opened it. The 5-colored poison fog filled the air. Chen put the 5-colored poison fog to his nose and took a deep breath. The 5-colored poison fog entered his body through his nose. In an instant, the 5-colored poison fog began to spread in his body. Chen felt short of breath and dizzy. A sense of discomfort spread throughout his body. With the invasion of the 5-colored poison fog, he gradually lost all feeling in his body. It was as if he was paralyzed, and it was very difficult for him to move. This feeling spread throughout his body, making Chen a little worried. He didn't want to be killed by the Huati clan, but instead die from the poison fog. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to reach out and swallow the antidote. However, at this moment, he couldn't control his body. The scenery in front of him was constantly changing. He trembled as he reached out his hand several times, but he couldn't accurately grasp the jade bottle that contained the antidote. At this moment, he wanted to call for help, but his throat seemed to be blocked by something. He couldn't make any sound. The god of death began to hover around him. Death could come at any time. He didn't know if it was the stimulation of the poison that caused Chen's body to change, or if it was the poison resistance in his body that was angered. A light trembling sound came from his body. Then, the poison seemed to have met its nemesis and began to retract. It entered his lungs and was squeezed out from his lungs. Accompanied by a long exhalation, Chen's sense of discomfort dissipated, and he regained control of his body. After regaining control of his body, Chen gasped for breath. His forehead was full of cold sweat, and his back was completely soaked. His action just now was too risky, and he almost lost his life because of it. However, it also aroused his body's resistance, and the 5-colored poison fog no longer posed the slightest threat to him. In order to make a positive conclusion, Chen held the antidote in one hand and the jade bottle of poison fog in the other. He took a deep breath again. After the poison fog entered his body, it was like ordinary air. It came out of his body with a breath, and he didn't feel any discomfort. Success. Putting down the antidote and jade bottle, Zichen's eyes were full of excitement. Now he had another trump card. Even if he met Huati Bowen again, he would have the power to fight. He believed that in the 5-colored poison fog, even if his opponent wasn't poisoned to death, his battle strength would be greatly reduced. After the poison fog in the room completely dispersed, Zichen called the service staff and decided to buy some antidotes and a large amount of 5-colored poison fog. Although he had a lot of sacred origin fluid on him, Zichen's heart still beat fiercely when he heard the price of the antidote and the 5-colored poison fog. As expected of a poison fog that could kill a Class 4 hunter. This price was enough to make many people retreat. Therefore, Zichen could only grit his teeth and cut his budget in half, only buying a few antidotes and a small amount of 5-colored poison fog. When he walked out of the room, Zichen found that the 3 people were still waiting for him. He could only greet them and say that he still needed to find a few friends. Zichen wanted to find Xiu Qi and the others. They had brought so many resources to Mingfei town, and Zichen was still a little worried. During the battle earlier, he sensed that the 4 people hadn't left, and they were clearly worried about his safety. When Zichen saw the 4 people, they were choosing puppets for Tang Pu. It was a large shop with a lot of people, but the 4 people were looking at the puppets outside. Chapter 2335. Zichen didn't know what kind of organization Annihilation Dragon was, but that didn't stop him from guessing how powerful it was. Along the way, someone recommended Xiu Qi and the other 3 to join. What do you think Annihilation Dragon is? A garbage shelter? The minimum requirement to join Annihilation Dragon is to be a 4th-level hunter. 3rd-level hunters aren't qualified at all. That was what Lindsay said. He and Zichen were both 3rd-level hunters, but 3rd-level hunters weren't qualified to join. This wasn't a contradiction, but a fact. 3rd-level hunters could only be invited, and they couldn't join. Those who were invited were all level 4 existences with extremely high potential. Annihilation Dragon didn't want ordinary 3rd-level hunters. Lindsay was a beastmaster, so he was naturally qualified to be invited. Zichen had killed Tor, who was qualified, so he was also qualified. However, the 4 2nd-level hunters obviously didn't have such qualifications, even if they knew that Xiongxian had a mysterious eye technique. Zichen, you came at the right time. What do you think of this puppet? Seeing Zichen's arrival, the 4 of them revealed looks of joy. Tang Pu even pulled Zichen aside, wanting him to take a look at the puppet before him. It was a saber-toothed tiger that was 1.5 meters tall and 3 meters long. It looked very powerful. Pointing at the saber-toothed tiger, Tang Pu introduced it. This is one of the best 2nd-level puppets. It's very powerful in both speed and combat power. It can be used to kill enemies or as a mount. It's simply too cool. Tang Pu was very satisfied with this puppet, and he clicked his tongue in admiration. However, the gazes of those who occasionally walked past this shop contained a rare trace of disdain when they looked at Tang Pu. How much sacred source liquid does this puppet cost? Zichen asked. More than 40 drops, Tang Pu pursed his lips. Tang Pu pursed his lips. This was what he was most dissatisfied with. The boss is too stingy. He won't even give us 40 drops of sacred source liquid. Zichen looked at Tang Pu and teased, "Don't you usually say that you're very good at controlling puppets? Why don't you buy a 3rd-level puppet?" "I'd like to, but it's too expensive, and it's too taxing on my body. I can't afford it for the time being, and it's not practical." Although they had gained quite a lot from following Zichen, they had wasted a lot of it on their breakthroughs, so they didn't have much left. Not bad. Let's buy it then. Seeing the saber-toothed tiger nod, Zichen looked at Xiu Qi and said, "Have you exchanged everything?" "It's over." The Moonwolf pelts were exchanged for 3 drops each, and the Moonwolf King pelts were exchanged for 10 drops each. That's a total of 750 drop. Xiu Qi took out the sacred origin fluid. There was a lot of 700 drops in the jade bottle. Zichen took all of them and didn't distribute them to them. They didn't have any objections either. Tang Pu reluctantly took out his sacred source fluid and bought the saber-toothed tiger. After a brief moment of heartache, a satisfied smile appeared on his face when he saw the saber-toothed tiger move. Zichen took the sacred source fluid and walked into the shop. There were 3 humanoid puppets in black steel armor and weapons in their hands. With Zichen's master eyesight, he could naturally tell that the quality of the weapons was pretty good. "What's the price of these puppets?" Zichen asked the puppet in the middle, which was a head taller than him. "They're grade 3 puppets. They're wearing steel armor for defense and require 245 drops of sacred source fluid," the attendant respectfully explained. "Zichen, you're also interested in puppets?" Xiuqi and the other 3 caught up. "No, I'm just asking." Zichen shook his head and continued to wander around the shop. The attendant followed beside Zichen. Zichen pointed at a set of women's light armor and said, "What about this? It's made from silver crystals fused with the scales of a grade 3 pseudo-divine beast. Its defense is extremely strong and doesn't affect its speed. It requires 180 drops of sacred source fluid." "What about these 2? Zichen pointed at the 2 inner armors made from scales. 80 drops of sacred source fluid for each." "What about these swords?" Zichen pointed at the 2 swords. "They are high-quality weapons. 100 for each." Zichen nodded in satisfaction. He then took out the sacred source fluid that Xiuqi had given him and said, "Here are 750 drops of sacred source fluid in exchange for these items. If we have a deal, we'll take the items." "Ah!" The attendant following Zichen was taken aback. He did a quick mental calculation. The total price of those items was 785 drops of sacred source fluid. The other party had only offered 750 drops, which was a difference of 35 drops. "Zichen, what are you doing?" The 4 people following behind Zichen looked at Zichen with complicated gazes. They had originally thought that Zichen was just curious, but never had they imagined that Zichen would really want to buy those items. None of the items he had chosen could be used by him. Needless to say, Zichen couldn't use the puppets at all. It was the same for the women's light armor. As for the inner armor, it would affect Zichen's speed. Although he could use the swords, they couldn't compare to Zichen's broken saber. In that case, it was obvious that Zichen had bought it for them. That was more than 700 drops of sacred source fluid. Before they met Zichen, the largest amount of sacred source fluid they had ever seen was only about 20 drops. Zichen looked at the hesitant attendant and said, "Look, they don't want it. If you don't agree, I'll take the sacred source fluid away." The latter subconsciously snatched the sacred source fluid away. What kind of joke was this? How could he give away something that was already in his hands so easily? Moreover, the price was completely acceptable. The deal was concluded just like that. Zichen received the items and handed them over to the 4 of them. "You guys don't have an advantage in terms of speed. It'll be much better if you have inner armor in battle. The same goes for weapons. Only good weapons can bring you greater rewards." Zichen handed the weapons and inner armor to Xiuqi and Xiujin. 2 of them were in charge of fighting in this 4-man team. "Our fate began after you crashed into me. I'm very glad that you didn't kill me back then. However, you won't be a meat shield in the future. You'll be the main force. Use your power wisely and don't consume too much of it." Zichen handed the humanoid puppet to Tang Pu. The latter nodded repeatedly, but he didn't know what to say. It was rare for a man like him to have red eyes. Finally, it was Xiongxian, the beautiful girl. "Your position in the team is very special and also very crucial. However, if there's a real crisis, it'll be very difficult for you to avoid it. With this armor, you'll be of some use." Zichen handed the female armor to Xiongxian. The usually carefree Xiongxian's eyes turned red as she threw herself into Zichen's arms and said, "Are you leaving?" Zichen gently patted her back and said, "I'll be leaving soon. That organization is very special. Those below level 3 aren't qualified to join. They can only passively wait for an invitation." This was Zichen's explanation. After leaving Zichen's arms, Xiongxian wiped her tears and asked, "Where are you going?" I'm going out on a mission. I'll listen to their arrangements as to where I'm going. Then you have to be careful. You've known me for a while, so you should be even more careful. Be careful that the Hort family won't be able to find me and will shift their anger onto you guys. After that, Zichen hugged the three of them one by one before turning around and leaving. The four of them sent Zichen off with red eyes. After today's parting, they didn't know if they would have the chance to meet again in the future. Not only is his potential better than Tor's, but his mentality and character are also much better than Tor's. I'm very satisfied with this kid. As he watched Zichen walk over, Dunley nodded in satisfaction. They had all seen the scene from before. With their eyesight, they could naturally tell that the several hundred drops of sacred origin liquid should have belonged to Zichen. However, Zichen had used them to buy defensive equipment for them. Indeed, compared to Tor, he's much stronger in every aspect. He's indeed the best candidate. Yuan Hong nodded, admiration in his eyes. Even as a grade 4 hunter, he did not believe that he had such courage. Humph, since you're so generous, why don't you compensate me with 2 dark serpents? Lin Sai snorted, but the dissatisfaction and enmity towards Zichen had disappeared from his eyes. Behind Xiu Qi and the other 3, an old man and a young lady walked past them and entered the shop. Let's go, our accommodations have already been arranged. All we have to do now is wait for our mission. Dunley stepped forward and put his arm around Zichen's shoulder as they walked forward like old friends. Zichen's room had already been arranged in the inn. After returning to his room, Zichen swallowed a drop of sacred origin liquid. As for Xiu Qi and the other 3, this was all he could do. What they chose next was up to the 4 of them. After swallowing the sacred origin liquid, Zichen's strength continued to grow, and he was very satisfied with this growth rate. Dunley's team had a total of 5 members. Including him, it was a total of 6. On the following day, Zichen met the 2 members separately, and he increasingly felt that his strength was too low. Both of them were grade 4 hunters. One of them was a puppeteer like Tom, while the other was an existence with extremely powerful strength. In comparison, he and Lin Sai were the weakest of the group. Lin Sai was a beastmaster and should have many pseudo-divine beasts under his control. Therefore, no matter how he looked at it, Zichen was the weakest. In the following 2 days, Zichen gained a deeper understanding of the 2. The puppeteer was called Yage, while the one with extraordinary strength was called Mentor. Both of them had been invited to join the team when they were grade 3 hunters, and they clearly had extraordinary means. On the 4th day, Dunley gathered everyone and said that it was time to go out on a mission. In the room, the 6 of them gathered together. Dunley took out 2 bottles of sacred origin liquid and said, "There are 300 drops in this bottle for you, Zichen. There are 400 drops for you, Lin Sai." This distribution might be a little unfair, but it was based on Dunley's evaluation of the 2's strength. At the same time, Dunley said, if there are any special contributions during the mission, the reward will be increased after the mission. Chapter 2336. Dunley's arrangements were very appropriate. They were distributed according to everyone's battle power, and no one had any objections. His evaluation of Zichen was limited to the battle back then. As for Zichen's poison resistance, Dunley might be able to give him extra points if he knew about it. However, Zichen did not plan on being so ostentatious. That was his greatest trump card against the level 4 hunters. Lin Sai took his share and deliberately glanced at Zichen with a teasing smile in his eyes. That expression was clearly saying, "Look, you can't compare to me." Although Lin Sai had stopped deliberately giving Zichen attitude over the past few days, there was still some unintentional competition between them. Zichen chose to ignore it and silently took his share. In truth, he was still very shocked inside. Getting several hundred drops of sacred source liquid for a single mission was undoubtedly a huge mission. There was no need to think about it to know that the 4 level 4 hunters would receive even more. The total amount of sacred source liquid for this mission was over 1,000 drops. This made Zichen wonder just what kind of mission would be worth such a high reward. He guessed that this should be a large caravan with a long queue of goods. What's more, they should all be very valuable items. In this way, The rewards of this trip would be proportional to the effort. However, Zichen was completely dumbfounded when he saw the employer. The employer was just an old man, and his so-called long queue was just a carriage pulled by a wildebeest. What kind of goods could such a small carriage hold? Unless it was filled with sacred source liquid, the old man would suffer a huge loss on this mission. Steward Mac, this is a new member of our team. He's called Zichen, Dun Li introduced after meeting the old man. Steward Mac looked at Zichen and nodded. I saw the battle a few days ago. It was very exciting. Steward Mac, you're too polite. After a simple exchange, the group left the town. Outside the town, Yuan Hong and Yage were already waiting. Behind them was a wildebeest cart with many things on it. Let's go. Dun Li motioned for Zichen to follow. He took the lead and walked in front of Steward Mac's carriage, taking the initiative to lead the way. Lin Sai followed behind him. As for Yuan Hong and the other two, they jumped directly onto the wildebeest carriage and followed behind unhurriedly. The entire team appeared to be lazy and relaxed. They didn't look like mercenaries at all. However, Zichen considered that they had just left the town and there wouldn't be any danger, so he didn't mind. Moreover, Dun Li, who was obviously stronger in the team, was still in front of him. Once something unexpected happened, Dun Li would be able to react in time. What are we escorting? As they moved forward, Zichen asked in a low voice. He was very curious about this high-priced mission. Things. Dun Li was startled. Not things. You put things in your carriage? Then what are we escorting? You'll understand after a while. Dun Li didn't tell Zichen what was in the carriage. After traveling for more than 10 miles, Dun Li suddenly stopped. This made Zichen tense up. He immediately released his perception, but didn't find anything unusual. He also stopped with Dun Li, but the carriage beside him didn't stop. Lin Sai didn't stop either. Instead, he smiled at Zichen. Is there a situation? Zichen asked. No, keep going. Dun Li waved his hand and said. Zichen didn't leave. Why aren't you leaving? Dun Li asked doubtfully. You didn't leave. I'm tired, I need to rest. While they were talking, the wildebeest handcart behind them had already caught up. Dong Li jumped directly onto the handcart. It could be seen that there was no other space on the small handcart at the moment. It was all filled with goods. Dun Li spread his hands at Zichen, showing a helpless expression. Yuan Hong and the others looked at Zichen and laughed. Zichen looked back at Lin Sai, who was walking in front. He seemed to understand that this trip might not be dangerous, and he and Lin Sai, as level 3 hunters, were just running errands. So, he could only move forward resentfully. He went back to the carriage and silently followed it, like a loyal guard. Just like that, they walked for about a mile. Suddenly, a fierce tiger rushed out of the forest. It was a saber-toothed tiger. Its size was not much different from the saber-toothed tiger puppet Zichen saw. After it appeared, it rushed towards them, its tiger eyes filled with cold light. Roar. The tiger's roar was deafening. If Tang Piyu saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. Such a sudden change shocked Zichen, and he subconsciously reached for his broken sword. However, just as his right hand was about to move, his next step was abruptly halted. At this moment, with his sharp senses, he saw that the others were indifferent to this sudden change. There was even a hint of mockery in their expressions. He was sure that the mockery was directed at him. They were waiting for him to be humiliated or make a fool of himself. Damn it, it must be Lin Sai's doing. Zichen immediately guessed the reason, so he pretended that he had nothing to do and continued to move forward. The saber-toothed tiger came quickly. Seeing that it was heading straight for Zichen did not even have the slightest bit of defense. The saber-toothed tiger arrived in front of Zichen, opened its mouth, and leaped. When it was inches away from Zichen, the saber-toothed tiger leaped past Zichen, circled behind him, and returned to Lin Sai. Haha, good job, Zichen. Yuan Hong's voice rang out from behind. Good job. Really good job. Then, Yage's dissatisfied voice rang out. This little guy is really brave. He lost 100 drops of sacred origin liquid just like that. I say, that's a saber-toothed tiger. Why didn't you dodge or attack? Where's your professionalism as a mercenary? It turned out that the two of them had been betting on how Zi Chen would react to the saber-toothed tiger. The saber-toothed tiger arrived in front of Lin Sai and crouched down. The latter stroked the saber-toothed tiger's head, turned around, and smiled mockingly at Zi Chen. He then jumped onto the saber-toothed tiger's back. Thus, an awkward scene ensued. The 4 rank 4 hunters sat on the handcart, silently following behind. Lin Sai sat on the saber-toothed tiger's back and walked at the very front. Zi Chen, who had looked like a bodyguard before, now looked like a coachman, following beside the cart. Moreover, he was the only one walking in the entire group. Is this the treatment of the weakest? Zi Chen rubbed his nose and laughed bitterly. Zi Chen, don't mind it. We all walked like this back then. You'll get used to it slowly. Yuan Hong's voice rang out from the handcart behind them. He seemed to be in a good mood after winning 100 drops of sacred origin liquid, and he even began to consider Zi Chen's feelings. Zi Chen, you can only walk like this until you reach rank 4. You'll have to get used to it even if you don't want to, Yage said. Yuan Hong, let's make another bet. Let's see how far Zi Chen can walk before he gets angry. I remember that Tor got angry after walking 50 miles, and that was with 100 drops of sacred origin liquid. I bet that Zi Chen can last 100 miles. After all, he's someone who killed Tor. His endurance should be better than Tor's. I bet more than 200 miles. Yuan Hong's voice rang out. Dun Li, mentor, do you two want to join in? Yage's voice rang out again. The 4 people on the cart began to gamble without any scruples. They didn't even try to lower their voices, which made Zi Chen smile even more bitterly. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and turned to Yage. Count me in. I bet 300 drops of sacred origin liquid that I can last more than 300 miles. Upon hearing Zi Chen's voice, Yage and the others all turned to look at Zi Chen. When they saw his expression, they were slightly taken aback. They remembered how Tor had been so angry when they'd been traveling with him. He'd wanted nothing more than to fight them to the death. However, Zi Chen hadn't. He'd even wanted to join in. Yuan Hong's eyes immediately lit up. He turned back and said, I'll also bet 300 drops. No, 500 drops. Dun Li stroked his chin. Since everyone's interested, I'll bet 500 drops as well. Me too. Mentor's voice rang out. It's too late. Yage turned to Zi Chen and said, Kid, as a newcomer, you don't have the right to place a bet. Just walk properly. Walk until you reach rank 4. Then you'll have the right to bet here. It's fine if you don't have the right. If you want to win, you can give me half of the resources. I guarantee that I'll get angry after walking for a while. I won't even be able to walk 50 miles, Zi Chen said without turning back. That's not bad. Who else wants to bet? Yage seemed to take it seriously, and his eyes began to shine. Lindsay, who was walking in front, also smiled when he heard the conversation. Compared to Tor, Zi Chen was stronger in all aspects. The most obvious one was that he didn't have Tor's arrogance. Tor kept on talking about how the Huoti clan was. The more he talked about it, the more people felt disgusted. Therefore, everyone jokingly called him Tor instead of Huoti Tor. Although this sounded more cordial, it wasn't the case for Hort Tor. He felt that they were ignoring his greatest reliance. Along the way, Zi Chen thought to himself that this should be how newcomers are treated. Wasn't there a saying about bullying newcomers? It should be describing his current situation. Judging from everyone's expressions, they didn't seem to care about this escort mission at all. It was obvious that they didn't expect any danger to occur. The only thing that puzzled him was why Steward Mac was willing to spend so much sacred source fluid to hire them on a journey that wasn't dangerous. At this moment, Steward Mac, who was driving the cart, revealed a faint smile as he listened to everyone's teasing. They soon traveled 50 miles. Zi Chen didn't complain and remained silent the entire time. Because he was right beside him, Steward Mac could see that Zi Chen would throw a drop of sacred source fluid into his mouth every once in a while. On one hand, it was to ensure that his body had enough sacred source fluid, and on the other hand, it was to improve himself. This was clearly different from Tor, who had complained that he needed to rest after traveling the same distance. No one had any intention of stopping, so Zichen could only follow along. They traveled another 50 miles. After such a long journey, the 4 people on the cart were drowsy and had lost the mood to play around. "Little guy, are you tired?" Steward Mac asked as he looked at Zichen, who had traveled 100 miles. "I'm not tired." Zichen shook his head. "There's another seat here. Come on up." The old man pointed at the empty seat beside him. "That won't do, right?" Zichen was stunned. After all, they were employer and employee. "Look at them. Do they look like disciplined people?" Steward Mac laughed. Chapter 23:37. A black leopard was moving through the forest like a ghost. Its body was vigorous, and its nose was trembling as it looked around vigilantly. After this black leopard passed through the forest quickly, a green snake was shuttling through the forest at a very fast speed. After the green snake left, another big bird flew past silently in the sky. In this forest, 4 types of pseudo-divine beasts had passed by in a short period of time. If one looked carefully, they would find that they were a distance away from each other, and were constantly wandering around as if they were searching for something. Outside this forest, there were 2 carriages moving forward, one in front and one behind. The 4 pseudo-divine beasts always kept a certain distance from the carriages. Every once in a while, the big bird would soar into the sky and circle around the nearby area to check if there were any abnormalities. It was because of the existence of these pseudo-divine beasts that Dun Li and the others were not as vigilant as mercenaries should be, and seemed very relaxed. Of course, this was all thanks to Lin Sai. With such a beastmaster, they could save a lot of trouble and be less vigilant. They only needed to be alert and make a move at the critical moment. Zichen got into the carriage and chatted with Steward Mac. Of course, most of the time, it was Old Man Mac asking questions, and Zichen listening and answering. During this time, Zichen secretly released his perception. He was still very curious about the items in the carriage. However, he could not sense anything in the carriage, as if there was something magical blocking his perception. "Zichen, how long have you been in this world?" Steward Mac asked casually on the carriage. "Almost a year." Zichen thought for a while and said. He did not have much concept of time, and did not calculate it carefully. "Oh, you have achieved so much in such a short time. That's really amazing," Steward Mac praised sincerely. Zichen could sense the kindness of the old man, so he did not hide these unimportant things from him. Steward Mac seemed to be praising sincerely, but in fact, there were huge waves in his heart. In less than a year, how many people in this world were able to achieve such a feat? No one knew the exact number, but Steward Mac believed that none of the geniuses he knew had such an achievement. Previously, his evaluation of Zichen was already very high. At this moment, he couldn't help but look at Zichen in a new light. When Dun Li and the others woke up from their drowsiness, they found that Zichen was nowhere to be seen. Of course, they didn't think that Zichen would run away just like that. When they looked at the carriage in front of them, a strange light flashed in their eyes. This Steward Mac was definitely their regular customer. During this period, the 5 of them had visited many places along the way. Tor had joined them later. However, Steward Mac had never let Tor, who was walking, into a carriage. He had never even spoken to Tor. However, they hadn't expected that when it came to Zichen, not only would Steward Mac become more talkative, he even invited Zichen into the carriage. However, the rude and unreasonable owner of the carriage didn't react at all. They remembered that the owner of the carriage had caused Tor quite a bit of trouble back then. That rude and unreasonable personality of his had given them quite a headache. Yage and the others also perked up. They were also very surprised by this scene. After their surprise, they felt proud. It was obvious that they had invited a pretty good teammate. Perhaps there were some flaws in his battle prowess, but there were no problems with his character. After traveling for a day, the group stopped to rest at night. Menta went to find some dry branches to start a fire, while Dun Li took out some raw meat from the cart and roasted it over the fire. Yuan Hong waved the wine in his hand at Zichen. How was this a mission? This was clearly an excursion. Chen shook his head, refusing the other party's good intentions. Drink some. You'll be fine. Yuan Hong smiled, indicating that Chen didn't need to be nervous. This wasn't the first time they'd gone out, and they'd never run into any danger. Even if there was danger, there would be people on guard in advance, so there wouldn't be any accidents. Chen shook his head again. He wasn't used to drinking while on a mission. It was irresponsible to his employer. Of course, the most important reason was that Chen felt that there was some sort of danger here. Of course, this was just his feeling. He didn't sense anything out of the ordinary within the range of his senses. Don't be so nervous. There shouldn't be any danger on this road. It's good to relax appropriately, Steward Mac said to Chen. Chen smiled, but didn't say anything. The others busied themselves. Something's wrong. Lindsay's voice suddenly rang out at that moment. As for the four people who had a lazy look on their faces earlier, they instantly became alert. Dun Li picked up the weapon next to him and turned to look at Lindsay. What's the situation? There's a group heading this way. Their target should be us. Lindsay quickly said. How many people? It's unknown at the moment. Yuan Hong put down the things in his hands and walked towards the handcart. Yage and Mentor had already taken quite a few things from the cart. Mentor was clad in heavy black armor, and he held a heavy axe in his hand. Beside him, a mechanism clicked as a humanoid puppet appeared. It was like a door god, holding two heavy hammers in its hands. Yuan Hong took out a long blade from the handcart. The blade flickered with a black light, and one could tell at a glance that it was made of sacred black crystal. Its quality was extraordinary, and it was abnormally sharp. Their movements were quick and nimble, and they weren't panicked at all. 20 people. Realm unknown. Lindsay's voice rang out once more. You two little fellows, back off. Leave the rest to us. Dun Li walked forward with a large sword in hand. The earth trembled as Mentor and the humanoid puppet appeared in front of the carriage. Lindsay took the initiative to back off, at the same time telling Chen, back to the carriage. We won't be participating in this battle. Chen nodded his head. Even though he still did not sense anything, the sense of danger in his heart had become increasingly intense. Old Man Mai had returned to his seat at some point in time. He watched their actions silently, his expression calm. A head popped out of the carriage. It was a beautiful young girl. She was standing behind Steward Mac, and not only was she not nervous at all, she seemed abnormally excited instead. There's a good show to watch. Safety is of the utmost importance, Old Man Mai said softly. The young girl stuck out her tongue and went back into the carriage. Chen and Lindsay returned to guard the carriage, while Dun Li and the others stood 10 meters away, guarding the carriage in 4 directions. A blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out in the quiet forest. When it rang out, Lindsay said indifferently, "There's a rank 4 hunter in the group." At this moment, in the forest, a green snake was cut in half. Beside the green snake, a person fell down, dead from the poison. Black Panther hid in the distance and stared closely at the rapidly advancing group. At this moment, a sharp whistle sounded. An arrow pierced through the air and pierced through Black Panther's forehead. Beside the carriage, Lindsay said in a low voice, "There's a powerful archer, at least rank 3. Fart." Another arrow soared into the sky, hitting a large bird. The bird flapped its wings and struggled for a while before falling to the ground. The archer's ability is close to rank 4. After losing another beast tamer, Lindsay came to a positive conclusion. At this moment, all of Lindsay's backup was disappearing one by one, leaving only a palm-sized rat hiding in the weeds, its intelligent little eyes watching the group closely. Fart. Just then, the rat's vision darkened, and it lost consciousness. It had been crushed by a large foot. There's an assassin in the dark. This was Lindsay's last message. All of his surveillance methods had disappeared at this moment. According to Lindsay's information, there was definitely a powerful enemy attacking this time. However, Dun Li's group wasn't nervous at all, and even seemed a bit excited. It's been a long time since someone made a move against the Dragon Slayer. How nostalgic. Dun Li licked his lips, his eyes flashing. I hope it's a worthy opponent this time, or we won't be able to display the prestige of the Dragon Slayer. Mentor sneered, clad in heavy armor. The people in the dark appeared in Zichen's perception. There were 20 of them. 19 of them were in one direction, and in another direction, there was one person who was like the night, closing in on them. The other's figure was almost impossible to see, blending into the night. This should be the assassin that Lindsay had spoken of. However, Zichen's perception was able to see all of his movements. Out of the 19, one of them left halfway through the journey, leaving only 18. That person had a robust figure, holding a dark longbow in his hands and carrying a row of arrows on his back. It was the archer. The archer leapt about in the dark, searching for a suitable position to attack. He didn't continue forward. These 18 people quickly charged forward, appearing in everyone's line of sight. Haha, we really did find a big fish. The leader held a large blade, the blade still stained with the blood of the green snake. When he saw Dunlee's group on guard, he laughed heartily. You're courting death. Mentor roared and charged forward without the slightest hesitation. He was clad in heavy armor, his figure like a mountain. The earth trembled with every step he took, as if he was a moving mountain. He made a beeline for the 18 people. Kill him. The leader with the large blade shouted, indicating for the others to charge forward. Peng! 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 These people immediately charged forward, but were sent flying in a single exchange. The sound of bones shattering rang out continuously, most of them injured, while the rest died on the spot. Rank 4 hunters. The leader with the large blade was clearly shocked when he saw this. It was at this moment that the humanoid puppet charged forward, the 2 heavy hammers in its hands dancing like a cutting machine as it rapidly reaped the lives of the injured hunters. Damn it, a rank 4 puppet. The leader cursed, his expression extremely ugly. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the 17 people under him had died, while the rest were injured. They were almost completely wiped out. Someone's coming from behind. Chapter 23:38. As soon as Zichen called out, Yuan Hong, who'd been on guard, turned around and dashed in the direction behind them. Although they did not see any enemies, nor did they hear the slightest movement, at this moment, they had absolute trust in Zichen, who had just joined them. In the carriage, Steward Mac's calm gaze held a hint of curiosity towards Zichen. The head that had poked out once more was also curiously sizing up Zichen. Zichen was completely on guard at the moment, so he didn't notice the situation in the carriage. When he saw Yuan Hong go to guard the area behind them, he immediately said, Yuan Hong, come back. Humanoid puppets, go over. Zichen's words were calm, but there was an irrefutable tone to them. Beside him, Lindsay was taken aback, and found it rather funny. The weakest existence in the group was actually giving orders at this moment. How was a rank 4 hunter supposed to act? Even Yuan Hong himself was stunned, and stopped in his tracks. Hidden within the humanoid puppets, Yage also turned back to look at Dunlee. It seemed that he was the one giving the orders in the group. Yuan Hong, who'd stopped, turned back to look at Dunlee with a questioning gaze. Dunlee hadn't participated in the battle. He turned back to look at Zichen, only to see Zichen's solemn expression and furrowed brow. Zichen didn't look at him. Switch. Dunlee grit his teeth and said decisively, evidently choosing to believe in Zichen. Within the humanoid puppets, Yag immediately turned around and retreated without hesitation. His footsteps were very heavy, and the ground thudded as he passed. Although they'd reacted quickly, they'd still been distracted for a while. By the time Yage reached the designated position, there were already shadows charging in their direction. These shadows were all very tall, and each one was a colossus. Puppets. With Yage's eyesight, he could naturally see that these were all puppets charging forward. The force of their charge definitely wasn't something that Yuan Hong could withstand. In the entire team, only he and Mentor could withstand such an impact. Although Mentor's defense was strong, his weapon of choice was an axe. It was inevitable that he would be at a disadvantage against these defensive puppets, so he could only be the most suitable candidate. While he was secretly surprised by Zichen's choice, Yage didn't hesitate to charge forward. The 2 large hammers in his hands began to dance. They were like high-speed rotating boulders that collided with the puppets. Peng! Peng! The 2 sides collided, and a muffled sound of impact echoed. One puppet after another was sent flying by Yage. However, even more puppets rushed forward and pounced on Yage. During this time, the number of violent bears was the largest. Their defense was very strong, their speed was slightly slower, and their strength was moderate. The most important thing was that he could withstand Yage's powerful attacks. The others admired Zichen's choice when Yage blocked these attacks. At the same time, they were also trying to guess what method Zichen had used to determine the opponent's strength in advance. It looked like Yage had blocked this wave of attacks, but Zichen didn't look happy at all. On the contrary, he became even more solemn. He didn't understand what was going on with this team, nor did he know about his employer's situation. However, he could guess that this wasn't an ordinary ambush, but rather a premeditated one. This was because he could sense that an enemy had appeared on his left. The enemy's aura was very strong, and he was a powerful enemy. Yuan Hong, to the left. Zichen called out once more, his tone even colder and more unquestionable than before. This time, Yuan Hong didn't look at Dun Li, directly charging to the left with his blade in hand. Then, he saw a person charge out from the forest on his left. The person in the lead held a long blade in his hand as he charged at Yuan Hong with extreme speed. Clang! Clang! Two blades clashed, sparks flying everywhere as the two became entangled. On the battlefield, Yuan Hong clearly had the upper hand, but he didn't have an overwhelming advantage. It was clear that his opponent was also a rank 4 hunter. Immediately afterwards, another person charged out from behind and joined the fray. 2 against 1, Yuan Hong was suppressed. The newcomer was also a rank 4. In an instant, 2 of the 4 rank 4 hunters on Mentor's side were entangled by their opponents, while the remaining 2 didn't have time to rescue them. Another rank 4 hunter rushed out from Mentor's direction. He was similarly skilled in defense, and was tall and clad in heavy armor. He began to exchange blows with Mentor. There's an enemy in the last direction as well. There was no time for Dun Li to help. Zichen's voice rang out once more, and he could sense that a powerful enemy had appeared on his right. With so many rank 4s coming at once, it wasn't hard to see that this was a premeditated ambush. Dun Li didn't hesitate to stand on the right side of the carriage. Someone had charged out from there, and although he couldn't see the person's appearance clearly in the dark, Dun Li recognized him with a single glance. He exclaimed in shock, "Edgar, it's you." "Haha, Dun Li, long time no see." The black figure who'd charged out smiled coldly at Dun Li. "Has your Dragon Mountain eaten the guts of a leopard? You actually have the guts to come here and target our Dragon Destroyer? Do you want to see your Dragon Mountain destroyed?" Dun Li said coldly. When Steward Mac heard Dun Li's words, his calm expression changed slightly. He understood the organization Dragon Mountain very well. It was the only organization in Dragon Mountain Town that could be mentioned in the same breath as the Dragon Destroyer. When he'd first made his choice, he'd considered Dragon Mountain, but in the end he'd chosen the more reputable Dragon Destroyer. He didn't expect to meet Dragon Mountain here today. They were supposed to be mercenaries, but today they'd become bandits. "Dun Li, you don't have to be so absolute. As long as we kill you, only the heavens will know what happened today." The level 4 hunter named Edgar sneered and charged towards Dun Li. Dun Li's expression was extremely serious. In this area, only Dragon Mountain would dare to attack the Dragon Destroyer. And if Dragon Mountain were to attack, they'd definitely be fully prepared. Along the way, they hadn't encountered any danger. That was because Dragon Mountain had been secretly observing and understanding their team. At this moment, Zichen had made the best arrangements so that everyone could unleash their full strength. However, they were already at a disadvantage against Dragon Mountain, who was fully prepared. A few thousand meters away from the battlefield, there was a mound. At this moment, there were 2 figures in black standing on top of the mound. They were staring at the battlefield in the distance. "We've been preparing for this attack for half a year. This time, he'll definitely die." A hoarse voice was heard. "This time, we're fully prepared. My son will definitely die. But I don't understand. Why did we keep hiding instead of attacking with force?" The person next to him asked. "No one knows how strong my son is, but there's always a rumor that he's very strong. He's suspected to be at level 6. This time, we're targeting him to find out how strong he is. Although the guards around him aren't much, there's still a problem. Let's get rid of them first. At this moment on the battlefield, Dun Li and the other 3 were all surrounded by the other level 4 hunters. It would be difficult for them to escape for the time being. Only Zi Chen and Lindsay were left on the battlefield. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that they weren't in a good situation. Lindsay had already lost his biggest reliance. The only beast he had left was the saber-toothed tiger beside him. He'd always been the scout in the team and had never encountered a situation like this. Although he appeared calm at the moment, one could still see that he was nervous at the moment. Zi Chen was still silent, but he spread out his perception. He was getting more and more pessimistic about the situation in front of him. Because in addition to these strong existences, there were other people in the forest in the distance. These people were rushing towards them. Perhaps they weren't level 4, but there were many of them. They were more difficult to deal with. At this moment, in Zi Chen's perception, a black shadow was moving quickly towards Yuan Hong. It was the assassin. He was one with the night and moved silently. Yuan Hong was fighting with 2 level 4 hunters at the moment, so he didn't notice the assassin. Yuan Hong. The black shadow began to accelerate. Zi Chen didn't even have time to finish his words before the black shadow was already behind Yuan Hong. Clang. Yuan Hong turned around in an instant, and the large saber in his hand slashed forward. Following a clanging sound, the black figure appeared from the darkness and was forced to retreat from the impact. In Zi Chen's perception, the black figure was still as agile as before. He could tell that the opponent was a level 4 hunter who specialized in assassination and not a level 3 hunter. Otherwise, with Yuan Hong's strength, this attack alone would have caused the opponent to cough up blood. Good job, Zi Chen. Yuan Hong's voice rang out. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. If it wasn't for Zi Chen's shout, he would have really fallen into the trap this time. A level 4 hunter who specialized in assassination. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Yuan Hong, behind you. Right at this moment, Zi Chen shouted once more, and he spoke even faster. Go to hell. Yuan Hong tapped his foot and retreated between the 2 attacks. He jumped up and turned around in midair, holding his sword with both hands, and slashed at the black shadow who appeared again with a shocked expression. Clang. The long sword came down. The black shadow tried his best to block it and knelt on the ground. He used the force to roll backward. While he was rolling, Yuan Hong's powerful attack made him cough up blood. Trying to run? A cold light flashed in Yuan Hong's eyes. He wanted to chase after the black shadow, but 2 blades slashed at him from the side, forcing him to turn around and block. The black shadow who specialized in assassination flashed quickly and merged with the darkness. 2 failed assassination attempts. It was obvious that his movements could be accurately captured. Fortunately, the black shadow didn't attack and hid in the darkness. However, Zi Chen could see his position clearly. This is a problem. Get rid of him. On the hill in the distance, the hoarse voice sounded again. He's only a level 3 hunter. Killing him is a piece of cake. Chapter 2339. In Zi Chen's perception, the people who had been biding their time began to move, flying towards the battlefield. Zi Chen could guess their intentions. Lindsay, you guys back off. The you guys referred to Lindsay and Steward Mac in the carriage. With the 4 level 4 hunters trapped, the only ones who could fight were Lindsay and him. Obviously, as a beastmaster, Lindsay had only 1 saber-toothed tiger left. It was already a problem for him to protect himself, let alone fight. Zi Chen grasped his sheathed long sword in his hand. Zi Chen's eyes were fixed on the forest. Lindsay was still a little confused. At this moment, footsteps were heard. Many people rushed out of the forest. Level 4 hunters were already very powerful. It was already very impressive that there were 4 of them in this team. The reason why Dragon Mountain could send out so many level 4 hunters was because they had sent out several small teams, which was equivalent to mobilizing their entire force. Lindsay was dumbfounded by the appearance of the hunters. Steward Mac's expression changed slightly, then returned to normal. Behind him, The head that had poked out of the forest seemed a little too excited. Kill! Shouts were heard. Everyone was rushing towards them. Damn it! Dunley cursed. He wanted to break away from the battlefield and help. That little guy must have been summoned by you, right? He's too annoying. You'd better wait for a while before you collect his corpse. Edgar sneered. He and the people beside him strengthened their attacks and prevented Shield Lee from breaking through. In the other 3 places, YAGE and the others were also fighting. However, the people from Dragon Mountain had a good understanding of their combat strength. At this moment, they were firmly suppressed. Zichen took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Don't worry. I'll protect this place. Don't be careless and get hurt." His expression was surprisingly calm. "You're asking for death," Edgar sneered. As for Dunley's team, they had long since made precise calculations. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to cripple all of the level 3 Beastmaster's tricks in a single exchange. As for Zichen, they naturally knew when he had joined them and why he had joined them. To be honest, in their opinion, the other party was only slightly stronger than Hoteta. This time, in order to deal with Zichen, they had sent out many level 3 hunters. In addition, there were also dozens of level 2 hunters. It should be very easy for them to kill Zichen if they worked together. Therefore, he found Zichen's confidence laughable. These people rushed forward quickly. The young girl in the carriage was eager to give it a try, but she was stopped by Steward Mag's hand. He wanted to wait for a while before making his move. These people arrived in front of Zichen, all kinds of weapons flashing with cold light. Swoosh! In Zichen's hand, the broken sword was unsheathed. The black arc of the sword flashed, and at the same time, his body changed rapidly. Like a shadow in the dark night, Zichen flickered 9 times and changed directions 9 times. After 9 flashes, he returned to his original position. His sword collided with the weapon of a level 3 hunter, and he took advantage of the momentum to take 5 steps back and stabilize himself. Among the people who were rushing forward, 9 of them had stopped halfway. The weapons in their hands were still raised high, but they didn't make any further moves. On their necks, there was a clear line of blood. Their expressions were frozen, and their lives were fading away. Soon, with a thud, they fell to the ground one by one. 9 lightning strikes, 9 people killed in an instant. Even though he had only killed 9 rank 2 hunters, this scene still shook the hearts of the people present. In the carriage, the housekeeper and the young girl's expressions changed as well. The housekeeper's expression didn't change much, but the young girl's eyes lit up, as if she was attracted by the move just now. Kill. Edgar also saw the changes on this side, and his face was filled with anger. He naturally knew that Zichen had killed more than 10 people in an instant outside Mingfei town. But he didn't think that it was Lin Fan's normal fighting power. It was probably caused by something special that couldn't be used for long battles. But seeing 9 of them die in an instant still made him feel heartache. These shocked level 3 hunters immediately reacted. Without saying anything, they waved their weapons and slashed at Zichen. In their eyes, Zichen could kill level 2 hunters, but he couldn't do anything to them. Zichen's speed was indeed fast, but it wasn't impossible for them to dodge if they encountered him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Zichen took a few more steps back and flashed again. This time, it was 9 flashes again. After 9 flashes, 6 hunters died. 3 of them were saved by level 3 hunters. Their faces were pale as they retreated with the other level 2 hunters. They looked at Zichen with fear in their eyes. Not only did a level 3 hunter block the level 2 hunters, he even saved 3 of them. They were even more certain that Zichen could only kill level 2 hunters, but not level 3 hunters. I didn't think that using this kind of speed to bully low-level hunters would be so good. The young girl who was already standing on the carriage said, her eyes shining. Level 2 hunters, go kill that guy. Level 3 hunters, go, Edgar ordered indifferently. So the level 2 hunters quickly retreated, as if they had just been pardoned, and prepared to turn around and kill Lindsay. As for the level 3 hunters, they rushed towards Zichen. There were 8 of them, and they were full of confidence as they rushed forward. Sigh. Looking at these people, Zichen sighed. He knew that it was impossible to hide his true strength. Back then, he could hide his heavenly thunder wings after killing Hoteta, but facing today's battle, he obviously could not hide his true strength. Wang. Light flickered on his back, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared like spots of light, gently flapping. This scene shocked the hunters, but they didn't stop. Instead, they sped up. 9 lightning strikes. Zichen let out a low roar in his heart. Following which, the lightning wings on his back began to vibrate as he rushed forward at an extremely fast pace. Suddenly, there was a light in the dark night. The light was as dazzling as a shooting star, and as fast as a shooting star. The light shone in all directions, illuminating everyone's faces. Under the cover of the light, the fierce battle seemed to have come to a halt. When the light shone, Steward Mac's eyes lit up. They were as bright as Xing Chen's, but they couldn't compare to the light that was shining like a shooting star. The young girl with bright eyes opened her mouth in shock. As for Lindsay, who was preparing to face the level 2 hunters, when he saw the light, he was stunned, just like the other level 2 hunters who had suddenly stopped. What's going on? On the hill in the distance, there was a hoarse voice with a hint of anger. The shooting star flashed 8 times, changing directions 8 times. It was so fast that no sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Those who were confident that they could block Zichen's extreme speed realized that they couldn't even see Zichen's shadow. All they could see was the light, and it was a very bright light. After 8 flashes, Zichen returned to his original position. Under the light of the heavenly thunder wings, his face was abnormally pale. No one knew if it was because of the light from the heavenly thunder wings, or because Zichen had exhausted himself. But at this moment, no one was paying attention to the changes in Zichen's expression. What they were paying attention to was the situation of the 8 level 3 hunters after the light flashed. Their gazes shifted to the 8 level 3 hunters. Even though it was night, they could still see that the 8 level 3 hunters were in bad shape. Like the level 2 hunters from before, they had stopped attacking. All kinds of expressions were frozen, and there was a deep wound on each of their necks. Pu. 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 Blood gushed out from the wounds on their necks. With frozen expressions, the level 3 hunters fell backwards. 8 level 3 hunters, dead in an instant. Instant kill. Amazing. Looking at the 8 people who had fallen to the ground, the young girl secretly praised in her heart. It had to be said that under such a battle situation, Zichen's killing methods were really too shocking. Moreover, his actions that had light effects on them were surprisingly beautiful in this dark night. Lindsay felt a chill in his heart. When Zichen's body was shining, he had already looked at Zichen. But after that, there was only light in his eyes. He couldn't see any movement from Zichen. Other than light, there was only light. When the light disappeared, the 8 level 3 hunters were already dead. He had never seen such speed before. When Dun Li and the others saw this scene, their hearts were also filled with shock. However, in addition to the shock, they were naturally filled with joy. If they had to use words to express their joy, they would only say one thing to Zichen. Even if 300 drops of sacred origin liquid was too little, they should at least give him 400 drops like Lindsay. In this battle, Zichen had given them a huge surprise. As long as these people could not cause them any harm, then as long as the battle continued, the shield stand side would naturally have a chance of winning. Looking at the level 2 hunters in front of them, all of the level 3 hunters were dead. To Zichen, they were no longer a threat. Zichen turned his head, the lightning wings on his back gently flapping. His gaze fell on the level 2 hunters, causing their expressions to change drastically as they retreated in fear. Kill him. On the mound, a cold voice was transmitted through the sound transmission stone into the forest. Zichen's indifferent expression changed in the next moment. His eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. Figures rushed out from the forest once again. This time, it wasn't just level 3 hunters. There were even level 4 hunters, and there were 4 of them. Dun Li, you've forced out our final trump card. You should be proud even if you die. 4 level 4 hunters and more than 10 level 3 hunters. This was Long Shan's final trump card. When Lindsay saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded, his heart filled with despair. The girl's eyes continued to shine, as if she wanted to participate in the battle. Chapter 2340. Zi Chen's sigh was very clear, so clear that everyone present could hear it. At this moment, facing 4 level 4 hunters and many level 3 hunters, shouldn't despair be the only thing one should be feeling right now? This was Long Shan's final trump card, and it was enough to change the outcome of the battle. Dun Li, Yuan Hong, Mentor, and Yage had already accepted their fates. There was no solution to this situation at all. Lindsay was already speechless. He had always been very confident in his abilities, and felt that with his abilities, the entire team would not be threatened. He could sense all dangers ahead of time with the help of his beasts. However, the scene before his eyes made him feel completely hopeless. The young girl's expression was still excited, even eager to try, as if she hadn't sensed that danger was about to befall her. Steward Mac's previously calm expression was no longer calm after seeing these people. He slowly turned his head, his gaze leaving the battlefield and looking towards a certain place in the night, as if he had discovered something. At this moment, his expression became solemn, as if he had sensed some sort of danger. However, this scene was ruined by a low sigh. If it had been a sigh of despair, it would have been appropriate, but after that, Zi Chen's regretful tone was heard. This wasn't the tone of someone who cherished their life, but rather the heartache of someone who had lost some sort of property. This sigh was a bit of a spoil sport. Stop pretending to be a ghost. Die. The rank 4 hunter had already rushed to Zi Chen's side, and slashed at Zi Chen with his sword. This slash was full of power as it tore through the air. Swoosh. Zi Chen's figure disappeared from where he was first. This slash destroyed an afterimage, but it wasn't in vain. A gourd appeared in the afterimage, and as the slash landed, it was instantly cut open. Crack. With a loud sound, the gourd shattered, and a thick cloud of 5-colored smoke rose from within, spreading in all directions in an instant. This rank 4 hunter was the first to be enveloped by the thick 5-colored smoke. His expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Not good. It's the 5-colored poison mist." The 5-colored poison mist spread out at an unimaginable speed. In an instant, it had spread more than 10 meters away, enveloping the level 4 hunters and a few level 3 hunters behind them. Ah! The next moment, a heart-wrenching scream of pain rang out. The level 3 hunter's skin began to fester at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body began to emit smoke and disappear. It's the 5-colored poison fog. Run! Roars continued to ring out. Those were the voices of level 4 hunters. They did not immediately die under the 5-colored poison mist. This did not mean that they were strong enough to withstand the poison mist, but that they had swallowed the antidote in an instant. After all, they had been training outside all year round and would encounter all kinds of traps, so they would always carry a few special antidote pills to protect themselves. The 5-colored poison mist was a deadly threat to level 4 hunters. Naturally, they would carry antidotes with them. However, as the color of the poison mist increased, the power of the poison mist would become stronger. The antidote pills could only temporarily protect them from the poison mist, but they could not keep them in the mist for long. Therefore, even though the 4 level 4 hunters had taken the antidote pills, they still ran out of the mist at this moment. This was because once the effects of the antidote pills wore off, they would die. Even though they had taken the pills, they still felt a little dizzy and their bodies were not under their control. Their sense of danger had also decreased by a lot. The 4 of them were running away, while Zi Chen was in the middle of the poison mist. Sensing their direction, his eyes became cold. As for the level 3 hunters, he completely ignored them. Once the poison mist was released, they would die, unless they were lucky enough to not come into contact with the poison mist. With a flap of the thunder wings on his back, Zi Chen rushed towards a level 4 hunter. As the poison mist surged, the broken sword in his hand drew a black arc and slashed towards the head of the level 4 hunter in front of him. Clang! A sonorous sound rang out. The level 4 hunter sensed the danger and turned around to block the attack. He looked at Zi Chen with a sinister smile on his face. At the same time, he borrowed the force of Zi Chen's attack to speed up his retreat. Soon, he would be out of the poison mist. Not only was the poison mist highly toxic, it was also ridiculously expensive. He did not believe that the level 3 hunter in front of him would have two of such items. However, when he saw Zi-Chen's sinister smile, he did not notice that Zi-Chen was also smiling at him. A black light flashed through the poison mist at high speed. The moment the level 4 hunter's body flew backwards, it went straight for the level 4 hunter's temple. This attack was made when the level 4 hunter borrowed the force of the attack to retreat. Even if he sensed the danger, he would not be able to effectively defend himself against the flying knife in a short period of time. Fut! The flying knife came close to the level 4 hunter. Without any external defense, the level 4 hunter could not block the flying knife with just his physical body. With a splash of blood, the flying knife completely pierced through the level 4 hunter's temple. At this moment, the level 4 hunter's frozen expression of shock could no longer see Zi-Chen's figure in front of him. He did not know when Zi-Chen had disappeared from his sight. Then, he heard the same sonorous sound. It was the sound of two weapons blocking each other. Before he could guess if the level 4 hunter had encountered the same situation as him, he heard another fut sound. Then, his vision turned black. His vitality was extinguished, and his soul dissipated. The antidote pill's effect completely disappeared at this moment. The poison mist fell on the level 4 hunter's body. His skin began to smoke and then disappeared. As the poison mist spread, screams of agony could still be heard. Some of the level 3 hunters dodged, while others were touched by the poison mist. They retreated in fear, but their bodies dissipated as they retreated. Even the slightest contact with this 5-colored poison mist would lead to death. Therefore, in the midst of the screams, everyone heard the 3 sonorous sounds of weapons colliding. However, they did not hear the 3 fut sounds that followed. Out of the 4 level 4 hunters, only one managed to escape. After escaping from the poison mist, his face was filled with fear. A mere level 3 hunter dared to use such a method to take them down with him. That was right. From his point of view, the level 4 hunter must have died in there. This was because even with the special antidote, the level 3 hunter would not be able to stay in the poison mist for long. However, just as he was about to heave a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Without saying anything, he blocked with his weapon. Clang! A black broken knife was blocked by his weapon. The person holding the broken knife was the level 3 hunter that he thought was dead. How is this possible? Looking at the cold Zi-Chen, the level 4 hunter's face was filled with shock. Swoosh! The knife flashed and turned into a cross-shaped knife arc. This was the second move of the 9 knives technique. The level 4 hunter blocked with his sword and retreated, avoiding the cross-shaped knife arc. However, the corner of his shirt was cut by the knife arc. This knife was faster than he had expected. You're courting death. Looking at the torn corner of his shirt, the level 4 hunter was enraged. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he charged towards Zi-Chen. At this moment, the 5-colored poison mist had yet to disperse. No one knew what had happened in the poison mist. However, seeing Zi-Chen rush out of the poison mist and not die, they were all shocked. At the same time, they were also wondering why the 3 level 4 hunters had not come out yet. However, they did not have time to guess the result. Zi-Chen and the level 4 hunter had already started a direct confrontation. Using the extreme speed brought by the heavenly thunder wings and the 9 knives technique, Zi-Chen displayed an extremely strong offensive. Sharp knife arcs kept appearing. However, the level 4 hunter kept retreating in the face of Zi-Chen's attacks. Looking at the battle, it was obvious that the level 3 Zi-Chen was blocking the level 4 hunter and had the upper hand for the time being. This is Zi-Chen's strongest combat ability. During the short pause in the battle, Dun Li looked at Zi-Chen, who was attacking furiously, with a shocked expression on his face. It was indeed difficult to temporarily gain the upper hand in a battle with someone of a higher level than him. Yage and the others were also stunned on the spot. As for their opponents, they stopped fighting temporarily and looked at the battle between the level 3 and level 4 hunters in shock. Amazing! Lin Sai, who was almost scared out of his wits, finally came back to his senses after hearing the continuous clashes. He had thought that they would die soon, but who would have thought that Zi-Chen's 5-colored poison mist would turn the tide of the battle? Moreover, Chen was currently attacking a level 4 hunter fiercely, and it seemed that the hunter could only parry his attacks without being able to fight back. Steward Mac's eyes were full of admiration. The girl at the side looked at Chen with eyes full of curiosity. At the same time, there was a hint of craftiness in her eyes. She was ready to make a move because she could see that Chen was only attacking in one go. Once he was exhausted, it would be time for the level 4 hunter to counterattack. A level 3 hunter had no chance of winning against a level 4 hunter. In fact, it wasn't just the girl who thought that way. Everyone present had the same thought. In their eyes, Chen would be exhausted soon, and the battle would be turned around very quickly. It was with this thought that they ignored the 5-colored poison mist that was gradually dispersing in the distance, as well as the other 3 level 4 hunters who should have walked out of the mist long ago. Clang! In the continuous clashes, Chen was finally exhausted, and his last attack was blocked by the level 4 hunter's sword. At this moment, the sword and the broken sword clashed, and Chen was leaning forward with his strength. He was very close to the level 4 hunter. His face and forehead were full of sweat, which kept dripping down. This was a sign of exhaustion and great exhaustion. The level 4 hunter exerted strength with his sword and leaned forward as well. His face was almost touching Chen's face. He said coldly, "You." He stopped before he could finish, his face full of fear and shock. At this moment, Chen opened his mouth, and the 5-colored poison mist was surging in his mouth. Whoosh! Chapter 2341. The level 4 hunter saw that Chen's attack was over, so he was prepared to say a few harsh words to finish off his enemy. In his opinion, what could a mere level 3 hunter do to him? But before he could say anything, he saw Chen open his mouth and exhale. There was smoke in his breath. It was the 5-colored poison fog. In such close proximity, there was no way to avoid it. The 5-colored poison fog landed on the level 4 hunter's horrified face. Ah! The level 4 hunter screamed and retreated. He was about to take out an antidote from his pocket and swallow it. At that moment, he was extremely flustered. The poison fog was corroding his body. He could die at any moment. His hands were shaking. The more nervous he was, the slower his reaction became. "There's no need. Save one." At that moment, Chen's indifferent voice rang out. The broken sword in his hand reappeared and slashed across the level 4 hunter's neck. Poof! The sword disappeared in a flash. The level 4 hunter's head flew high into the air and disappeared in the 5-colored poison fog. The headless corpse began to spurt blood. The level 4 hunter was dead. Chen, who was supposed to lose, made a huge comeback in an unexpected way. He killed the level 4 hunter and ended the battle. This result was once again out of everyone's expectations. Then why did he spit out the 5-colored poison fog? Why wasn't he killed by the poison fog? Did he not take the antidote when he was in the poison fog? All kinds of doubts appeared in everyone's hearts. They could not understand what was going on. At this moment, they suddenly remembered that there were still 3 level 4 hunters. Where were they? Why didn't they join the battle? They suddenly turned around and looked at the 5-colored poison fog. The poison fog had dispersed, but there were no traces of the 3 level 4 hunters. They only saw 3 sets of smoky clothes and the weapons that the 3 level 4 hunters used. Where were they? After a short moment of confusion, they were shocked beyond belief. They were dead. They were killed by the 5-colored poison fog. No one could believe this result. They all had antidotes on them. How could they die from the poison fog? But the truth was right in front of them. It was better than any argument. The only explanation was that Chen had killed the 3 of them, and then the 3 of them had disappeared into the poisonous fog. But how did Chen manage to kill 3 level 4 hunters in such a short period of time? They weren't sure, but the only thing they could recall in their minds was the 3 sonorous sounds that rang out in the poisonous fog. Following the death of the level 4 hunter, the scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone's gazes landed on Chen as indescribable shock filled their faces. 4 level 4 hunters were dead. They were all killed by him. He was only a level 3. Damn it, what the hell is going on? An angry and hoarse voice sounded from the distant hill. Isn't he just a newly joined level 3 hunter? How could he kill 4 level 4 hunters in an instant? The person next to him was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. This scene was too illogical. Today's battle was supposed to be a sure win, but because of the level 3 hunter's interference, it was a complete failure. This result was hard to accept, but they had to face reality. Thus, he told the transmission stone to retreat. A beam of light shot into the sky and exploded in mid-air, breaking the silence of the battlefield. When Edgar saw the signal, he knew that the ambush had failed. He looked at Zichen unwillingly and shouted, "Retreat." Then, they began to retreat. They had no choice but to accept it. When the level 3 and level 2 hunters heard this, they all felt as if they had been pardoned. Seeing Zichen's crazy killing methods, they really didn't want to stay here for another minute. "Where do you think you're going?" At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The young girl who had been watching the battle suddenly jumped down from the carriage and chased after the level 2 and level 3 hunters. Her speed was surprisingly fast, even faster than Zichen's. She quickly caught up with the hunters. The long whip in her hand danced, and the sounds of cracking could be heard. One after another, the hunters were sent flying. "Edgar, leave something behind before you go." Dun Li shouted coldly and chased after her as well. Yage, Mentor, and Yuan Hong followed closely behind. It was obvious that the 4 of them were deliberately keeping a distance from the young girl, so that they could help her at any time. After chasing for a few hundred meters, they stopped. The results of this chase were extraordinary. They'd killed a level 4 hunter, and the young girl had killed several level 3 and level 2 hunters as well. Zichen didn't chase after them. The continuous battles had exhausted him greatly, and he really couldn't keep up with them. However, he'd already released his perception. When he saw that the archer and the assassin had left, he sighed in relief. His attacks had been so strong and fierce that the two hadn't been able to seize the opportunity to attack. Lindsay didn't chase either, because he didn't have the means to do so. Of course, the biggest reason was that he'd been scared silly. Steward Mai's gaze shifted away from Zichen, and his expression gradually darkened as he looked in a certain direction. Zichen sat down on the ground, panting heavily. The danger had truly been averted at this moment. The 5 pursuers in the distance had all retreated, and their gazes were undoubtedly on Zichen. If it hadn't been for Zichen turning the tide and using the 5-colored poison mist to kill the 4 level 4 hunters, the outcome might have been different. Dun Li walked up to Zichen and said excitedly, "Not bad, Zichen. I didn't expect you to have such a move." Yage and the others also walked up, and looked at Zichen with a smile. "I didn't expect you to have hidden your strength so deeply. You really surprised me this time." Zichen waved his hand. "That's nothing. The important thing is that you have to pay more. I've lost big this time. I spent a lot of money to buy that 5-colored poison mist to save my life, but it's gone in less than 2 days. Your life-saving item killed so many experts. Your life is too valuable," Dun Li said from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, a clear voice rang out, "Heh, you're called Zichen, right? Those wings on your body are pretty good. Sell them to me, I'll give you any price." Zichen had yet to retract his heavenly thunder wings, and the glow on them was no longer as bright as before. However, they would still flash from time to time, making them look very mysterious in the dark night. Zichen turned his head, and only then did he see the girl for the first time. He was no fool and quickly guessed the girl's identity, which surprised him a little. He hadn't expected that what they were protecting at such a high price wasn't the goods, but this girl. Given several thousand drops of Saint Source liquid for a single mission, it wasn't hard to see how wealthy the other party was. Upon seeing that Zichen wasn't responding, the girl urged, "What are you spacing out for? Give me any price." Zichen smiled at the girl and said, "Miss, this thing can't be sold." The girl tilted her head and said, "What can't be sold? Can't you just pluck it out?" Zichen shook his head with a bitter smile. The heavenly thunder wings on his back automatically disappeared, causing the girl's eyes to shine even brighter. "I'm called my YA. Sell this to me and I'll owe you a favor." The girl was unwilling to give up, her expression very serious as she looked at Zichen. Just as Zi Chen was in a difficult position and didn't know what to say, Steward Mac spoke up for Zi Chen. "Miss, you won't be able to use this thing even if you get it." The girl seemed to trust Steward Mac a lot, and angrily said, "Humph, forget it. So stingy." Just as Zi Chen thought that this matter was over, the girl's expression changed and she said, "Why don't you give me that movement technique? I'll give you a reward. You can name any price you want." Zi Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly at the sight of this mischievous girl. "Little girl, this movement technique and wings are exclusive. They can't be traded." "Little girl, how dare you call me a little girl? I'm already 26 years old. You're the little girl." The girl raised her fist at Zi Chen like an angry kitten. "I'm already over 2,000 years old. Can't I call you a little girl?" Zi Chen smiled bitterly again, but he was secretly shocked. Over 2,000 years old and only a grade 3 hunter. "You're really weak." Hearing the girl's mutterings, the surrounding people all blushed with shame. After today's battle, who would dare say that Zi Chen was weak? Dun Li very decisively took out a small flask and handed it to Zi Chen. "Zi Chen, here's the difference in compensation. 500 drops of sacred origin liquid." Zi Chen waved his hand and said, "I've already received my reward." "I was just joking." Dun Li said with a serious face, "That's that. Our rewards are distributed according to battle strength. Your battle strength is more than enough to receive these rewards. Haven't I already distributed them? Let's talk about it next time. Of course, these sacred origin liquid spoils will all belong to me." Zi Chen joked. Dun Li had seen Zi Chen give away over 700 drops of sacred origin liquid to others, so he wasn't too bothered by it. He didn't mind too much about the fact that he had given less to Zi Chen. This wasn't their first mission, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. When the time came, they naturally wouldn't let Zi Chen down. Zi Chen's battle strength had indeed surprised them. He wasn't weaker than an ordinary grade 4. More importantly, Zi Chen was only a grade 3, which made them value Zi Chen's potential even more. Zi Chen had expended a lot of energy, so the task of cleaning up the battlefield was left to Lindsay. This time, Lindsay didn't say anything. After witnessing Zi Chen's battle strength, he was completely convinced. While cleaning up the battlefield, Zi Chen had already consumed 5 drops of sacred origin liquid. On one hand, besides recovering his energy, his strength had also increased tremendously during this period of time, as if there were no bottlenecks to speak of. For others, it was very difficult for his constitution to transform, but for him, it seemed that as long as he had enough sacred origin liquid, he could continue to transform. As he continuously consumed sacred origin liquid, his body seemed to have developed some sort of resistance. Now, he needed to consume even more sacred origin liquid to continue to improve. Of course, he could also consume 1 drop, but the effect was too low. The amount of sacred origin liquid Zi Chen consumed started to increase. Chapter 2342. They had been resting earlier and hadn't eaten anything, so they stopped again after a while to start a fire and roast meat. Their goal was to get as far away from that bloody place as possible. This time, everyone traveled on foot because the cart was filled with spoils of war. Apart from the deliberate ambush, they were also very careful as they moved forward, finally acting like mercenaries. Only the girl called Malt didn't seem to be acting strangely. Instead, she seemed a little too excited. They sat down beside the bonfire while Lindsay's saber-toothed tiger stood guard outside. Dun Li was turning the roast meat, and the fat sizzled as it dripped into the fire. They seemed to have forgotten about the ambush by Long Shan, and no one brought it up again. In fact, everyone knew that Long Shan had come prepared because of their employer. Before, when there was no danger, they had been charging a high price. Now that they were in danger, they couldn't just run away. Fortunately, the other party had suffered heavy losses this time, and it wouldn't be easy to regroup in a short time. There should be a period of peace. Lindsay, think of a way to replenish your beasts as soon as possible. Dun Li glanced at the silent Lindsay. Lindsay nodded. He had always been proud, but today's battle had dealt a heavy blow to him. The beasts he was so proud of had all been killed. It was so obvious, but he hadn't sensed it at all. Zichen's performance had also surprised him. He was glad that he had only gone for fun. If he had used all his means to fight Zichen to the death, he probably wouldn't have been able to return alive. Zichen had always kept a low profile, but in today's battle, he had turned the tide and saved Yi Futian's life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stop those people with his saber-toothed tiger. "What are you eating?" Dun Li asked curiously when he saw Zichen putting things into his mouth from time to time. Sacred origin fluid. Zichen took out a jade bottle and showed it to Dun Li. Everyone turned to look at Zichen. Their expressions became very strange when they saw Zichen's action. "You're eating. The meat will be ready soon," Dun Li said again. Zichen smiled bitterly when he heard this, but he didn't know how to explain it. He discovered that after this battle, his body seemed to have become increasingly thirsty. A single drop of sacred source liquid could not be maintained for long before it was absorbed by his body. His body then began to feel an intense need, as if he had not eaten for over 10 days. He could only swallow drop after drop of sacred source liquid. As a matter of fact, his movements were a little too frequent, and it finally attracted the attention of a few people. Yag joked, "Zichen, you're rich, but you don't have to show off like that, do you?" Zichen shook his head and smiled. He found himself speechless. Steward Mac, who was also sitting by the bonfire, glanced at Zichen, and his expression changed slightly. The young girl beside Steward Mac could no longer sit still. She stood up and said to Zichen, "This is too boring. Zichen, why don't we spar?" Looking at this young lady who was only 26 years old, Zichen asked in surprise, "You want to fight with me?" "Why? Can't I?" Malt stared at Zichen with a provocative look on her pretty face. "Forget it." Zichen shook his head. "Zichen, don't underestimate her. She taught Tor a lesson back in the team," Mentor said with a hint of malice. "That trash Hoteta thinks he's strong." Malt pursed her lips and glanced at Lindsay. "I can't even be bothered to teach him a lesson with his small arms and legs." "Zichen, it's you. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Zichen was speechless. Malt wasn't very tall, and when she stood next to Lindsay, who was also young, she seemed to have small arms and legs, not Lindsay. Lindsay surprisingly didn't retort after being ignored by the young girl. Instead, he stared blankly at the bonfire, pretending not to have heard anything. Coupled with what Mentor had said earlier, Zichen was almost certain that this girl had taught Lindsay a lesson. "Forget it. I don't know how to control my strength." Zichen shook his head again in rejection. "I don't need you to know how to control your strength. Just don't use your speed and that broken black blade," Malt said. "How about it? Do you dare to spar with me?" Speed and the broken blade were probably Zichen's strongest moves. Without them, Zichen's combat strength would be greatly reduced. "Go on, Zichen. Let us see if you have any other trump cards." Dun Li smiled. "Zichen, don't tell me you don't even dare to accept a young girl's challenge." Yuan Hong taunted. "Come on, Zichen. Let us see just how strong you are." Yage smiled maliciously. The few of them instantly became spirited and insisted on watching the fight. This made Zichen a little speechless. "Don't underestimate the young miss. Without those two, you'll be at a disadvantage." Steward Mac chuckled, clearly implying that he wanted Zichen to spar as well. "All right, since you all want to watch, I'll show you my incompetence." Zichen stood up and looked at Malt. "Don't worry, young girl. I know how to control my strength." Malt said innocently, "All right. I hope you'll be as confident later." With that, Malt's figure flashed, and she charged at Zichen very quickly. Zichen was a little surprised by Malt's speed, and his figure flashed as he tried to dodge. Whoosh! Just as Zichen dodged to the side, Malt's elbow struck at Zichen's side. The sudden burst of speed gave Zichen no time to react. Poof! Zichen's chest was hit by the elbow, and he staggered back 5 steps. His chest hurt. He looked at Malt in shock, and said, "Fourth tier." Haha. Dun Li and the others finally couldn't help but laugh. Clearly, they already knew Malt's strength, and this time, they just wanted to see Zichen suffer. Zichen didn't expect this seemingly weak little girl to have the strength of a 4th-tier hunter. Again, the shock on Zichen's face made Molt very proud, and she launched another attack at Zichen. This time, Zichen was no longer careless, and began to take it seriously. However, after getting serious, Zichen realized that there was still some distance between him and Molt, who was a 4th-tier hunter. Moreover, Molt clearly had no intention of suppressing his level, and wanted to use the power of a 4th-tier hunter to suppress him. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zichen had no choice but to use part of the power of the 9 flashes of lightning temporarily. Of course, he couldn't summon the heavenly thunder wings. Poof! Molt's palm hit Zichen's chest, and Zichen staggered. At the same time, he quickly counterattacked, but he couldn't touch Molt at all. Poof! 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 Next, one attack after another landed on Zichen's body, and Zichen staggered. However, Zichen's attacks couldn't touch Molt at all. When these attacks landed on his body, Zichen could clearly feel the pain coming from his body. How was this a battle? This was clearly a torture. At that moment, Zichen finally understood what it felt like to be unable to hit an enemy when he fought in close combat. Bang! The final palm landed, and Zichen staggered back a dozen steps. Molt stood up straight, clapped his hands, and said, "I'm done." Laughter rang out all around. Zichen shook his head and smiled. It was just a spar, so he naturally wouldn't take it too seriously. However, the thirst in his body became even more obvious. It was obvious that a mere drop of sacred origin liquid couldn't replenish it. Thus, Zichen opened the jade bottle and unceremoniously gulped down a large mouthful, producing a gurgling sound. The laughter of Yage and the others disappeared. They looked at Zichen as though he was a ghost. Yuan Hong even kindly reminded him, "Zichen, you drank the wrong thing. That's not wine, it's sacred origin liquid." Zichen clearly couldn't explain his current situation to them, so he could only shake his head and laugh. Steward Max smiled but didn't say anything. Molt sat down next to him and said, "Zichen, you're not bad. You're more resistant than Tor. Let's continue tomorrow." "Forget it." Zichen shook his head. He sat down cross-legged and focused on refining the sacred origin liquid he had swallowed. Zichen didn't know if it was an illusion, but he discovered that the rate at which his body absorbed the sacred origin liquid had increased significantly after being hit by Molt. It was as though Molt's attacks had stimulated his body. Looking at the expression on the little girl's face that said she had one, Zichen could not believe that the change in her body was due to the beating just now. They rested on the spot that night and didn't continue their journey. It was obvious that Long Shan's deliberate sneak attack didn't make Steward Mac and Molt wary. Dun Li and Lindsay, on the other hand, left the group after eating and only returned the next day when they were about to continue their journey. Everyone was present, and the group continued on their journey. Unlike yesterday, Zichen didn't walk anymore. Instead, he sat next to Steward Mac. Instead, it was the 4 level 4 hunters who guarded the sides of the carriage like guards. When night fell, they stopped to rest again. During this period of roasting meat, Molt once again requested to spar. Everyone followed suit, and Zichen was once again tortured. This time, he still couldn't land a single hit on Molt. Instead, he took many hits from Molt. Although he didn't want to admit it, Zichen had to admit that Molt's spar was extremely beneficial to him on the 3rd day. In other words, Molt's attacks could help him strengthen his body faster. As a result, Zichen swallowed the sacred origin liquid faster and faster. In the end, it was like he was drinking water. Everyone was dumbfounded and speechless. Finally, after a few days, he used up all the sacred origin liquid he had. He was also much stronger than when they had first set off. However, he still couldn't land a single hit on Molt in the following spar. He had used up all his resources. Chapter 2343. Tell me, what the hell is going on? The hoarse voice was filled with anger. A middle-aged man with a cold face was sitting at the head of the table. He stared at Edgar and scolded, "Didn't you guys investigate everything thoroughly? How could a level 3 hunter ruin all your preparations?" Edgar's face was dark as well. He had promised his superiors that he would be able to complete this mission easily. He had also made meticulous preparations beforehand. However, who would have thought that they, who had gathered several small teams and thought of all possible contingencies, would fall into the hands of a level 3 guy who had suddenly joined? The loss was extremely heavy. Edgar could only suffer in silence in the face of the middle-aged man's questioning. He still did not understand how the 3 level 4 hunters had died. How did the newly joined level 3 hunter clearly sense the location of the level 4 assassins, and how did he survive in the 5-colored poisonous fog? Trash. What a bunch of trash. Not only did you not complete the mission, you even almost alerted the enemy, the middle-aged man said angrily. Edgar was not convinced, but he did not dare to show it. He knew that the man in front of him was very powerful, and could easily kill him. However, he could not understand why the other party, who was so powerful, did not do it himself, but wanted to borrow their hands. Find a way to inform Wo Shan and get him to come here as soon as possible. Seeing that Edgar did not respond, the middle-aged man lost interest in getting angry, and waved his hand. His initial plan was simple. He wanted these people to test Mai Zun's strength after killing the guards. It would be best if they could threaten Mai Zun, and then he would make his move to secure victory. That way, the price he had to pay would be extremely small, and he would be able to settle everything easily afterwards. However, he did not expect that his perfect plan would be ruined by a level 3 hunter. Now, he had to increase his bargaining chip and use a foolproof plan. Wo Shan was one of the founders of Dragon Mountain, and had level 6 strength. Once he got him to help, he would definitely achieve his goal, but the price he had to pay would be extremely high. Zi Chen, who had thought that he would have another battle today, heard Steward Mac's voice before Molt could provoke him. Steward Mac. Zi Chen approached the butler. After spending a few days together, he had a good impression of the butler. Furthermore, he had been speculating that Molt was a 4th-tier fighter, so how powerful was this butler? Zi Chen did not believe that the other party was not a hunter. Do you have time to walk around with this old man? Steward Mac looked at Zi Chen and smiled. Zi Chen nodded. He guessed that Steward Mac had something to say to him. Steward Mac turned around and walked into the darkness. Zi Chen followed behind, maintaining a distance of half a step. Zi Chen, what do you think of a level 4 hunter? Steward Mac asked without turning around. Zi Chen was puzzled. Wasn't a level 4 hunter just level 4? Did he really need to think about it? Oh, or rather, what do you think of a level 4 hunter? Steward Mac asked again. Isn't there a level 4 after level 3? Is there a special meaning behind it? Zi Chen asked after thinking for a while. Only a level 4 hunter can be considered a true beginner. Before reaching level 4, a hunter is nothing. Steward Mac turned around and looked at Zi Chen. Seeing Zi Chen's puzzled expression, he smiled and said, "You must be from the outside world as well, right?" Zi Chen nodded. In this world, more than 99% of people came from the outside world. In the outside world, saints are divided into 3 levels: Saint, King, and Supreme Saint. Only kings are qualified to enter this world, but it is not absolute. I know some special passages that can send some special people in. Steward Mac paused for a moment before continuing, but no matter who it is, as long as they come to this world, they have a chance to become a hunter. They also know that there are different levels of hunters, but very few people know that a level 4 hunter is the true beginner. Only when you reach this threshold can you move on to the next step. What threshold? Zi Chen asked. Of course, there was a standard to enter this world, and that standard was the threshold. Steward Mac stopped and turned around to look at Zi Chen. Saint level physical body. Saint level physical body? Zi Chen was stunned. That's right. If you want to enter level 4, you must have a saint level physical body. In other words, you must have a saint level physical body to enter the saint level. This is the standard of this world. Even if you have the strength of a peak holy king in the outside world, if you don't have a saint level physical body, you can't enter level 4 here. Level 3 is the peak. Steward Mac nodded and said. If that's the case, doesn't Dun Li and the others all have saint level physical bodies? Zi Chen asked again. As long as it's level 4, it's equivalent to a saint level physical body in the outside world. With Steward Mac's confirmation, Chen finally understood why the minimum requirement to enter this world was to have a saint-level physical body. He also understood why Jiao Tu, Huang Tu, and the others didn't immediately become hunters, but instead built their foundation step by step. He believed that once they had a good foundation, they would be able to become level 4 hunters very quickly and reach the standard to enter this world. This could be seen from Chen. He didn't have so many resources to support him, but he still became a level 3 hunter in a very short time. Whether you can quickly enter level 4 depends on whether you have a saint-level physical body in the outside world. If you do, then you can quickly advance. If you don't, then you can only advance step by step, and the speed will be very slow. Steward Mac looked at Chen and said, "Now, Chen, tell me honestly. When you were in the outside world, did you have a saint-level physical body?" Chen didn't hesitate for long. He nodded and admitted it directly. After sparring with Molt for the past few days, he could already sense that Molt was actually helping him in the name of sparring. In just a few days, Molt definitely played a big part in his improvement. When he saw Chen nod, Steward Mac smiled. "I guessed right. The speed at which you absorb the sacred origin liquid is really too fast. So fast that you don't even need to refine it. If we liken your body to a large vat, then you already had enough sacred origin liquid to hold a level 4 hunter before you came to this world. What you need is to constantly replenish it. Of course, the speed of replenishment depends on how quickly you obtain the sacred origin liquid." Chen didn't deny this point. Right now, he didn't have enough sacred origin liquid, so his progress naturally slowed down. What you lack now is resources. If you have enough resources, you can quickly enter level 4. Steward Mac reached into his clothes and took out a glowing bead. Right now, the sacred origin liquid isn't enough to help you break through quickly. Only this can help you reach level 4 in the shortest time possible. "What is this?" Chen asked curiously as he looked at the glowing bead. However, there was no joy or greed in his eyes. "A kind of energy crystal that will be very useful to you right now," Steward Mac said. "Is this for me?" Chen asked doubtfully. "Don't tell me I'm just taking it out for you to see and show it off in front of you." Steward Mac chuckled. Chen didn't take it. Instead, he asked, "Why?" Chen was an existence that had lived for over 1,000 years, while Steward Mac was an existence that had lived for tens of thousands of years. Both of them were pretty much at the level of foxes, so there was no need to beat around the bush. Steward Mac directly said, "Because of your battle prowess. Your battle prowess is something I've never seen before. Being able to kill those above your level is truly beyond my expectations. This energy crystal can be considered another mercenary reward for you. This mission is to protect Molt in times of danger. In other words, take Molt and escape in times of danger." "Why me?" "Because I believe that at level 4, you'll be even stronger than them." These words were clearly very sincere. Moreover, Steward Mac had given him a deposit first. It seemed that the benefits far outweighed the disadvantages for Chen. After all, if he quickly reached level 4, his battle prowess would increase once again. This way, he would have stronger means to protect himself. However, once he accepted this energy crystal, it meant that his fate was tied to Molt's. When danger arose, he had to consider Molt's safety and take care of him. Protecting their employer was a mercenary's duty. Hence, no matter how one looked at it, Chen wouldn't lose anything. Steward Mac's energy crystal was only to make him stronger so that he could protect everyone. Chen had no reason to refuse. Moreover, the temptation of reaching level 4 was indeed very tempting. He nodded and agreed. "Swallow it directly. The energy released will spread throughout your body like the sacred origin liquid. When your physical body reaches a certain limit, you'll naturally break through." After hearing Steward Mac's words, Chen swallowed it without hesitation. Steward Mac had no reason to harm him. As the energy crystal entered his stomach, Chen felt an energy similar to the sacred origin liquid. However, this energy was much purer and more abundant. This energy continuously flowed into his body, causing Chen's physical body to rapidly change. After returning, Dun Li and the rest were still roasting meat. They didn't ask the two of them what they had done outside. Malt also surprisingly didn't look for Zi-Chen to spar. Clearly, she knew about this matter. Zi-Chen sat beside the fire and closed his eyes as if he was taking a nap. Just like that, several days passed in a row. Zi-Chen seemed to be somewhat listless and spoke much less. Most of the time, he closed his eyes and took a nap. On a certain night, Dun Li couldn't help but ask, "Zi-Chen, what's wrong with you? You don't seem to be in good spirits. Are you feeling unwell?" Hearing this, Zi-Chen opened his eyes. In his eyes, there seemed to be a flash of light. His perception began to expand at this moment, extending further into the distance. In his perception, images of pseudo-divine beasts appeared one after another. As his senses expanded, Zi-Chen's mind and physical body underwent a perfect transformation. Chapter 2344. In this special world, it was very difficult to advance from level 3 to level 4 because it had nothing to do with one's strength, but only the strength of one's physical body. Even if one was a peak saint ruler in the outside world, one would still be stuck at level 3 if one did not have a saint-level physical body. This was the special part of this world. However, if one had a level 4 physical body, they would be able to break through very quickly as long as they had enough resources. The energy crystal that Steward Mai had given Zi-Chen had a great history. Its value was not something that a few thousand drops of sacred origin fluid could exchange for. However, Zi-Chen had not reached a certain boundary yet, so he naturally did not know the value of the energy crystal. His perception was still expanding, and within the range of his perception, the figures of pseudo-divine beasts appeared one after another. Some of them were hidden in the night, quietly observing their surroundings, while others were slowly moving and pacing around. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, they all displayed an extremely high level of vigilance and rare quietness. Evidently, these were the beasts that Lin Sai had taken control of again. After the previous lesson, he was no longer careless and had taken control of many beasts and deployed them strictly so that he could observe his surroundings. Zi-Chen's perception expanded to twice its original size, and in his perception, he discovered 8 pseudo-divine beasts. He believed that in those places where his perception couldn't extend, there must be other pseudo-divine beasts secretly observing. In addition to the changes in his perception, Zi-Chen's physical body was also undergoing a metamorphosis at this moment. The most important point was that his physical body had become stronger. It was as if a layer of the seal on his body had suddenly been removed. This feeling could not be described with words and could only be understood. "Zi-Chen, what's wrong?" Dun Li sensed that Zi-Chen was a little abnormal and looked at Zi-Chen in astonishment. Yage and the others also looked up, their eyes filled with confusion. At this moment, they felt that there was something different about Zi-Chen, but they could not pinpoint exactly what was different about him. Malt, who was staring at the bonfire in a daze, looked up and glanced at Zi-Chen. Then, her expression changed, and her expression became one of astonishment and disbelief. Steward Mac looked at Zi-Chen and smiled. His smile was very gratified. With just one energy crystal, Zi-Chen was able to make a breakthrough in just a few days. This proved that when he was in the outside world, his physical body was no longer at the saint level. Instead, he had already walked a considerable distance on this path. When he nodded in relief, he didn't bring up this matter. Beside him, Malt didn't say anything either. He didn't even suggest to spar with Zi-Chen. She was very clear about her own strength. She could suppress Zi-Chen without using the heavenly thunder wings and broken blade, but that was only when Zi-Chen was level 3. Now that both of them were at level 4, even if Zi-Chen did not use the heavenly thunder wings, his speed would still surpass hers. Zi-Chen smiled and didn't say anything. He also didn't tell them that he had broken through. This could be considered a small secret. Once there was danger, he, who had entered level 4, would give them a huge shock. At that time, it would be a pleasant surprise. "Come, let's eat something." Dun Li handed a large piece of barbecued meat to Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen took it without hesitation and ate it in big bites. There were obviously 2 great advantages to having a beastmaster in a team. First, they didn't have to be vigilant of their surroundings. Second, they didn't have to worry about not having enough meat. That night, Zi-Chen drank a pot of wine, which was rare. After the others fell asleep one after another, he sat cross-legged beside the fire and closed his eyes. At this moment, there was still some energy left in the energy crystal in his stomach. It was turning into the last bit of energy and was being absorbed by his body. Then, Zichen realized that after absorbing this energy, his physical body was still strengthening. In addition, the meat he had eaten was also turning into energy and increasing the strength of his physical body. The saint-level physical body was the foundation. Level 4 was just the beginning. Zichen, who had entered level 4, had undoubtedly entered the beginning. Now, he was very curious about level 5 hunters. He wondered if there was a meaning to this level. The sky was bright, and everyone got up and set off. They weren't just rushing. During the journey, they would deliberately take detours. If they found a beautiful place, they would stop and admire it. Some even stayed for a few days. Gradually, Zichen found out that the 5 of them had been following Steward Mac for a long time. They were all temporarily hired by Malt. They didn't have a specific destination. They were just there to protect Malt when she went out to have fun. Malt's purpose of going out was just to have fun. Neither Steward Mac nor Malt cared about the last assassination attempt. Even if Zichen was worried, he couldn't say anything when his employer didn't say anything. In a valley full of flowers, Malt was playing with his bare feet. He had an innocent smile on his face, and he was having a lot of fun. Dun Li was 20 meters away from her. Yage and the others were guarding somewhere else. Lin Sai and Saber-Toothed Tiger were on the cliff, while Zichen and Steward Mac were on the other side of the valley. The two sat at the edge of the cliff, where they could clearly see Malt below. Zichen looked at the blue sky in the distance, and then tilted his head to look at Steward Mac. Steward Mac, what are the requirements for becoming a level 5 hunter? Level 5. I haven't congratulated you on reaching level 4 yet. Steward Mac smiled, and turned to look at Zichen. It's all thanks to Steward Mac's energy crystal. Level 4 requires a saint-level physical body. What about level 5? What are the requirements? Level 5. Steward Mac sighed. He looked at Malt below, and then looked into the distance. As long as you can awaken your abilities in this world, continuously consume sacred origin fluid, and don't die in an accident, you'll reach level 4 one day and have a saint-level physical body. But it's difficult to reach level 5 from level 4. What's so difficult about it? Zichen asked. 4th tier requires physical strength as long as one's physical body is strengthened. However, 5th tier requires special energy, which excludes many 4th tier beings, Butler said. Special type of energy? That's right. It's the type of energy you're really good at in the outside world. In this world, you need to awaken your energy to reach level 5, and what you awaken is the type of energy you have in the outside world. Steward Mac pointed to a golden cloud in the sky, and said, for example, your energy in the outside world is fire. The energy you awaken in this world can only be fire. But there's a huge difference between different types of fire. There's also a difference between stronger and weaker types of fire. Those weaker types of fire can't be recognized by this world, and thus can't be awakened. Only those special and powerful types of fire can be awakened. This principle is similar to that of things brought in from the outside world. If the quality is so special that even the laws can't destroy it, then it can stay in this world. But if the quality is average, even if it appears in this world, it will be washed away by time and decay overnight. That's what it's like to reach level 5. If your energy is strong enough, then you can ignore the laws here and let it appear in this world. But if your energy isn't strong enough, then you can only stop under the suppression of the laws of this world. That's why it's easy to reach level 4, but difficult to reach level 5. Steward Mac explained very clearly, and Zichen also heard it clearly. Before reaching level 5, anything was possible, even if one reached level 4. But after reaching level 5, the laws would separate everyone according to the survival of the fittest. It had a clear bottom line of the laws. As long as one could surpass this bottom line, one could enter level 5. If one couldn't meet this requirement, one would forever be stuck at level 4. Zichen's energy attribute was undoubtedly lightning. But what made Zichen somewhat uncertain was whether his lightning had met the requirements of the laws. Then what about level 6 after level 5? What are the requirements? Zichen asked. Level 6. Steward Mac suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "You will naturally know when the time comes." Looking at Zichen's thoughtful expression, Steward Mac smiled and said, "You have just reached level 4. It's better for you to continue building your foundation. As for level 5, you don't have to think about it for now." Zichen nodded. He had used such a short time to reach level 4 from an ordinary person. In fact, he was already very satisfied. He asked about level 5 not because he was in a hurry to break through, but because it was rare to meet someone who knew about level 5. He was just curious and wanted to know more. Molt was tired from playing, so he returned to the carriage to rest. Along the way, Zichen admired the wildebeest's endurance. Dunlee's wildebeest was of high quality, but after pulling a carriage, it would also feel tired after a long journey. However, Steward Mac's wildebeest had pulled a huge carriage, so its endurance was very good. Not to mention that the carriage was very light. Zichen once pushed it when it got stuck. It was very heavy. It was not at the same level as a handcart. During the journey, Zichen asked Molt when he would go back. He knew that Molt was born in this world and had his own family. His family was very powerful. Molt told Zichen that he might go back after this trip. In these few days, Zichen found that Steward Mac, who was always calm, seemed to have gradually become more serious. The smile on his face was also less than usual. After leaving the valley, they walked for half a day and arrived at an open area. It was very flat. There were no trees around. Steward Mac suddenly waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's stop here." This was the first time Steward Mac said that he wanted to stop at a place after Zichen joined the team. Usually, it was Molt or Dunlee who decided where to stay. Dunlee and the others also sensed Steward Mac's abnormality, so they did not show any objection. He glanced at Lindsay, and Lindsay nodded. At the end of the line of sight, there were black shadows moving quickly. Those were Lindsay's beasts. After a while, Lindsay shook his head at Dunlee, indicating that he did not find anything unusual. It was noon, and they had nothing to do, so they could only sit beside the carriage, bored. Zichen, who had been guessing Steward Mac's intentions, felt a sense of danger as the sky changed. Now he was almost certain that danger was coming. Steward Mac had chosen the battlefield in advance. As night fell, Zichen's sense of danger became even stronger. Dunlee and the others also felt that something was wrong, and their expressions gradually became serious. Chapter 23:45. A roar came from afar, which woke everyone up. In fact, they didn't sleep at all that night. Even though those pseudo-divine beasts were on guard, and they would be able to detect the slightest movement, the oppressive atmosphere created an invisible pressure that made them unable to sleep. Zichen sensed that those pseudo-divine beasts, who were on guard, began to return quickly with panic in their eyes. Their duty was to monitor the surroundings, not to fight with the enemy. After discovering the enemy, leaving quickly was the wisest choice. From their expressions, it could be seen that the enemy was very strong. "Someone is coming. There are less than 20 of them. We can't rule out that it's just the first wave," Lindsay said. At the same time, Zichen sensed many figures. Among them, there were some familiar faces. They were the level 4 hunters who fought against Dunlee and his companions last time, as well as a few unfamiliar faces. However, it was not difficult to see that these people were at least level 4. On the wildebeest carriage, Molt was awakened. He poked his head out, but was stopped by Steward Mac, who signaled him to go back into the carriage and not come out. Steward Mac's expression became very serious. The newcomers appeared in everyone's sight. In addition to the hunters from last time, there were 2 more people in the group. One of them was wearing a black robe, which covered his whole body, so that no one could see his face. The other was a strong man with bulging muscles on his upper body. He was full of power. Edgar, who had been the leader in the previous battle, followed behind the 2 of them with a respectful expression. After seeing the strong man's face, Dunlee and his companions' expressions changed dramatically. They exclaimed, "Wo Shan! You're Wo Shan!" The strong man looked at the 4 people and sneered. He said, "People say that you're proud and arrogant. I didn't expect you to recognize us from Dragon Mountain. Dunley wanted to say nonsense. You're one of the founders of Dragon Mountain. However, at this moment, he was not in the mood to joke. His eyes were full of despair. Wo Shan, one of the founders of Dragon Mountain, had the strength of a level 6 hunter. That was a level 6 hunter, a level that he had never dreamed of. He never would have thought that Long Shan would actually bring out an existence like Wo Shan. What exactly was the other party planning? Zichen felt an immense pressure coming from the two people in front of him. Among them, the one called Wo Shan made Zichen feel as if he was facing the threat of death. Clearly, the two sides were not on the same level at all, and the difference in combat strength was like heaven and earth. Steward Mac jumped down from the carriage and walked to Zichen's side. He looked at the muscular man in front of him and said, Wo Shan, one of the founders of Dragon Mountain. He's a level 6 hunter. Zichen's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect the other party to have such a strong background. Moreover, the other party was a level 6 hunter. Old man, you know me very well, but I don't know you at all. This time, I was asked by someone to kill you. Please don't mind. Wo Shan looked at Steward Mac and said indifferently, I won't. Life and death is up to fate. Steward Mac shook his head and said indifferently. However, just when everyone thought that the conversation would continue for a while, Steward Mac, who was beside Zichen, suddenly disappeared like a phantom. What fast speed! Zichen's pupils shrank. He didn't even see how the other party disappeared. That speed was even faster than when he used the heavenly thunder wings. In front of him, a blinding light appeared in front of the black-robed man beside Wo Shan. A person stood in the middle of that light. It was Steward Mac. At this moment, Steward Mac, who was radiating with light, had a stalwart figure and a surging aura. He had changed from a coachman to a true powerhouse. He struck out with his palm and went straight for the black-robed man. The other party raised his head. His eyes, which were tightly exposed, were already filled with shock. This attack was so fierce that he couldn't dodge it at all. A level 6 sneak attack, a level 5. That's a little shameless. At this moment, Wo Shan's loud voice rang out. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the black-robed man. He raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Two glowing palm prints collided with each other, bringing about a violent energy vibration. Wo Shan's body swayed and he took 2 steps back. The black-robed man behind him had already taken the opportunity to retreat far away. Steward Mac missed his attack and returned to Zichen's side in a flash. He stood there motionlessly. You're indeed a level 6. You're really shameless. Wo Shan stared at Steward Mac and said coldly. Dun Li and the others' faces were filled with shock. They were shocked by Steward Mac's strength. He usually didn't reveal his strength, but he was actually a powerful level 6 hunter. They were even more shocked by Wo Shan's previous words. Level 6 against level 5. It was obvious that the black-robed man was a level 5 hunter. A level 6, a level 5, and more than a dozen level 4 hunters. How terrifying would this force be? With just the few of them, they could only restrain the level 4 hunters, but they couldn't do anything to the level 5 hunter. Unless, Steward Mac could fight 1 against 2, but this was obviously impossible. He had already given up his dignity as a level 6 to attack the level 5 hunter. Steward Mac wasn't angry after being called shameless by Wo Shan. He looked at Zichen and said, things are a little out of our expectations. This might be the last battle. Zichen listened quietly and didn't say anything. Steward Mac continued, I'll leave this person to you. Dun Li and the others widened their eyes and looked at Steward Mac and Zichen in shock. Obviously, this kind of communication was beyond their understanding. Zichen was only a level 3. How could he deal with a level 5? However, what Zichen did next shocked them so much that they were dumbfounded. Zichen nodded and said, do you want to live or die? Just trap him for now. It's best if you can kill him. Don't force it. Do what you can, Steward Mac said. Zichen nodded again and raised his scabbard with his left hand. Behind Wo Shan, Edgar and the others were also very shocked. They knew Zichen. In the last battle, it was he who had ruined their careful plan and arrangement. But in just a dozen days, could he have grown to the point where he could fight against a level 5 hunter? Let's go. Steward Mac looked at Wo Shan and turned to walk away. Just what I wanted. Wo Shan sneered. This place was too small for a level 6 hunter. He followed. Dun Li and the others also spread out and looked at the level 4 hunters vigilantly. Among these level 4 hunters, there were many puppeteers. They had thick skin and strong defense. Lin Sai returned to the carriage. Saber-toothed tiger and another pseudo-divine beast who was good at fighting were on guard. The other pseudo-divine beasts had retreated far away. A battle of this level wasn't something he could participate in. Zi Chen looked at the level 5 hunter and didn't move. Although he had said it lightly, he was still very afraid of this unknown realm. The level 5 hunter walked forward and stared at Zi Chen with only his exposed eyes. He seemed to be grinning maliciously. Kill. Battle cries rang out. The level 4 hunters were the first to make a move. They swarmed toward Dun Li and the others. Scram. Menta roared and tapped his foot. As the earth trembled, he rushed forward in his heavy armor and brandished his great axe. Next, the unique sound of heavy armor colliding rang out. They were all existences with extremely strong defense. It was as if two giants were attacking each other. Yage was among the humanoid puppets and began to fight with the other puppets. His twin hammers fell, and the sound of metal clashing continuously rang out. Edgar blocked Dun Li once again. Their weapons clashed, and sparks flew everywhere. Two powerhouses wielding large sabers began to fight with Yuan Hong, bringing out one saber arc after another. Molt hid in the carriage and didn't come out. The wildebeest in front of the carriage stood up, its hooves constantly stomping the ground. It seemed very anxious. Lindsay stood to the side. This battle had nothing to do with him. All he could do was let the pseudo-divine beast take Molt and escape at the critical moment. Boom. In the distance, energy fluctuations spread out. Two powerhouses with strong light effects had already begun to fight. Directly in front of Zi Chen, the black-robed man's body also started to flicker with light. The light wasn't bright, but it was naturally emitted by his body. At the same time, within the light, there was a strong fluctuation of qi. It was the fluctuation of the wind. His black robes fluttered without wind. In Zi Chen's perception, a gust of wind blew with him as the center. Combined with his understanding of level 5, it was not difficult to guess that this was a unique type of wind attribute. Among the people he knew, only Zhon Wu and Qing Feng possessed the laws of wind. Sure enough, there were no weaklings among those who could reach level 5, because the weak were all blocked by the laws of the realm. Swoosh. He unsheathed his broken saber and rushed towards the level 5 hunter with extreme speed. As he moved forward, the wind around him grew stronger, affecting his speed and preventing him from fully utilizing his extreme speed. Wind blade. The level 5 hunter looked at Zi Chen who was charging forward and said coldly. The wind around him grew stronger, and Zi Chen's robes began to flap. Swoosh. Suddenly, a wind blade formed from the strong wind and rushed towards Zi Chen's face. Zi Chen shifted his body and dodged the attack. Swoosh. Swoosh. The wind rose again, and two wind blades went towards the back of Zi Chen's head. Zi Chen shifted his body again and dodged easily. The wind was indeed strong, but it didn't affect Zi Chen's perception at all. No matter how clever or unexpected the opponent's attack was, Zi Chen could still sense it and dodge it easily. After experiencing it personally, he had a deeper understanding of level 5 hunters. At this level, they could use energy, and that energy was their attribute in the outside world. If Zi Chen advanced to level 5, then his energy would obviously be lightning, but whether it would still be yin-yang lightning, Zi Chen wasn't sure yet. Zi Chen, who was in the strong wind, kept dodging and didn't take the initiative to attack. It seemed like he was trapped. At this moment, the sky had yet to brighten. It was still somewhat dark. A faint black shadow was quietly moving about. The shadow avoided everyone's perception and approached Yuan Hong. Among the four of them, only Yuan Hong and Dun Li didn't put up any defenses. It seemed like the shadow thought that this person was easier to kill. Zi Chen was very familiar with this shadow. It was the assassin who had failed to kill him twice and left immediately. The shadow quickly arrived in front of Yuan Hong. Just as the assassin was about to attack, Zichen's voice rang out, "Yuan Hong, behind you." Yuan Hong's long saber shook and forced the two to retreat. He immediately turned around and slashed down with his long saber. Clang! A loud sound rang out, and the shadow was sent flying. His sneak attack had failed, and his face was filled with anger. Chapter 2346. His sneak attack had failed again, and the black figure was furious. As a level 4 assassin, he was usually the main force. But in the last battle, his abilities were completely suppressed, and he could only retreat after 2 failed assassinations. Today, he took advantage of the fact that his opponent was trapped to attack again, but he failed again. After 3 failed sneak attacks, he still did not know how his opponent knew his exact location. Could it be that he really had Heaven's Eye? The assassin could not figure it out, and there was no need for him to figure it out, because Zichen did not intend to let him live. When he was a level 3 assassin, it might have been difficult for him to deal with a level 4 assassin, and he could only let the assassin go. But now that he was a level 4 assassin, the pressure on him was much less. He might not be able to kill those thick-skinned puppets, but it was still easy to deal with an assassin who had lost his balance and was defenseless. A black light forcefully pierced through the strong wind, drawing an arc in the air as it went straight for the back of the assassin's head. A sharp whistle sounded, and the assassin's face changed as he felt the threat of death. He roared, and the threat of death made him explode with unprecedented potential. Without any leverage, he turned in the air and used his weapon to block in front of him. Swoosh! The black light was about to collide with the weapon, but suddenly changed direction without warning, and then turned a corner, piercing through the assassin's temple. Fart! The black light pierced through the assassin's temple and disappeared into the gale, leaving behind an arc of light. A level 4 assassin died just like that in front of everyone's eyes. This scene brought great shock to the crowd. An assassin was killed, but they didn't see clearly what the black light that killed the assassin was. Damn it! In the strong wind, the level 5 hunter's angry roar sounded. When he attacked, the opponent still had the chance to kill the assassin. To him, this was a slap in the face. In the midst of the strong wind, there was an even stronger whistling sound. Even more wind blades appeared and whistled through the air towards Zichen. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zichen, who was in the midst of the strong wind, began to display extreme speed, dodging one attack after another. The unsheathed broken saber would occasionally draw a saber arc and split the surrounding wind blades in half. Wind is everywhere, my attacks are everywhere, the level 5 hunter said coldly when he saw that Zichen was still able to handle the wind. In the next moment, the howling wind grew even stronger. All the wind materialized into wind blades, slicing towards Zichen. Kai! Kai! Wherever the wind blades passed, they were everywhere. Even with his extreme speed, Zichen was unable to dodge them all. The broken saber in his hand brought out layers of saber arcs. All the wind blades that were enveloped by the saber arcs were shattered, but there were still more wind blades that went straight for Zichen. Zichen's robe was instantly cut open, and even his skin was bleeding. He was in the middle of the wind blades, and it was as if he was being dismembered. There was no way to dodge such an attack. The difference between a level 4 and a level 5 hunter was fully displayed at this moment. Looking at Zichen, who was dodging the wind blades in a very sorry state, the level 5 hunter's eyes revealed a hint of mockery. This level 4 hunter, who had just been boasting shamelessly, would soon be dismembered by the wind blades. Wang! At this moment, there was a light vibration. Zichen's body glowed brightly. It was a very bright light, and there seemed to be electric snakes swimming around the light. The moment the electric light appeared, the wind blades paused for a moment. Taking advantage of this pause, Zichen turned into a saber arc and tore through the wind blade's defense, charging towards the level 5 hunter. He was very fast, like a shooting star flying at high speed. The level 5 hunter's mockery disappeared. His body flashed with light, and he struck forward with his palm. The strong force of the wind surged. Boom! The energy formed by the force of the wind vibrated and stopped Zichen from charging forward, causing him to stagger backwards. The strong force of the wind had completely disappeared. Chen steadied himself, the lightning wings on his back flapping gently. His face was slightly pale, and his body was covered with wounds. The hand that was holding the broken saber was also trembling slightly. In front of him, there was a cut on the level 5 hunter's palm. Blood was dripping from the wound. A level 4 hunter against a level 5 hunter. Chen had injured his opponent, but his own injuries were more serious. Although there was only a difference of 1 level, the difference between the two of them was very large, separated by the recognition of the rules. In the distance, the surging energy was still vibrating. The battle between the two level 6 hunters was evenly matched. During this period of time, the aftermath of the vibrating energy made everyone's hearts palpitate. Dun Li and the others who were fighting looked at Chen with worry. They were happy that Chen had reached level 4, but Chen's opponent was a level 5 hunter. As level 4 hunters, they knew the difference between level 5 hunters and level 5 hunters was much greater than the difference between level 3 hunters and level 4 hunters. Even if Chen's combat power was extraordinary, it was still very difficult for him to fight a level 5 hunter as a level 4 hunter. It was already very impressive that he didn't die. It was too difficult for a level 4 hunter to kill a level 5 hunter. You don't know what's good for you. The level 5 hunter looked at Chen and said. A 3-meter-long wind blade appeared in front of him. After the wind blade appeared, it trembled slightly and went straight for Chen. The wind blade was very fast. Chen's vision was blurred, and the wind blade was in front of him. Chen, who had no time to dodge, could only block with his saber. Clang! The wind blade broke his saber, and a sonorous sound was heard. Chen only felt a strong force hit him, and he was sent flying along with his saber. In the distant battlefield, the two level 6 hunters clashed again, and the dazzling light of energy spread in all directions. In this world, a level 6 hunter could be called a powerhouse, a true powerhouse. Powerful forces like the Annihilation Dragon and the Dragon Mountain only had a few level 6 hunters, and they were all the higher-ups. I didn't expect that a random housekeeper from the My family would be a level 6 hunter. Wo Shan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly to Steward Mac. Since you know where I come from, it's meaningless to threaten you with the My family. Steward Mac's face was slightly pale, and he said in a deep voice, You took the initiative to show up this time, so there must be more than these few people, right? Are these people not enough to deal with you? Look at what your people have become. Wo Shan laughed sarcastically. On the battlefield, Dun Li and the other 3 were being suppressed. Chen had already been defeated by a level 5 hunter, and what he said before had become a joke. Only Lindsay had no enemies, but it didn't make a difference whether he was there or not. In a battlefield like this, even a level 4 hunter couldn't make a difference, let alone a level 3 hunter who didn't have much fighting power. As time went by, they would be completely defeated, and then death would be the only outcome. Steward Mac shook his head and didn't say anything more. Maybe these people were enough, but if they wanted to kill all the witnesses and destroy all the evidence, they obviously weren't enough. It's been 10 breaths. How's your recovery? Wo Shan asked again in a cold voice. How about you? Steward Mac asked. Not fully recovered, but it's enough to stop you. You're only half right. We only have a few people, but I'm not the only one. Wo Shan's lips curled into a smile. You're not the only one? What do you mean? Steward Mac's face immediately changed. He turned his head to look at the battlefield. Was there another powerful person hiding there? Wo Shan stood in front of Steward Mac and said, With me here, you can only watch from here. It's impossible for you to help. A good show is about to start. Steward Mac didn't try to rush in, because Wo Shan was right. The other party could definitely stop him. At this moment, his eyes were scanning the crowd, trying to find the hidden powerful person. It definitely wasn't the level 5 hunter, because there was no need for that. If that was the case, then the hidden powerful person could only be a level 4 hunter. But it wasn't realistic for such a powerful person to hide, unless, Steward Mai looked at the puppets that were fighting Yage. Unless that powerful figure was hiding among the puppets, Steward Mai thought to himself. Before he could warn Yage, he saw Yage wave his battle axe and send a human-shaped puppet flying. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or intentional, but the place where the human-shaped puppet was sent flying was where Malt's carriage was. Steward Mac's face changed greatly. He had already guessed that the hidden person was very likely the other party. But it was too late for him to warn Yage. The person quickly smashed into the carriage, and then his body started to glow. The layer of puppet defense around him exploded in an instant. At the same time, a powerful energy wave spread out in all directions. The carriage behind him started to shake violently. Lindsay, who was beside the carriage, was instantly sent flying by the sudden powerful energy wave along with the two divine beasts beside him. A person appeared among the human-shaped puppets. He was also wearing a black robe and holding the puppet's sword. He turned around in the air and slashed toward the carriage. The glowing sword in his hand directly pierced through the carriage, and then cut horizontally toward the side of the carriage. As the sword fell, the carriage exploded with a loud bang. The upper half of the carriage was thrown into the sky, revealing Malt, who had a frightened look on his face. This scene happened so suddenly that no one could react. A powerful level 6 powerhouse was already in front of Malt. "Get lost!" Mentor roared, his battle axe dancing quickly as he tried to rush to the side of the carriage to save Malt. But the puppets beside him rushed forward one by one to block him. Dun Li and the others were facing the same situation. Chapter 2347. Looking at the level 6 hunter, Malt's pretty face was filled with fear and shock. The level 6 hunter was also an old man in a black robe. He looked at Malt and said in a hoarse voice, "Miss, I'm sorry." His eyes were gloomy and filled with murderous intent. He didn't look apologetic at all. He raised his long sword high and was about to slash down. Dun Li and the others were trapped and couldn't help. Even if they could, it wouldn't change anything. They would be killed instantly if they were to face a level 6 hunter. Roar. With a furious roar, the saber-toothed tiger that had been sent flying rushed over and pounced on the level 6 hunter. Fart. The saber-toothed tiger's head was pierced through while it was still in mid-air. It was only level 3. How could it face a level 6 hunter? Whoosh. A black light flew towards the level 6 hunter. On the other side, Zichen had made his move. After he made his move, the lightning wings on his back flapped. He used the 9 flashes of lightning and rushed towards Malt. He had a hard time dealing with a level 5 hunter as a level 4 hunter. He would definitely die if he faced a level 6 hunter. However, he had promised Steward Mac and received an energy crystal as a reward. He had to help at this moment. The level 6 hunter reached out and blocked the black light with his palm. Swoosh. The black light changed its direction and attacked from the other side. However, it was useless. The level 6 hunter's palm emitted a bright light. The light seemed to contain a strong attraction force and actually pulled the flying dagger over. "So you're relying on this little thing." The throwing knife fell into the hunter's hand. The level 6 hunter looked at the throwing knife and laughed coldly. As a level 6 hunter, he could control the entire situation. No one could do anything to him. Malt seemed to have realized this too. She accepted her fate and didn't take the chance to escape. Even if she did, she couldn't escape. After all, her opponent was a level 6 hunter and she was only a level 4 hunter. At this moment, Malt seemed to have lost her soul. She stared at the level 6 hunter as if she had suffered a blow. The fear on her face was replaced by disbelief. Pulling the sword out of the saber-toothed tiger's head, the level 6 hunter turned around and threw the throwing knife in his hand. Pu. The throwing knife went straight for Zichen. Among the layers of illusions, it found Zichen's real body. It pierced through Zichen's shoulder armor, and the energy it contained sent Zichen flying. This was the strength of a level 6 hunter. Zichen didn't die, but at the last moment, he regained control of the flying dagger and made it change direction slightly. He turned around and looked at Malt again. Malt recovered from his shock and said, "Steward Cheng, it's you. Long time no see." Miss the 6th tier hunter bowed to Malt. "You want to kill me?" Malt looked at the butler. The level 6 hunter raised his sword again and said, "Miss, please don't blame me. Is second uncle trying to kill me?" Malt asked again. The level 6 hunter didn't say anything else. The long sword in his hand had already fallen. Molt couldn't dodge this sword at all. Chen was injured, and the others were trapped. They couldn't help. Steward Mac was still far away. He was being held back by Shan and couldn't help. At this moment, Molt only had a wildebeest beside him, and there was nothing else alive. Death was approaching in an instant. No one could save her. Unless a miracle happened and the wildebeest suddenly jumped up to save its master. Even so, the wildebeest could only block the attack for a moment for Molt. Just as death was approaching, a miracle happened. The wildebeest broke free from its reins and charged at the level 6 hunter. The level 6 hunter didn't turn around this time. He didn't think a wildebeest could do any harm to him. He had to act as soon as possible in order to avoid trouble. In the distance, Steward Mac was surprisingly calm when he saw Molt in danger. He wasn't moved at all. Shan, who was opposite him, couldn't understand what was going on. Under everyone's gaze, the wildebeest charged at the level 6 hunter. The latter ignored the wildebeest and quickly slashed down with his long sword. At this moment, the battle paused. Everyone turned around to look at this scene. Then, everyone's expressions underwent a drastic change. They became shocked and horrified. When the sword light fell, the level 6 hunter sensed that something was wrong with the wildebeest charging at him from the corner of his eye. The momentum of the sword didn't decrease at all. He turned around subconsciously and looked at the wildebeest. He realized that the wildebeest was gone. It was a person who was charging at him. A person with a horse-like face was charging at him. The huge fist was already in front of him. The fist was glowing brightly and kept expanding in front of him. Bang! Before the sword in the level 6 hunter's hand could land on Molt, the fist had already landed on his face. A powerful force surged, and the level 6 hunter was sent flying along with his weapon. The entire place was silent, or perhaps it could be said that it was deathly silent. Everyone's gaze fell on the extra person. His face was very long, just like the face of a horse. His upper body was also naked. There were lines on his body. At this moment, the lines were glowing and looked very strange. This wasn't the first time Chen saw a pseudo-divine beast that could transform into a human. When he was still at level 2, he had already seen the moon wolf girl who could transform into a human. But at that time, he was just watching from afar. He was just curious and wasn't too shocked. At this moment, when he saw the wildebeest transform into a human, he suddenly remembered what Steward Mac said. As for level 6, you'll know when the time comes. At this moment, 4 words appeared in his mind. Level 6, transformation. Molt was still standing on the carriage. It could be seen that she was very surprised by the wildebeest transforming into a human. However, there wasn't any joy on her face. There was only sadness. This sadness came from the level 6 hunter he knew and the master behind him. The level 6 hunter rolled several times before stabilizing his body. Half of his face was swelling up at the fastest speed. He looked at the wildebeest that had transformed into a human and said with a face full of shock, You, under Lord My Chun's orders, I swear to protect the young lady's safety. The horse-faced expert said indifferently. He clenched his fist and the lines on his upper body shone with mysterious light. After saying that, the horse-faced expert rushed forward and punched at the level 6 hunter. A ripple of energy vibrated from his fist. Clang! The level 6 hunter raised his sword to meet the fist. When the sword and the fist met, there was a sonorous sound. Looking at the 2 level 6 hunters fighting, Shan's face was also full of shock. Wildebeest, a transformed wildebeest. The wildebeest was the weakest pseudo-divine beast. It couldn't even be considered as a pseudo-divine beast. At most, it was considered as food for pseudo-divine beasts. In this world, it could at most advance to level 2. He had been in this world for a long time, but he had never heard of a level 3 wildebeest, let alone a level 6 transformed wildebeest. Before coming, they had calculated all kinds of unforeseen events and made thorough preparations. They even calculated that the young lady might have the fighting power of a level 5 hunter. But under all kinds of calculations, this wildebeest that had been pulling the carriage was ruled out. But at this part of the plan that shouldn't have gone wrong, there was a problem. A level 6 wildebeest, This was simply a shocking thing. Looking at Wo Shan's shocked expression, Steward Mac smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect you to work for my Wu. But it seems that you miscalculated again." Wo Shan looked back at Steward Mac and said, "It's true that we miscalculated. A level 6 transformed wildebeest, this is unexpected. But you didn't have the upper hand. As long as we pin down the two of you, the others can still kill Miss Mai, right? On the battlefield, Dun Li and the other three could still hold on. The hunters couldn't do anything to them for the time being. On the other hand, Zi Chen seemed to have lost. And once the level 5 hunter killed Zi Chen, he would be able to kill Miss My family. The final winner will still be us." Just as Wo Shan said this, the level 5 hunter's huge wind blade collided with Zi Chen's weapon again. The impact sent Zi Chen flying and made him lose control of his body. Whoosh! At this moment, an arrow pierced through the air and went straight for Zi Chen, who had lost control of his body. That arrow was very sharp and fast, and the timing was very good. It was right when Zi Chen lost his center of gravity. Just like how Zi Chen dealt with the assassin, this attack was truly fatal. Under such circumstances, no one could react because no one noticed that there was an archer in the dark. This was a sneak attack that took people by surprise. Even if they could react, they wouldn't be able to dodge. This was because there were more arrows behind the arrow, one after another, flying in the same direction. In the face of such a sneak attack, it seemed to be a dead end for them. No one could react in time, but this didn't include Zi Chen. He had already released his powerful senses and had a clear premonition of everything around him. Even though the other party had been moving close to the ground, as if they were on the ground, they still couldn't escape from Zi Chen's senses. In other words, the reason why Zi Chen had been so passive was because he had been waiting for this arrow to land. Now, the arrow finally came. He held the broken sword tightly and blocked in front of him. The arrow hit the broken sword, and his body began to fly backwards. In his perception, the archer was knocking arrows on his bow and shooting arrows one after another. His gaze was very focused, and his expression was very solemn. Every arrow was shot with all his strength. Now, it was time for him to show his best archery skills. Even though he was only level 3, in his domain, a level 4 hunter would still die. He had a record of killing a level 4 hunter. Now, killing a level 4 hunter who had lost his center of gravity and was injured was not a difficult task. Fat. Chapter 2348. The archer was focused on killing Zi Chen, but he didn't know that Zi Chen was also thinking of a way to kill him. As long as he was alive, he would be a potential threat to the others. The transformation of the wildebeest was beyond his expectations, but it also successfully brought the battle to a stalemate. Therefore, the next battle became the key. Other than him, the other 4 would be in great danger if they were targeted by the archer in the dark. Because the arrows were too fast, it was better to find an opportunity to kill the archer rather than divert his attention to warn him again and again. Therefore, Zi Chen purposely revealed an opening in the battle to force the archer to attack him. The moment the archer stood up and shot an arrow at him, Zi Chen's throwing knife also struck at the right moment. At this moment, the archer was fully focused on calculating Zi Chen's landing point and position. Under such circumstances, he would let down his guard and even lose his vigilance. In the end, Zi Chen gained the upper hand in this battle and killed the archer. Under the impact of the arrows, Zi Chen, who was blocking with his knife, flew back dozens of meters before stabilizing himself. At this moment, the archer was already dead. At this moment, the battle was truly at a stalemate. Both sides had a chance of winning. After stabilizing himself, Zi Chen stared at the level 5 hunter and asked Molt in a deep voice, "Molt, can you fight?" Of course. Molt stood up from the carriage in a daze and put away his complicated emotions. A long whip appeared in his hand. "Do you need me to help you?" "No need, just help a few of them. I can kill this level 5 hunter." Zi Chen shook his head slowly and threw the scabbard in his hand to the side. He held the broken knife tightly and the lightning wings on his back flapped again. Shameless boasting. The level 5 hunter sneered. He looked at Zi Chen and said, "Then I'll kill you first." The wind blade appeared again. This time, it was even bigger and more powerful than before. It went straight for Zi Chen. This move is useless against me, Zi Chen's voice rang out. His entire body was like a flash of light. You were able to gain the upper hand when I was distracted just now, but you won't anymore. Zi Chen dodged the wind blade and flashed to the side of the level 5 hunter. The broken sword in his hand drew an arc as it slashed towards the hunter's abdomen. Pu. The broken blade slashed across, breaking through the opponent's energy defense and leaving a wound on the opponent's abdomen. However, the wind blades that followed also left several wounds on Zi Chen's body. Ignoring the wounds on his body, Zi Chen's figure flashed, and the blade flashed again. This time, it was aimed at the neck of the level 5 hunter. At the same time, his cold voice rang out, "So what if you're a level 5? Your defense is just SOSO. As he spoke, his body flashed around the level 5 hunter like a shadow. The sound of sharp blades slicing flesh could be heard. Among them were Zi Chen and the level 5 hunter. Blade arcs and wind blades were constantly changing between the two of them. Every time Zi Chen's attack landed on the level 5 hunter, he would receive several times the damage. It was indeed very difficult for a level 4 to fight a level 5. Molt stood up from the carriage. At this moment, she had transformed from a weak young girl into a level 4 hunter. She stood on the carriage with an unusually determined expression. The long whip in her hand shook, and with a crack, the whip was like a poisonous snake. It quickly passed through the crowd and wrapped around a level 4 hunter who was holding a long sword. She then exerted her strength and sent the level 4 hunter flying. Ha! Yage, who was inside the puppet, roared. His body soared into the sky, and the twin hammers in his hands smashed towards the level 5 hunter. Crack! The moment the hammers fell, the level 5 hunter blocked with his weapon. The huge force broke his weapon, and at the same time, the hammers fell and crushed his ribs. Swoosh! A black light flashed, and after passing through the level 5 hunter's body, it went straight for the level 5 hunter. Under the joint attack of the three, a level 4 hunter was killed in an instant. Crack! Crack! Then, Molt's long whip started to sweep around. Out of the group of level 4 hunters, 2 of them had to deal with Molt. In this way, the situation of the battle had completely changed. Zi Chen's side, who had been suppressed earlier, had gradually gained the upper hand. Fat! The broken sword in Zi Chen's hand cut through the level 5 hunter's defense. Numerous wind blades surged from the level 5 hunter's body, leaving many wounds on Zi Chen's body. At this moment, in the face of an almost undefeatable opponent, Zi Chen could only use the moves he was good at. A life for a life. He wanted to use his unique and powerful life force to trade for a level 5 hunter's life. His injuries were very serious at the moment, but the remaining energy crystals in his body were constantly releasing energy to repair his physical body. Although his body was dripping with blood, many of the wounds had already started to scab. Swoosh! The elusive flying dagger also appeared from time to time, helping Zi Chen neutralize the fatal attacks. Go to hell! The level 5 hunter held a wind blade in his hand and stabbed it towards Zi Chen's heart. Zi Chen dodged quickly, so the attack only pierced through his shoulder. But then, he grabbed the wind blade tightly and stabbed the broken sword in his hand towards the level 5 hunter's chest. Swoosh! The level 5 hunter abandoned the wind blade and retreated, dodging Zi Chen's attack. This exchange of a life for a life left Zi Chen severely injured, but the level 5 hunter was not injured at all. However, before the other party could reveal a smile, something pierced through his chest. It was the ubiquitous flying dagger. The level 5 hunter did not die immediately after his chest was pierced by the flying dagger. He clutched his chest, and a light of energy appeared on his palm, protecting his chest. At the same time, another wind blade was formed. The level 5 hunter held the wind blade in his hand and rushed forward, slashing towards Zi Chen's head. At this moment, both of them had exhausted a lot of energy, and their injuries were not light. They no longer had any moves to speak of. It was a battle of who was more ruthless and who could last longer. Peng! Zi Chen blocked the attack with his broken sword. With a loud vibration, the wind blade broke. But the broken wind blade turned into small wind blades in an instant, cutting towards Zi Chen's body. Pu! 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 In an instant, Zichen's body was covered with many shocking wounds. Some of them were so deep that his bones could be seen. But he did not fall. He was still standing. Knowing that the broken sword was no longer a threat to the level 5 hunter, he used his mind to control the flying dagger and shot it towards the level 5 hunter. A strong wind surrounded the level 5 hunter. In the strong wind, many wind blades flashed and clashed with the flying dagger. The sound of metal clashing could be heard, blocking the flying dagger's attack. Seeing the flying dagger blocked, Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. With a roar, he used the last bit of energy in his body and rushed forward with his sword. As he rushed forward, the wounds all over his body were squeezed, and more blood flowed out. Cross-blade technique. He shouted in his heart and poured all his energy into the blade in his hand. A cross-blade arc quickly enlarged in front of his eyes, cutting towards the strong wind. At this moment, the strong wind seemed to have solidified. It was split in half by the cross-blade arc, and the cross-blade arc continued forward, heading straight for the level 5 hunter. The blade arc flashed and left a bloody cross mark between the level 5 hunter's eyebrows. The strong wind around the level 5 hunter disappeared, and the light on his body dissipated. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Zichen in disbelief. He could not accept that his attack was broken by a level 4 hunter. Peng! Before the level 5 hunter fell, Zichen had already fallen. At this moment, he looked as if he had been dismembered. His body was covered in dense cuts, and his whole body was soaked in blood. After falling, he gasped for breath. The energy crystal was no longer enough to sustain his injuries. He felt dizzy and had the urge to faint. He bit the tip of his tongue to wake himself up. At this moment, on this battlefield, he could not fall no matter what. His right hand supported the broken blade on the ground, and his left hand picked up the flying dagger that had fallen to the side. His fingers pinched the flying dagger, and his eyes looked towards the battlefield where Dun Li was fighting. Peng! At this moment, the level 5 hunter who had been standing in front of Zichen all this time fell. He had lost all signs of life. A level 4 hunter killed a level 5 hunter. Zichen had once again accomplished the impossible. Such a battle caused the battlefield to pause for a moment. Everyone stared at Zichen in disbelief, watching him change the tide of the battle once again. Lindsay quickly ran to Zichen. Without a word, he took out a jade bottle and poured all the sacred sauce liquid into his mouth. "Looks like the battle is about to end," Steward Max said with a gratified smile after seeing Zichen kill the level 5 hunter. "I don't think so. He's already heavily injured. As long as I stop you." Before Wo Shan could finish, Steward Mac interrupted him. "You can't stop me. You couldn't stop me from the start." Seeing Steward Mac's calm expression, Wo Shan suddenly had a bad feeling. My family allowed me to bring their daughter out. Did you really think that there were only 2 level 6 hunters protecting her? You're too naive. Did you really think that we came out to take refuge?" Steward Mac smiled and extended his hand. His palm began to glow, and within that glow, a long sword appeared. Accompanying the appearance of the long sword was a powerful aura and terrifying pressure.